What's good? What's good? What's good? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone on TikTok and on YouTube? How's everybody doing? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. Let me see if I can set everything up real quick. Give me 1 second. There we are. What's up, everyone? Joining in. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. What's up, everyone? How's everybody doing? You're so late, Parker? I know. I'm super late. I'm so sorry. I was trying to set up this thing for my background today, and it just, it didn't work. It didn't work. But, I mean, the background actually looks decent like this, honestly. I might get another one of the lights that I have, right here. Other than that, I think that might just be it for the background. I might just do some lights like that, because what I realized is the lights that I have really block out a lot of the backlight. So, apparently, this random light is just super strong. Well, it's good everyone joining in. How you doing? We're going to start getting some debates very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We're going to start getting some debates up here very, very soon. Does everyone prefer the background comparative to what it's been? I thought it would look weird with the background I had prior, but honestly, just with the light, I think it looks fine. It looks like kind of what I was looking for. Looking good? Nice. Alrighty. What's up, Courtney? How you doing? All right, we're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. So please only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Najia, thank you so much for the $2. Why does it look zoomed in on TikTok? Is it? I can make it smaller. Oh, oops. Then it shows that. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
What?
How old are you?
14.
Okay, jeez. Here, let me... Is it that? Yeah, it is. There we go. Does that look better? Does that look better, everyone? Or no? On TikTok. Did you get a new house? I did. Think of the hand art. What's up, how old are you?
I did.
I'm one!
I just went to the store and just got one really quick. Lower the text. I got you. Is that better? TikTok, is that better with the text or no? No? Okay. How about that? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Sarah, thank you for the $6. Thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really hope that we can help you have a better day, Sarah. Yo, what's up? How old you said you are? Why would I speak like Yoda? How old are you? 18? What's your birth year?
2006.
2006. What month?
January.
Okay. Wouldn't you be 19?
No.
No? Parker's anxiety pen. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Welcome to Parker After Dark. Crazy. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. And Dino, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so fucking horrible. Keep a lookout for messages on her account. Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's actually disgusting that's what they're fucking that's literally so disgusting. They're taking away people's access to healthcare like that. It's actually horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you do support Donald Trump, we are just looking for some debates. Send a guest request right now. Otherwise, make sure to like the stream. It helps push it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my gosh!
Okay. At least, chat, you won't have to hear all those like random connection and disconnection things. Like that won't happen anymore. So that's a plus. Potato, thank you for the 65 SEK. Thank you so much. I'd have to see. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
25.
35?
25.
25? Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could vote for him, would you vote for him?
Yes.
Yeah? Why so?
Because for me, Trump is the best president.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I think they're trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker.
Yeah, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 22, bro. I just wanted to say I be watching your videos and I fuck with your content, bro.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, my man, you are late. You are so late today, man. You got.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know I am. You know, I was banned on all my accounts today, except for I just got this account back at 7:15. So that's why I am live a bit later. I just want, by the way, letting everyone know, in terms of like the like updates for when I'm going live, I have like a thing on Instagram that I opened up that you can click on that has live stream updates that I'm updating practically every day. So I would recommend checking that out. I also like put up a community note on YouTube as well for everyone to go check that out. What's your Insta? Just Parker, get a job. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We're going to start getting some debates up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
Well, I support the administration for my beliefs. I'm pro-life.
Okay. For your beliefs, you're pro-life. You support the administration. I have a question. Do you think it's justified to use violence to stop genocide?
In what context?
Like, you understand there's a mass murder of babies in the country. Would you think it's justified to use the force and violence necessary to prevent that from happening by maybe harming people to prevent them from doing that?
Luckily, we can restrict abortion without harming people in 99% of cases.
Well, for the cases in situations where it's legal in certain states, like for example, for people in California, would you think it's justified for you to go into California and kill people to prevent them from killing fetuses? Right? Like doctors.
No.
Why not? Don't you think that they're committing systemic murder?
Yeah, but
So then why wouldn't you think it's justified to kill them if that's the only way to prevent them from killing the fetus?
Because it's not the only way. We can ban it federally.
But to assume that it is, if it was the only way in a certain context, would you be okay with it?
No.
Okay, so then I'm confused. Do you if
There's no
if it were
contradiction
a
there.
baby, if it were a newborn, would you think it's justified?
To kill someone? No.
Yeah,
It's never
to
justified
prevent
kill
them
someone.
from killing the newborn. Like if some dude is trying to kill a newborn, is it justified to kill them in order to prevent them from killing the newborn if that's the only way to prevent them from killing a newborn?
Oh, well, it's different if they're unborn, but that's still.
What's different about it?
But just because there's a distinction doesn't mean that they have the.
No,
That doesn't take their right to be murdered away from them. Like they should still have a right to not be murdered.
Okay, so you do think that it doesn't have the same value as if it were specifically born, but
Right, but that doesn't. That doesn't.
I
mean
don't.
it's okay
How
to-
does birth give it more value?
Higher level of sentience.
Okay, so sentience is what grants it value.
Well, not completely.
No,
The potential to life.
just the potential for life.
Yeah.
Why? Why just the potential for life? Because like that's isn't that true for sperm and eggs?
Well, if it's implanted, yeah.
Appreciate the galaxy our subscription. Thank you so much. What if the sperm and egg are implanted? What?
Like if it's on the track to becoming a baby, yeah.
So you know, there's potential for life. Like when me and my girlfriend are engaging in intercourse, it would be wrong for me to pull out.
No, I'm saying.
But there's potential life there, bro.
Are you gonna let me talk?
You act like I talked over you a lot, bro. Chill.
You're right. Anyways, no, I'm saying like once it's in the implanted into the uterus, that's when I grant value.
Implantation? Why? What's the difference prior to implantation and after implantation?
I guarantee that it will become a baby.
It's not guaranteed. There's miscarriages.
All right, like 99% of the time.
Okay, well, you could say the same thing 0.1 second prior to implantation. There's no distinction in probability.
What does it matter?
Wait, you said the distinction is based on probability. That was your standard. Why does it matter? Did you just ask why your own
No,
standard
like,
matters?
what is a 0.1 second? Like, why does that matter?
I said 0.1 second prior to implantation.
Okay, sure, I value it then. What does it matter?
You value it prior to implantation? I thought you said implantation is what grants it value. What grants it
Yeah.
value? Because
If it
0.1
has
second
the
prior
potential-
to implantation is not
Anything that
occurring
has
yet.
the potential to become a baby.
Everything has the potential. What?
And like if you have the potential to one day be a living human being, I grant you value.
Well, that's okay. So that would be true at conception, correct?
Yeah.
So do you think it's murder for someone to kill like a zygote? Like if I had a petri dish right now, where I had a zygote within that
Will
petri
it one
dish,
day be implanted?
wait, does that matter?
Yeah, it does.
Why?
Because with that, because if it's not going to be implanted, then there's no potential for life.
Potential. It's already living.
Like to be a human is what I mean.
It's already human.
Like to be a sentient human is what I'm saying.
Why
You're
is-
arguing
wh-
semantics right now.
I have a question. Why is the
What?
potential for sentience valuable, but not the past or like present? Why do you consider cellular life valuable, given that there's a future subjective experience, rather than valuing it once there's a past or present subjective experience?
I value both. I can hold a conjunct.
Okay, so for some reason you just care about cellular life. Okay, if you just care about cellular life, right, then why don't you care about cellular life alone, maybe?
What do you mean? I value anything that can one day become a sentient human.
So you value anything that one day will become a sentient human. Okay, I have a question. A zygote that in a million years will become a sentient human being. Do you consider it valuable? Where's the summer
Of
solstice?
course.
Do you think that we should have to keep it on like, you know, different types of things until it becomes sentient?
Well, I don't think it would last that long.
You don't think it would last that long? What do you mean?
Like it would either become a living human or in a million years it'll probably degrade and decompose.
We're giving you a hypothetical for
Yeah,
testing
and I
consistency.
reject it because it's illogical. It'll decompose by then.
Okay. When you say it's illogical, you're assuming certain conditions that were not assumed in the hypothetical. But I'll run with your point. We'll give you a hypothetical that you would like to respond to in terms of like a scenario that you would consider relevant. Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
This is a good talking point. No.
Okay,
But
but like it is the
what
case
if- what
that
if I believe
not
in the
only can it
banning of
prevent
IUDs?
implantation, but it can not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, meaning it prevents a fertilized egg from implanting into the uterine wall. If that is the case, then clearly you would consider that murder, correct? Because it was
But it
on
only happens
track to be a
1% of the
sentient
time.
human being. Well, in that 1% of time, is it murder?
I think it happens so little for like it's so.
In that 1% of
happened-
time, would it be murder? Oh, by the way, if you dropped like a thing that would in 1% of scenarios, or actually if you engage in an action that in 1% of scenarios leads to the death of an infant or a death of a kindergartner, would you think that action is wrong typically?
Yeah.
Okay, well then
Yeah.
that's this case then, right?
No, because it's less moral value.
Oh, Okay, so then you consider zygotes of less moral value, even though they're on track for a subjective experience in the future. So is it
In
that
its
you?
current state,
Okay,
yeah.
so then here's my question. Then, if it's so less valuable, well, then please, why do you consider?
I didn't say it was so less valuable.
Well, it sounds so less valuable there. Wouldn't you consider like the desires and the aspirations and the goals of the sentient woman who's pregnant, right, over the zygote that has no subjective experience yet, or ever if you get an abortion?
Unless the woman's life is on the line, then that baby should be brought to term.
Okay, so like if there's a zygote, or not, like sorry, not a zygote. If there's a child, right, that has been assaulted, do you think that in that scenario that they should be forced to go through a pregnancy?
Well, luckily that happens like 0.1% of
No,
abortions.
don't say that
so-
happens 0.1. That's ridiculous. Can you answer the question? Do you think that
How is that
child?
ridiculous?
Do you think that child should be forced to go through a pregnancy?
No, I can hold an exception there, but like I said, that happens so
Okay, so
non-frequently.
do you think any woman who's assaulted should also have that exception? Like they should be allowed to get access to an abortion?
What's the point of making a distinction
different.
between a woman and a child?
Well, I was asking you if you make that distinction. Oh, wait, actually, good question. What's the point of making a distinction between a woman and a child? You should view them differently in a moral sense there, right? Regardless of whether or not it's a woman and a child, right? You think that it would be considered bad, right?
Yeah, I can hold an exception there, but
Here's
like
my
I
question
said,
then.
that's one.
Watch this, chat. Watch this. Here's my question then. Do you think that you would vote for someone called Donald Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
I'm not going to engage in this
Why not?
because he didn't do that.
I'm just asking though. Like, I thought you don't make a distinction in a moral sense. Okay, so if you don't make a distinction in a moral sense, clearly that's not distinct from what happened in reality. Would you vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
This is a moot point
Oh, he can't respond, can he? Why can't you respond, bro?
because what does this prove?
You know this.
How
you know
does
this got.
relate-
You know
how does
this.
this disprove my?
You know this got you
abortion
because
stance?
because you view men like women and children here in a moral sense, right? Equally, right? So like if it is the case that right, if it happens to a woman, if the victim is a woman or the victim is a child, well, you won't view it as more wrong in one scenario compared to the other. That's kind of like what you just brought up in the prior scenario. So then, like, my point in terms of then doing that is that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. So if there's no distinction in a moral sense, well, then I'm asking you the question: would you vote for Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
I'm saying we can hold exceptions in the case of sexual assault, but that's 1% of abortions.
Wait, hold up. I want you to
99%?
answer my specific question.
No, I'm not going to,
Why not?
because it's a moot point.
No, then
There's,
respond
there's
to
no
it.
there's no winning outcome for me.
There's no winning. So you agree that you look bad no matter what. So
Well, yeah,
you,
but it
you
doesn't
agree
disprove
that I've
anything.
constructed an argument that no matter how you respond, you're fucked. That's called a
But
checkmate,
it doesn't-
buddy.
it doesn't
That's called a
disprove
checkmate.
anything.
Do you know what that's called? It's called a checkmate, bud.
It doesn't disprove
You can
anything,
see
though.
the checkmate, and instead of acknowledging that your position is wrong, you're like, I'm not gonna respond, bro. I'm not gonna respond.
How's my position wrong? I told you there could be exceptions in the case of sexual assault.
Okay, but we're not talking about abortion here. We're saying if Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you vote for him still?
But it's
No
in relation
response.
to abortion. That's why you brought it up.
Just answer the question. I promise you, I'll
Nope.
wrap it back in.
No.
Why not?
Well, it's a good thing he didn't.
Can you answer the question though?
Nope.
Why not?
Because there's no
I'm
good
gonna
outcome.
keep farming until you answer the question. I will farm as many trees
yeah, I would.
as is needed. I will go through as many axes as I have to in order to be able to get this loot. I promise you. So answer the question.
Yeah, I would, but I would only do it for the administration.
What? So you would vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
For the administration.
Oh wait, is there something that Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support him?
Like what?
No, I just asked you, is there something Donald Trump could do to get you to not support him?
Give me an example.
No, I'm asking you to give me an example. Hello?
You gave me a ridiculous question. I gave you a ridiculous answer.
That wasn't a ridiculous question. I asked you,
Yeah,
is
it
there
is.
something that Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support him? That's not a ridiculous question.
Yeah, I'm not in a cult.
Then answer the question. Give me an example.
No, the burden of example is on you.
No, I'm asking you for the example, and you're not providing it right now because you're scared, bro.
I'm not scared. You
Provide the
you had to
example
switch
then.
the topic to Trump
Provide the example.
because you can't debate me on abortion.
Pumpkin, thank you for the $5. Just provide the example, and then yes, we will continue. And I did debate you on abortion.
And then you had to switch the topic.
No, I promised you I would wrap it in, but you don't want to answer the question. So we're spending how many more minutes on the conversation because you won't answer the questions?
You create an unwinnable hypotheticals when you're losing. That's what you do.
I appreciate the money gun. No, it's called a checkmate in a fucking debate, genius. Danielle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Like, I don't know why you're mad that like I beat you in the debate and I made it so it's like impossible for you to answer something under your own perspective. Nothing?
I mean, would you ask me, bro? If I would vote for Trump if he abused a child?
If you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child.
No.
No, you wouldn't. Okay, so if there's no moral distinction, right, in terms of like women and children specifically in terms of like them being a victim, right, of a sexual assault, right? Then it is the case that you wouldn't provide that as a distinction, the fact that the victim were a child versus the victim being a woman, as a reason to dispute why you would support, or I mean, as a reason to support why you'd support Donald Trump in the scenario in which the victim were a woman, but not if the victim were a child. Because you're saying you would vote for Donald Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, but you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child. And again, you already said that that's not a good enough distinction.
And how does this relate to abortion?
You brought up the argument, and I saw when you provided the argument that it was a checkmate against you, so I provided the argument to show you that it was a checkmate. Like you just
I'm
like
still not
when
seeing how it's tied.
when providing your argument for abortion, the commitments that you had in arguing that for abortion then led you to then not supporting Donald Trump based upon that reasoning.
I told you I supported him for my pro-life position.
I understand, but regardless of his pro-life position, you wouldn't vote for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, right?
Well, yeah, because it gets to a point, bro.
Okay, well, why is it not at that point when the victim is a woman?
Because it's a minor. It's more crimes. It's more.
I thought you just said that that wasn't a relevant distinction.
Well, I'm just gonna try. There's more. It's another crime. It's 2 crimes instead of 1. How about that?
How?
Because not only is it rape is a crime, and so is abusing a minor. So it's 2 crimes instead of 1. More laws broken.
So it's graping a minor, right?
Yeah, and this
Yeah.
in addition to sexual assault, that's also a crime.
What? Oh, I'm
What do you
sorry.
mean,
Is
what?
grape of a woman not sexual assault?
I'm saying it is, and I'm saying on top of that,
Then
it's
what's
rape
the
of a minor.
distinction? I'm confused. It's the
More
same crime.
More crime.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so in the case where it was a child, right? It's
Wait,
a minor.
I'm sorry. Are
and
you
it's
saying
assault.
that the victim being a child makes it more of a criminal act?
No, I'm saying it's more than 1 crime because it's a child and
That
sexual
doesn't-
assault. So
Wait, okay. I just want to let you know. Grape is grape. That's one
I understand.
thing. I'm confused what your point is. Like,
it's more crime because it's a minor.
what does that
another
even? What do you
crime
mean
on
more
top.
crime? What the fuck does that mean?
It's more than 1 felony. Is it not?
I'm not quite sure how many felonies is considered under the law. I'm confused what your point is. I'm sorry. Can you give me a reason that you provide a distinction between, right, the scenarios, in the scenario in which the victim of grape is a woman versus the victim is a child, and into one scenario you're like, I'm not going to support Donald Trump if the victim is a child, but if the victim's a woman, you're totally okay with supporting the guy.
And millions and millions of other people agree with me.
Yeah, and I'm asking you why. Because like if I sat down and had a conversation with every Trump supporter, I guarantee like 40% of them would concede on this point.
I mean,
Because like I literally went on Jubilee and I asked the entirety of the conservative side, would you support Donald Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Raise your hand if you would. And only a few people did. So most people, when hearing that, wouldn't support Donald Trump. They just need it explained to them. They need to go through the conversation. They need to walk through the steps of this specific dialogue. And if they don't do that, then they can ignore it within their own heads.
All right. Well, that's all I got.
You got nothing else? You're going to run away? Nothing?
I can't. I told you it's an unwinnable outcome.
It's
You know that.
unwinnable. So are you saying a debate against me is unwinnable for a maggot individual?
When you create hypotheticals like that, yeah.
No, when I just
But they-
am so
they
good
don't
at
disprove
constructing
anything, though.
hypotheticals. When I'm
All
so
they
good
do
at
is-
constructing hypotheticals, I just can't fucking lose. That's what he just said. He just said, I can't fucking win against Parker because the hypotheticals that he constructs destroy my arguments. That's literally what you just said.
They don't though.
What?
I was talking about. I told you I'd give exceptions.
You said
in
it's
the case of-
unwinnable. What does win mean?
I told you because the only reason you brought this up was because we were talking about abortion, and you brought up the if a child was
Yeah,
raped, right?
because something that you were committed to in terms of arguing abortion then bit you
but
in the ass.
you didn't let me, bro. I tried saying multiple times that I'll for the sake of the debate, I'll give an exception in the case of rape.
Yeah, that means you don't fucking actually hold the position. The fact that you'd say it's okay for literally a woman specifically to not be able to allow to get access to an abortion because she's assaulted is ridiculous. And you say you only are willing to
what are you
concede.
talking about?
You said you're only willing to concede on that point for the live. What? Does that mean that you hold the position on a private standpoint?
No, I don't.
Then what the hell does it mean?
What do you? I'm saying I'll give the exception.
Yeah, but you just said for the live.
What?
You said for the purposes of the live, right?
My position is pro-life with exceptions, but I forgot to mention that.
Sure. Can I ask another question then?
Yep.
Again, do you think it's murder for women to use an IUD in the circumstances in which it leads to the death of the zygote?
Yeah.
You do think it's murder? Do you think murderers should go to prison?
No, the administrator.
No?
The person administering it.
You don't think murderers should go to prison?
They should.
Okay.
But
You do.
what I'm saying is
you do think
They
murderers should go to
didn't. They
prison?
don't know. They don't necessarily know that they're doing that.
Okay, so you do think that murderers should be in prison. Given that they are murderers under your position, do you think women who have IUDs that then kill the zygote specifically, right? Do you think in those circumstances that they should go to prison?
No.
Okay, so you just contradicted yourself. You said murderers should go to prison. You consider them murderers, therefore, under your view, they should go to prison, but you don't think that. So it makes me think that you don't actually think that they're murderers.
It's because they don't know that they're doing it.
Oh, they don't know? I'm confused. What do you mean they don't know?
They don't know they're committing murder.
What do you mean they don't know?
They don't know that they're killing the potential for life.
If I drop an IED, like in a children's classroom with a 1% chance that it's going to, like, unalive a fetus, right? In that particular scenario, right, would I be culpable for it, given that I didn't know it ended up blowing up?
Yeah, you would.
I would. So then what's the distinction in terms of culpability?
Less moral value. However, that doesn't.
Wait, I said a fetus.
Oh, you said a fetus.
Yeah.
So
There's no distinction in moral value, under your view at least.
wait, can you say it again?
There's no distinction in moral value under your view at least.
Not that part, bro. The part before.
I don't know. I'm elevated.
Are you actually?
Yes. Speaking of which, maybe not enough.
All right.
You got anything else?
All right. No. Yeah, I don't have anything else.
No, but like seriously, think about my point though, because I think that does actually like serve as like a reason to not be pro-life there. Because like realistically, it's going to end up reducing your value to you care about past or present and future subjective experience.
So what's a better position to hold as a pro-lifer?
Well, not to be pro-life anymore. It's to hold my position.
I know, but to win a debate, like, what's the best conservative you've ever debated?
I haven't heard any good responses to my arguments, like in terms of this. Like people are going to argue from your perspective what's called flow, which is the same thing that you just argued, right? But like in a more constructive, or I guess in a more like specific philosophical sense, like it's under the specific norms in philosophy.
Is Hayden
compared
Rodea a
to-
good debater?
No. I mean, but he probably has gotten better. I mean, he looks like he tries to do better. Like in the video that he made where he debated us, you know, he actually made a video after, like going over the things that he did wrong. I think that's really good. So although
Yeah.
I don't think that he's like some incredible debater currently, he is showing that he wants to learn, you know, and change his views by making a video
Yeah.
like that. So I actually give a lot of props for making a video like that, but I don't think that like he provided some really like killer argument or something like that.
The
Sage,
one
thank you,
the
$2,
one
thank you.
hypothetical he posed I thought was pretty interesting was the 10 pigs versus the newborn who will die.
No, it doesn't.
age of
It actually doesn't because we hold a conjunction when it relates to that as well.
I don't think he understood what a conjunct was.
Yeah, it's okay though. I mean, like he'll learn that. Like that's something that's honestly like it takes a second to be able to understand. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna, if someone doesn't understand a conjunct right away, like I'm not gonna, get mad at them. That's why actually when I describe my view, oftentimes I won't even mention the conjunct in most scenarios,
Yeah.
if it makes sense. But like if someone asks about it, I'll clarify the conjunct exists.
All right.
But yeah, you should hold my view, man.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Have a good night. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I need to catch up, everyone. I'm so behind. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube and on TikTok. Tap that screen. Nydia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Dallas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Tania, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chelsea, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Sid with the $75. Thank you so much. For my dad said something super gross and disappointing today. I won't get into it, but your stream made me feel safe again. Like, hold up, I'm clicking on it. Like it always does. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. I'm so sorry. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Russell, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Russell. I really appreciate that. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Can you shout out my mom for me? She passed away from stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and she would love everything you're doing. Her name is Stacy. Keep killing it. Can we get some W's for Stacy in the comment section right now? And rest in peace for Stacy in the comment section right now. Seriously. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Adriana Smith was declared brain dead and forced to stay on life support that her family now is responsible for paying. She was literally rotting. So he was born at 25 weeks. Not just born, literally harvested from her dead body. Absolutely. That poor family. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cassandra. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cassandra. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And why do you do that?
I mean, and I've heard you a lot, and I agree with you. There's things about him I'm not a fan of, right? So, I mean, just straightforward with that. Like, there's things, yeah, I agree. There's things I don't like about him, but ultimately he aligned.
Can you tell
with
me
me
your
more.
birth year real quick?
86.
86?
Yeah.
How old are you again?
37, 38. Birthday's in August.
I'm sorry. You do sound really young. That's not like
Oh.
supposed to be like a diss or anything. I'm just saying in general.
I got that. Cool.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So no, like, yeah, there's things I don't like about him, right? So I'm not voting for a perfect president because they don't exist.
Matt, thank you for the 30-month subscription. Give me some W's for Matt with a 30-month subscription. So yeah, but
He
like,
aligns with me more
I understand.
morally.
So how does he align with you more morally?
Like, so even the stuff like, because I'm Christian, right? So I get this. You had a lot of these conversations, and I could be wrong in some areas, but it seems like he's aligning more in the Christian values. So I go that way, and also more with just I'm more give the power to the state and the federal government,
Can I ask you
and
this
he's
question?
done that. Well, yeah, sure, of course you
Well,
can.
think of the description. Can you name one Christian norm that he upholds outside of the context of abortion?
One Christian norm, so like supporting Israel or supporting life, right? Or like, yes, I'm struggling at the moment. Like, fair, and that can look bad. I get that.
I mean, I don't think it's even something that's necessitated from Christianity to support Israel.
No, and it could be viewed both ways, right? Whether you're saying, well, is it the Israel of the Old Testament or is it the nation, right? And so I've heard those debates.
Clearly, it's referencing the
get that.
past, right? Like
Yeah.
that's
Well-
at least like if you're gonna say that the Old Testament is referencing the past in terms of slavery, well, you clearly have to say that here as well.
Yeah, except Israel is always seen as the chosen people of God. So
But what country are they referencing? Are they referencing the same country today as what they were referencing then, or is it just using the same name?
and that's a good conversation to have. Like, and I'm not well versed in that way, but for me, where I sit now, until someone can educate me otherwise, I would say it's the people. So if you name Israel the country, something else, whatever, it's the people, the Jewish people. So, and that's my understanding now. And so he supports that, and so I support that. He supports the state having authority over the federal government having authority.
Wait, but
I
like,
support
hold
that.
up. This isn't like a Christian norm specifically. Like, can you give me a specific Christian norm?
Not at the moment, Parker, and you're right for asking me that, and I'm
Because
ill
like
prepared.
I think that's like a pretty important. Like, for example,
No, you're right.
I can give
If
you
I'm gonna say
examples
that,
of
I need
things
to
that
be able to
Kamala
give an
Harris supports
example.
that are like that, like the expansion to the child tax credit, the housing tax credit,
Yeah, that actually
the
kind of sucks.
limiting the
Like,
effect
not
of
what she
medical
did,
debt
but
on your credit, right? Like
yeah,
those types of things
they matter,
are what
right?
you'd probably demonstrate as Christian norms to take care of people in your community, right?
Well, kind of. I mean, so yes and no. Like, I would say that my choice, like if we were to push back to the state having power over the federal government having power, my choice to support the poor is to me more in line with Christian values than me being forced to support the poor, right? I think there's a place for taxation, but I think that being forced to do something removes the help me with the word, but like the I don't know, the choice though, right? The intent behind it. So even with your conversation about abortion, right? And people get stuck with you on the IUD, right? But when people have intercourse,
Wait.
don't
What was
people
your
have
birth year?
natural abortions?
What was your birth year again?
86,
And how old are you?
37. Birthday's in August.
Wouldn't you be 39
No.
or 38? You'd be 38, right?
In August,
You'd be 38 turning 39.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
August 86. That's my birthday. I don't pay attention to age, man. I'm sorry, but
What?
August.
It's your own
August
age.
86.
It's your
I know.
own. It's your
Honestly,
own
though,
age. What do you mean you don't
I
pay
know.
attention to age?
I don't. It's weird, but I don't. 86, August of 86 is my birthday. But back to what we were saying, right? So I don't know.
So then you didn't even know that you were 38 years old.
So can we have the conversation, or are we going to focus on the fact that I slipped on my age?
Well, I just want to let you know, like that, like that wasn't
Sure,
even
I
like you
hear you.
accidentally said that. That was like you actually thought
Yeah,
that's how
I did,
old you
because
were.
I literally don't pay attention to my age. Like, it literally is a thing that I hear you. It's weird, right? A lot of people say that. Exactly your reaction to me. It's not the first time. I get it.
Okay. All right.
Yep. But crap, now I forgot my thought. We were talking about, you were talking about, like, is it murder if we have this IUD, right?
Wait, hold up. What were we just? We were just talking about something else.
Intent of choice, right? If you're going to force me to help the poor, or if I'm going to choose to help the poor. And so I'm bringing that into the intent
Yeah.
of the IUD, because you ask a
Hold on,
lot of people.
I just want to let you know, when you say forced to pay for the quote unquote poor, you know that Donald Trump's signing off on more debt related spending, right? The idea that you are going to be spending, having to pay more money if Democrats were in office is a ridiculous concept, right?
Well,
Democrats are actually more
right?
fiscally responsible if you look at the actual data.
I mean, I don't know that any government official is fiscally responsible, but
No, I said more fiscally responsible.
I know. I hear you. But at the same time, any government agency isn't.
There
So
are
I
there
hear
are
you say
spectrums
more.
of fiscal responsibility,
Yep.
right?
And
We
that's
can
what I'm saying.
acknowledge that, right?
Yes, absolutely. There are spectrums. Even within parties, there's spectrums, right? Some people within the Democratic or Republican Party are worse or better. I think you could agree with that too. But the intent of choice with the IUD, even when you have intercourse, isn't there a chance that the fetus aborts?
What?
Intent is the main point I'm making. Intent, whatever the subject. But here, we're talking about, you had mentioned with the last caller, like, and he was getting tripped up. Like, okay, well, if you do this fertilization to have a baby, and 1% of them die, isn't that murder? That was your question to him, right?
No, I said in 1% of those cases, right? If that is when
Then
it
it
happens,
aborts.
in
Yep.
those cases, are they murderers? And he has to
Correct.
say yes.
Right. Now, if you have intercourse, isn't there a chance of it aborting, just naturally?
You mean miscarriage?
Yes, right? Yeah. Yep.
What's your point?
Yes, it's a miscarriage, but medically it's still filed as an abortion. But because the fetus aborts,
No,
it's
no, no,
an
no, no,
abortion.
no, no. Abortion's
Either
intentional.
way.
Abortion's
So
abortion is intentional.
okay, so I'll go with that. I'll adjust myself. So the miscarriage happens. So that fetus dies. It was fertilized and it dies. Is that murder?
Wait, say that one more time.
So if there's a miscarriage, is that murder?
No. What?
I agree with you. I fully agree. Because the intent of it was to have a child. The fetus miscarriage. It's not abortion. It's not murder. So why is it murder?
No. It's simply just they didn't cause it.
Because there's of natural results, right? Miscarriage just, it happened. They didn't force it to happen.
They didn't force it to. I'm
trying
like,
to
like they didn't cause it to happen.
Right. It just naturally it happened. They didn't make it happen with a miscarriage. Isn't that the case with a IUD?
No, they do because it's a intentional aspect of an IUD.
Like they
To
purposely designed
it purposely exists to prevent pregnancy.
It doesn't prevent, it actually aborts.
It not only does it prevent fertilization, it also prevents implantation. So if you
And I'm sorry,
value,
Parker, I might be saying the
like
wrong word.
let me clarify. If you value a fertilized egg at conception because life
Yep.
begins at conception, well then you're
Yep.
saying that it's murder because that happens after the point of conception. Implantation happens after conception, and that's the point of the beginning of pregnancy. Implantation,
Yeah.
that's the
So
process that causes the beginning of pregnancy.
So the IUD, does it prevent it or does it abort it?
An IUD prevents the implantation. So it prevents the fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall in some cases in which it doesn't prevent fertilization.
And it's those in some cases that you're focusing on where you're saying, but in those cases,
Yeah, in those cases it would be murder under his view. Yeah.
under my view,
If
like
you consider
I
you consider it a person at conception, which would be ridiculous under my I don't think that you actually consider a zygote a person. By no means. There's no way you actually fucking value a zygote. Like, I genuinely, like, I think that people just need to have a conversation about it. Sit down for a second and be like, dude, what is more valuable? A sentient pregnant woman and her desires, her goals, her aspirations about her life, or literally a fucking single cell organism that if you were to, like, literally stop from existing, would have literally never existed in any sentient capacity.
Right? I hear that. But if we go back to intent, because I hear what you're saying, right? Like this thing at this point, at an hour, at a week, at maybe 23 days, I forget the marker that you've said before. But it kind of like before this point, like it's a couple cells, it never existed. But if we go to intent, because I agree with those exceptions, right? Life on the line, essay, all that stuff, right? Sure, like protect those people. They did not intend for that to happen. But if I am with my wife or whoever, we intended that to happen. If I choose to have sex,
You obviously
but if I chose to have sex,
you choose to have sex. That does not mean you choose to get pregnant.
The byproduct of that action every time is a baby.
I understand, but like when it comes to something like this, that is not an intentional aspect of it that we want to happen. For someone who's engaging, listen to this. For someone who's engaging in the usage of birth control, the intention in the usage of birth control is to prevent pregnancy. That's the whole basis of doing it. That's their intention when they utilize it. I just want to clarify. But when we talk specifically about people engaging in sex, their intention, even if it is an impact, right, that could possibly come from this, it doesn't mean that that's what their intention is in that scenario. But again, when it comes to birth control, yes, it's their intention because they want to prevent pregnancy. That's the very basis of them using it.
Right.
Thank you, Professor. I really appreciate all the galaxies. Thank you so much.
I get that.
These are W's for Professor in the comment section. William with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I get you. Don't worry. Thank you so much, William. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 or the $10. Thank you so much. And then Sid with the $50. Thank you so much for, you know what, Lowell? He deserves to get called out. My dad said for the second time, by the way, that he would say the same stuff about me. That Trump said about his daughter. MAGA is losing it. It's so extremely disappointing. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sid. That's fucking crazy. That's literally so crazy.
Parker, can you help me with something? Because I
Close
think
the
I'm seeing
Vandar.
what
That's
you're.
so insane. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that, Sid. That's so fucking crazy. Yeah, Sid, you can always message me. Always let me know. I'm so sorry to hear that. Go ahead. You're saying, Gibble?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I think I'm seeing what you're saying. I mean, it makes sense, but so if we change the subject away from abortion or any of that, and we go to drinking, right? I drink for the intent of having fun that night, or I drink for the flavor, or I drink for give me 100 different reasons, right? We drink. The consequence of that, though, could be if we, especially if we're not monitoring it, it could be a nasty hangover, right?
You don't want someone to get a hangover, though, right?
Well, no, I don't want someone to be intoxicated to that level. If they have a drink, fine, but I
You don't
mean,
want someone to be what?
not to. I don't want someone
You,
to black out drunk, right? Like I don't want people to have a
wait. By the
hangover.
way, you
No,
don't. By the way, you don't have to get blackout drunk to get a
I know,
hangover.
I know, I know. I understand that, but yes, I was just throwing out examples. I don't want someone to get blackout drunk. I don't want someone to have a hangover. I don't want them to have that, but they make that choice, and then they have to live with that consequence, right? I mean, that's a fair statement to make, right? If I choose to get drunk enough to get a hangover, then that's on me.
Like in
Or
what
is that
sense? Like of course, like yeah, like you can do things to prevent yourself from getting a hangover. I'm confused what your point is, but like I wouldn't be like, oh, you deserved the hangover.
well, don't I though? I mean, if I
No,
didn't
no.
take
What
the
the fuck?
steps
Why?
to,
Why,
well,
dude?
because I
What?
chose to
Like
do it, right?
for
If I
Okay.
drink
By the way,
enough
I
to
have a
get,
question. I have a question. If your mom drank alcohol, would you be
yeah,
like, you fucking deserve to get to feel like shit after drinking alcohol? No, you wouldn't fucking say that. What?
I
Bro,
wouldn't
you
see
need
the
to go
difference
outside
though,
and touch
Parker.
grass, bro.
Parker,
You don't want people to feel like shit, right? Obviously you
no,
don't.
no, but Parker, think of the framing that you used. Would I say that to her? No, she's my mom, and I love her. Like I love my mom. I really do. She's a wonderful woman.
Yeah, obviously if you love someone, then you wouldn't treat them that way.
I don't want them to feel bad, but love isn't always coddling. I'm not saying it's
What do
heavy-handed
you mean
brutal.
by coddling?
Protecting too much can be hurting. Would you agree with that?
Protecting too much can be. Can you explain to me how me saying that like I'm gonna be there to be supportive of someone to take care of them if they get a
But
hangover,
that's the framing that I'm talking
rather
about.
than doing whatever the fuck you want to do is
No,
somehow
no, but
worse?
that's Parker. That's the framing that I'm talking about.
What framing?
Like, no, framing it in the way that is like pitching me against, right? So it's like, oh, you deserve that. Like, no, no, of course I would not take
Spooky
that
thing
approach. That's
description.
cruel.
Okay, of
That's a
course that's
cruel
cruel. Yeah.
approach. Yeah, no, I agree with you. But I would have the real conversation that your actions resulted in this outcome. Don't want this outcome. Don't take these actions. Let me help you not take these
No,
actions.
no, or you could just give them things specifically that if you're going to do this, given that someone's going to do that, here are things that you can do to limit the likelihood of you getting a hangover.
Like not drinking that much.
Wait, but that doesn't mean that like you'd be like, oh, someone doesn't deserve health care if they get a fucking hangover. What?
But see that I guess you need to help me understand that example. That doesn't make sense. If
I
someone's going
think
to do
that
something to hurt
someone
themselves,
someone gets pregnant, right? You might say, oh, you should do some certain things like the use of birth control, but you wouldn't be
no,
like, oh, they shouldn't be able to get access to health care.
no, 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 no.
Okay.
Healthcare and you and I draw healthcare differently, right? And specifically on this subject, and maybe it's my lack of education. That I mean, I'm willing to say that. But to me, healthcare is I don't know. I don't know because that's just going to be an end for me. Like
What do you mean?
because I don't know how to articulate what I'm trying to say is what it is. Like I just don't know how to articulate it. But if we go back to the intent, because that's what I'm trying to draw out in this conversation is a conversation about intent. And if I drink, now I might not understand the first time I made a mistake. We could argue that kind of point in whatever other subjects too, right? We're human and we make stupid choices. But why wouldn't we want to teach someone the consequences? And I don't mean that like consequences is always bad, right? It's just an outcome. That the outcomes of a choice are sometimes that's that. You touch a hot stove, you get burned. That's that.
Push the hand hard. So do you agree with teaching children sex ed? Is that what you're saying?
I think I don't know that it's wrong. I think parents need to do a better job at it.
Okay, just saying parents do better, is that going to do something?
I do believe so. I think if parents are more active in their
I think
child's life in a positive
in,
way, then
wow.
yes, there's a positive
Hold up,
outcome.
hold up. You know what? I don't think anyone has ever considered this before. Do better.
Yes,
Yeah, of course.
do better.
But like, what are you trying to get from this? I'm confused. I feel like that's a trivial point that we understand.
Well, I hope. I know you do. I think, I believe you do. Hearing you debates, I think you understand that. I wonder if a lot of people
Yes,
understand that.
I'm confused what you're understanding here in this conversation by saying that.
I don't know how that came about, but I was talking about the drinking, right? And the outcomes. Oh, that's how it came about. Is because I would have that conversation. You kind of framed it in a cruel way, but sometimes it's not intended to be cruel, even if it's perceived as cruel. But Park, if you and I are buddies, and I want to help you not have hangovers, I'm going to have the conversation with you like, bro, if you don't drink so much, if you hydrate a bit and stop drinking so much, you're not going to get the hangover. And maybe your body is
actually the example that I provided.
well, so we're saying the same thing then.
Then I'm confused what your point is. Can you provide
Well, so
me?
then the intent behind then say
I'm confused.
we're
What's
just having
what's your
sex.
point? What's your relation to abortion here?
Because and thank you, I'm bringing it there is if we're talking that we got to understand the outcomes
Diane,
of
thank the 10-month
that.
subscription.
Like you're trying to bring out the outcome of an IUD is we got to consider is that if we're going to take it that stands on murder, I got to consider, okay, well, should I support that then? I think that's a real valid point that you're bringing up to a lot of people like myself. But I think there's another intent to consider. If I have sex, I have baby. And am I okay with that? And if I'm not okay with that, maybe I need to consider not doing it. Because I know the outcome. Like if I use an IUD,
Are you telling people to stop having sex? Is that what you're saying?
I would say stay celibate until you're married. Like that's my stance there, right?
Well, I have a quick answer.
No, that's not culturally or normal, but that's just my personal, and I'm not going to force that on someone, but that's my stance.
Okay, cool.
I think that.
I
think that.
I'm not going to do that, right?
Yeah, a lot of people don't. I get that.
Yeah, so I'm confused.
No,
what
I
your
get
point
that,
is.
but well, because
Are
then
you were
understand
you celibate till marriage?
Unfortunately, not. I think that a lot of people aren't. Like it's hard, man. You were both guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like at least take my integrity for what it's worth. I'm not gonna BS you on that. But
has nothing to do with the fact that you're just a guy. It has everything to do with the fact that you're a person. Obviously, you want to engage in intercourse prior to marriage, right? And that's totally fine.
No. I think it's understandable. I think though that goes to the intent, and parents do better, and those areas like at least understand what the outcome choice is and be willing to accept that outcome. If I understand the outcome is a hangover, and I'm still gonna get that drunk, I need to accept the fact I'm going to get a hangover. Likewise with sex. If I understand
what are you taking from this? What legally are you taking from this? Like what legal?
I don't know if there's a legal aspect, Parker. We're just kind of talking concepts.
We're talking about. I just want to clarify if you don't know what the live is about. We're talking about politics here. So we're talking about how you're going to apply your certain types of beliefs to the context of the law. So I'm confused. What argument are you making if you're not applying it in the law here in this context?
Okay, so I'll take it that way. Thank you for bringing me back on track with your live. I thank you for that. I like the fact, and I know there's these cases that you'll bring up. I hear that, and I don't have a resolution to that. I don't. But I like the fact that a state can have the authority to make that choice. And in proper context, the people of that
why do you care more about the rights of a state than you do about the rights of women?
Because I believe it's the collective group of the state that should be making that, not the politicians pushing agendas.
That's the Wait, so you think the politicians in the state legislature should be making the decision for women, not women themselves?
No. I'm sorry if I said that like that. I believe the people, proper representation of that state, should tell the politicians, and politicians enact the appropriate laws according to the people of that state.
So disproportionately men who vote for pro-life policy?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and that might be the case in some places, or it might be disproportionately the case for women voting for pro-choice. I mean,
Yeah,
we all have
that
votes.
is the case. Yeah, disproportionately women vote pro-choice.
No, and I mean, and then it gets passed, and it's not something that the rest of the people, like, right? Because it's the majority.
What?
So it could always be disproportionate one way or the other, Parker. It doesn't have to be men forcing over on women. It could go in any kind of direction.
No, I'm just saying that you're okay with the men in certain states restricting women's access to abortion.
Or women, if we're going to pitch sexes against each other.
Because we're saying
or
disproportionately
women-
men.
Or disproportionately women have enacting the law when men don't want it, if we're going to pitch sexes against each other. It works.
I'm
both
sorry.
ways.
Like 70% of Congress is men. Okay. So like you can't sit there and be like men aren't disproportionately in these different states going to be restricting women's
But
access to
Parker, that
abortion
goes
because
back to
they
what I
support
said.
pro-life policy. That's the
Right.
reality. That's the reality.
But that's the unfortunate reality.
Wait, so
I
why do you
agree.
think that choice should be up to, again, the state legislature rather than being up to the individual people?
But Parker, that's what I'm saying is what you just said. I think it should be up to the people.
Okay, well then you're
But-
pro-choice. Then you support Roe versus Wade.
If pro-choice in that state by the votes of the people. I am not-
Did you
I
know
am not
specifically
pro-choice.
that Roe versus Wade keeps it open to leave it up to the states after the point of viability? But prior to that point, it's federally protected. That's all Roe versus Wade does.
And because I'm not educated, so I'll just agree with you. If that's the case, Parker, then yes, for that state, right? It's not something I agree with. I don't like abortion. I don't want abortion. But if that's what the collective people in the state, not the legislator, not the politicians, no agenda.
How about
driver,
this? If the collective people within the United States disproportionately want there to be abortion access federally legal, should it be federally legal?
I don't think it should be a federal matter.
Why? Why should it be up to the states rather than federal? Why shouldn't, if you want to move it down to the states, why don't you move it down to the counties? Why don't you move it down even further to the households? Why don't you move it down even further to the individuals maybe? Then you're back to Roe versus Wade.
Because I think, well, at least in the middle grounds between the federal and the counties, right? So state or the individual, but the individual has to adhere to the laws of the state. So there becomes breakdowns when you go to the individual. So you got to draw a point somewhere. And I think at the state level, you have that where it's more manageable with a governor than with a federal, like it's just more manageable. It's less people. It's in your house.
How is
So-
it more? What do you mean more manageable? What the fuck does that mean? Isn't it more
Because
manageable
the
to make
scale-
it? Wait, by the way, isn't it more manageable to just make it legal?
No.
Why not?
Not necessarily.
Wouldn't it be harder to manage if it's illegal? Wouldn't
Is
you
it
think
more
so? Because then you
manageable to
have
make
to enforce
heroin
something.
legal?
If it's
Is
legal,
it more manageable
wait,
to
to,
make heroin
to
legal?
clarify, if it's legal, there's no enforcement. If it's illegal,
would
then
you-
there
would
is
you like
enforcement.
heroin to be
So it's
legal?
clearly harder to manage enforcement rather than no enforcement.
Sure. Okay, I'll agree with that. But would you want heroin legal?
You can't say that on
If
the
you
live.
legal-
You can't say that on the live.
Oh,
I have
sorry,
to kick you now.
sorry. No,
Well,
sorry.
I have
mean-
to kick you now because TikTok is gonna, restrict the stream. But yes, it should be illegal when it comes to certain things like that for producers, not for people who are taking it themselves. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
What's your birth year?
2003.
I'm sorry, it's really hard to hear you. Is there a way you can get close to your mic or
I'm sorry. My bad. 2003.
2003? And you said you're 21?
Yeah.
Okay, what month?
October 3rd.
October 3rd, and you're 21. Wouldn't you be
Yeah.
22?
No, October 3rd is my birthday. This year I'll be turning 22.
And you okay? And you're 2003, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel, look. I'm gonna admit you know more than me because you're well versed in this. I'm just giving my opinion. I obviously, I voted for Trump. Personally, I paid attention to the debates. I paid attention, to him versus Kamala. I personally felt that, Kamala didn't express her views and her opinions very well, and so I didn't really know how she aligned. And so, obviously, I know Trump has his faults. You know, he isn't a great man whatsoever. But when I have to pick between two people, I felt like he expressed, what he was going to do as president more than Kamala did.
You just spoke about. Listen to his answer. Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at
I'm going to
Alcatraz.
spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. My vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. Pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York. And, I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from New York, and it was.
He just keeps going.
The taxes.
I mean, that's one instance. I mean, I bet I could pull up a clip of Kamala doing the same thing.
This isn't just one instance. Wait, do you want to hear more? You want to hear more instances?
Well,
you know what?
You
just did something that you probably shouldn't have done, because there are plenty of more instances where this comes from.
Parker,
Hold up,
I joined this live. I joined this live to try to learn more about. I voted Republican, but I'm not classified as a Republican. I'm classifying myself as independent because I vote for.
Yeah, but you just said that Kamala Harris, clearly, under your view, is quote unquote incompetent and doesn't know how to
I didn't
say
say
things properly, right? And I just literally showed you Donald Trump being absolutely insane and ridiculous. Could you give me anything of Kamala Harris of doing anything similar?
Well, first of all, I didn't say that she's incompetent. I'm sure
that's
she's
actually
very
what you
competent.
were. That's actually what you were claiming. What were you claiming then?
I claim that I felt that she didn't express what she was going to do, and I may be wrong, but I felt like she didn't express what she was going to do as president.
She did.
I didn't.
She had a whole policy website specifically. Do you want me to explain her policies? She did describe this. At the debates, she described everything. Did you watch the debates?
I did, yeah.
Okay, so then you clearly saw Donald Trump totally incompetent, and Kamala Harris described literally every single thing. That's literally what happened at the debate. That you can't say otherwise. That's what the debate was.
That's kind of an invalid statement.
How?
She explained everything. She explained everything clearly, and he didn't.
Yeah.
Based on what? What do you mean?
Yeah, very clearly.
What? Do
you want me to give you examples of him not being coherent?
Could you give me examples of her being coherent?
Yes, absolutely. Right? She described.
I would like to see, because I'm trying to learn more, and I don't know if I made the right choice as voting for president. So I want to learn more. Like I said, I'm independent. I vote for the individual because the reality is.
I just want to clarify. She described that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She described that he was a threat to our democracy, our constitution, our rule of law. Am I able to finish?
Go ahead, but these are attacks against him. What was she going to do?
I understand, but yeah, I can tell you the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. There's literally a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket. We're getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit. Also, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are seniors. She wanted to expand specifically investments in renewable energy production in the United States. She was a big proponent of that, which I think is incredible, and how we should respond to the modern era, and how specific specifically we would actually reduce pollution deaths that happen to the scale of millions around the world. Millions of people died due to pollution, and we have the ability to invest in technology that we can then sell to the rest of the world that will allow for us to reduce that from happening. And you think that's not something that we should invest in, let alone not just pollution, let alone all of the other negative impacts of climate change? Because pollution isn't the only negative impact.
Well, look, I appreciate what she stood for. I felt that she didn't, personally, I felt that she didn't clearly, get those points across, but that may be my own fault. But I appreciate that you educating me on what she was talking about instead of just solely attacking, the side that I voted for, instead of saying, hey, this other side has better values.
Well, I just want to let you know, we did this and we described all of these policies all the time, and people only listen to the fact that we were attacking Donald Trump. Of course, you should listen to the fact that we're attacking Donald Trump, and you should also be specific with what we're saying rather than just being like, oh, they're attacking him. Because if you just write it off as, oh, they're attacking him, and you don't listen to specifically what we're bringing up, well, then you're just going to write off everything that he does. And that's cultish behavior. You have to be able to like critically think about what's being said, about whether or not specifically when someone says something is actually going to be true in terms of a critique or criticism of Donald Trump versus not a critique or a criticism. You have to be able to make that differentiation. If you can't make that differentiation, well, then you wouldn't even be able to determine whether or not from your perspective you would support him, seemingly.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. And I mean, I just feel that, your whole point of doing these debates is to educate people, correct?
Yeah, educate people, get people to critically think, right? Get people involved in politics. There are plenty of reasons. I'm not the only thing you look to, right? I'm oftentimes an introduction into politics.
Right. No, exactly. And I mean, I do feel like you educated me a lot more, and I appreciate that. I just feel that, from a standpoint, with your comment section attacking, or majority of your comment section attacking the guests up here for what they're saying, and for you, you have the right to, say what's wrong with Trump and, what he's done wrong. But I just feel it's a little more beneficial to your, to your goal to, and you may do this. I try to pay attention to your lives when you're on, but yeah, I feel it's more, crucial to emphasize what the good things that Kamala would have done if she was elected, instead of, attacking people who voted for Trump and attacking people for, what they've decided.
Well, I have to tell you, from a debate perspective, something is more convincing to acknowledge that there is something so bad that you shouldn't support it, rather than just describing things that you consider good on our side. Because oftentimes, I'm using your own commitments that you already believe against you, rather than trying to convince you of new commitments to hold to. I can convince you of new commitments to hold to as soon as you don't hold to the bad commitments that you hold to now. So I can describe them to you, but is it going to change your mind?
It may, yeah.
Sure. But like, I think it's less likely to change your mind.
Well, why do you think that?
Because it is the case that you would be less likely to just accept the values because you already have a certain subsect of values that you're looking for. You're a Republican. You're a Trump supporter. You already have a certain subsect.
I've already stated that I'm not.
Well, the typical person coming up on my live holds those conditions. Obviously, I can evaluate differently based upon the commitments that they describe on the live. I do think that this is applicable to you as well.
What do you mean applicable to me? That I'm, because I've stated that I'm not, solely a Republican. I'm not, a MAGA supporter. I actually hate MAGA.
You support Trump. That's supporting MAGA.
I voted for Trump. I don't support him.
You don't support him? So wait. What does my background say? Just real question.
Okay. Well, I voted for Trump. I thought, I was qualified.
No, can you read my background?
Yeah, of course. Why do you support Trump?
Read it out loud.
Why do you support Trump? I thought that since I voted for Trump, I had.
So you don't support him anymore?
There are aspects of him that I support and aspects of him that I don't support.
Okay, but here, let me clarify what I mean by support. If you could go back in time, would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Like I said, I'm not educated on the subject. If I did, I probably should have educated myself more. If I did, maybe I would have changed my mind.
Sure, of course. But like, have you heard my points here? Which points specifically would you be looking for when you're referencing which policies are good enough to support? And why didn't you do this research prior to the election?
You're right, and I should, I probably should have done. This was my first election since I'm 21.
Sure.
I didn't, vote last year, so I should have, educated myself more. I just, I just don't sometimes join these lives and seeing the individuals watching their hateful comments towards, the guest. I don't feel like this is, a very, I guess, safe environment to have a professional debate on this topic.
This isn't a professional debate context. I'm not trying to get it. There's a lot of unprofessional elements of my live stream. I don't think it's solely professional. I'm not wearing a suit, right? Like, I'm not solely professional. Like, obviously there's like normal aspects to my stream that are unprofessional, and that's actually like the genuine nature of it as well.
Do you support, like, your viewers? Do you support when they, spew hateful comments towards your guests just for talking?
It depends on what they say. Sometimes saying hateful things makes sense to horrible people.
From my time,
but it depends on what hateful things you say. There are genuine good ways to express the fact that you are hateful of someone, and there are bad ways to express the fact that you're hateful of someone.
Do you personally feel that I'm hateful from our time on this live?
Certain beliefs that you hold are hateful. Otherwise, you might not think it's direct, but they exist that are hateful. Yes.
Well, which beliefs have I expressed to you that are hateful?
I just think that like the commitments to support Donald Trump in terms of his horrible actions and willingness to write that away, right, in support of him, right, would be a harmful thing to support. You can change my mind given that you wouldn't support those things or that you've changed your mind on the matter, but given that you still would hold on accordance with it at the point in which you understand this, then would be confusing to me. Maybe you live in a different world and you think that like reality is different than it is. That could be an explanation. Believe that Joe Biden's been dead since 2017, that aliens are real and they control our society. Like, if you believe on those things, right? Like, well, then you believe in like Star Wars and like, different types of realities. Like, at that point, we can't even have a conversation. But like, it seems like we can. It seems like you don't believe in that, right?
No, of course I don't believe that.
Okay.
I just, I like to join these lives as, I guess a free thinker, as a person who doesn't classify themselves as a Republican or a Democrat. I like to join these lives to get different perspectives from people. And, I appreciate hearing, what you have to say about topics. Maybe some of them, I agree with, some of them I don't agree with. I just, I don't know. I feel like the environment sometimes isn't the most welcoming, but, that's here nor there. I'm not blaming you for that or anything. I just, from viewing these lives, that's how I feel.
Okay. What could change your mind?
What?
What's convincing to you?
What do you mean, what's convincing to me?
Yeah, what's convincing to you?
Like what points are convincing?
Yeah, what would be convincing?
I certainly feel that you're convincing, when you debate people or debate viewers. I can definitely see how unintelligent some of the viewers that join this are, and seeing your perspective on it definitely helps. I just feel, seeing hateful comments might sidetrack people or might disencourage people to join and actually have a legitimate conversation with you.
Yeah, but I also just want to let you know that we have to have our boundaries in certain things that we're willing to be strongly against. Right? So there are good ways to express the fact that someone holds a disgusting and horrible position, right? And that's a horrible position and a bad position to hold, that are effective and good. And there are some ways that are bad. Of course, we can acknowledge that. But you have to be specific with what you're referencing. What way specifically are you referencing? Because it sounds like what you're doing is, instead of specifically looking at the reasons why you support things, you're hyperfixating on how people are responding emotionally to the things that you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a great example. I feel like I'm responding from an unbiased standpoint, just, trying to have a conversation or trying to, talk to you, understand more about about your opinions, your beliefs. And I haven't spewed right-wing propaganda or anything during this live, but just reading the comments, it seems like people. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. What, like, which comment are you referencing? Could you
I
could you just
can't.
reference like a general idea of what they were saying?
It just, my screen just changed. It says, "What would you like to watch next? Watch for your feed. Watch live." I'm trying to join back.
Oh no! Don't scroll out. Scroll. Just stay where you are.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, scroll down.
Yeah, well, let me do that. I don't know. I can't see the screen now, but I mean, I can still hear you.
Okay. But like, okay, so maybe you can't see the chat now. That maybe, you know what? That's God. That's God intervening.
Do you believe in God?
Nope.
Why would you say that?
Because it's like it's like a play on words. Because I'm
Oh,
an atheist.
Okay. No, I mean, I didn't.
Like it's like me making fun of the God of the gaps fallacy. Like, do you know what that means?
Yeah, okay. I understand. I mean, I didn't join this live to, debate on a topic or whatever. I guess I joined to, just let you know that I, am in the middle. I watch your lives to understand more. I appreciate you having a civil conversation with me and, all of that. But I don't know. I just wanted to join to, I guess say from what I've seen from these lives, from what I've felt. But again, I appreciate your opinion on it.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to
Thank
the
you,
next
Parker.
person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the bio. Allison, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Jace, I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I changed the background so I can specifically for TikTok. Colleen, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Craig with the $6. Thank you. Heidi with the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Heidi. Thank you. Craig with the $6. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Teresa, thank you so much for the $11. Again, thank you so much. Chrissy again with the $10. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $15. Appreciate it. Raven, thank you so much. Or Shay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Shay. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And then I do need to catch up on YouTube as well. Daisy, thank you so much, by the way. Karen, I really appreciate it. And Alyssa, thank you so much. I need to catch up on YouTube as well. Give me 1 second. We're going to get someone up here next. Make sure to tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Cheese It, thank you for the $2. Sage with the $5. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Fire, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Cheese It with the $5 again. Hoppy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And then Oliberry, thank you for the $3. I appreciate it. I think I'm caught up now. Everyone, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Oh, it didn't add someone up. 1 second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because he supports eating toilet paper like I do.
That's an interesting belief that you got there, man. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
2006. I have a question. What state do you live in?
I don't live in America anymore.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are you talking to me or TJ?
You.
Oh, hi. I'm 37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
For sure. TJ, how old are you? All right. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, are you? I'm sorry. I
Yep,
thought you were
I
talking
am
to
talking to you. I apologize.
Um, there's a lot of different reasons. I've been watching a little bit of your live tonight, and so you've covered a lot of topics. Do you want to give me a topic, and then I can tell you why I support Donald Trump's view on it, or do you want just like a blanket?
Oh, here. How about this? I have a video here.
Cool.
I would love for you to react to, like, in terms of just like listening to it. In terms of how Donald Trump was responding to a pretty basic question here. Just take a quick listen in, I guess.
Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at
I'm
Alligator
going to
Alcatraz.
spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. You know, pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved.
Are you playing this this long to just like get me off of? I don't understand what's happening.
What'd you say?
Are you literally playing this so long so I like hang up or like what? Like what's
No,
happening?
I'm actually not trying to get you to hang up. Like the clip is still going. By
Well,
the
I
way,
mean, I think we
we're
get
about
the gist
halfway
of it,
through the
right?
clip. We're about halfway through the clip. Should
Oh
I
no,
keep
that's
going?
fine. That's you can play the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
One of them was
Yeah, for
taxes.
sure.
The taxes are so high in New York, they're leaving. I don't know what New York's going to do about that because some of the biggest, wealthiest people and some of the people that pay the most taxes of any people anywhere.
Okay. If somebody shows
Oh, that's I mean, that's the point I wanted to show. What the
Oh,
hell?
wait, you
What the
didn't
hell
say-
was he saying? Do you know what he was saying?
So here's the deal. When somebody in charge in that level, right, doesn't know what to say, right? Would you rather him say, I don't know what to say? Or because honestly, like to be fair, like if it was a Democrat or Republican, the minutia of like the exact times people would stay there, I mean, that depends honestly on case by case basis. There's so much stuff, right? And Donald Trump,
They were just
I'm
asking on
sure
a
you
general
know,
basis, how
has an
long should
ego.
people specifically expect to stay at Alligator
Yeah.
Alcatraz, this new particular type of
How
prison
long
that
would
he wants
anyone
to
stay in
create
any
that
jail?
is
Who
incredibly
knows?
fucking cruel, an unusual punishment for undocumented immigrants.
Yeah.
Not even people specifically who have like committed atrocious crimes. We're just saying any typical undocumented immigrant. Because he thinks it's going to dissuade people from coming to the country, specifically if it is the case that they have literally alligators outside, specifically in like a prison, to dissuade people from leaving that prison because they'll get eaten alive by alligators. And then you have Laura Loomer, people particularly that have been in Donald Trump's ear, close to Donald Trump, and even people were saying that maybe there was like something going on between Donald Trump and Laura Loomer. She said specifically, she called for literally 65 million Latino Americans to be fucking killed. Literally.
I literally don't know what you're
In
talking about.
support of
with
that,
Laura
she
Loomer
said alligator
It's
lives
really
matter.
weird.
Yeah,
You
like
seem super like all
Wait, but
over the place, but like, can we go back
wait.
to your...
Did you hear me though? I'm saying these are the people that Donald Trump decides to be around.
Okay, that is great and all. What are you actually asking me about Donald Trump's policies? Because the people you're saying, like, he decides to be around, Laura Lemer, like, she's literally a Twitter person who had Elon Musk's baby, who's like, whatever. And if he retweets her, does that really mean that that's his bestie? Does that, like, I don't
They've been around
understand.
each
Like,
other
this
all.
is a straw man.
They've been
Like,
around each
it's
other
a
all the time. What are
weird.
you talking about?
No, but like it's a really weird. So like, do you think Joe Biden had the guy with the tits out on the lawn? Do you think that's his bestie and like everything that guy tweets should be, or that woman or what, like should be what
Who,
Joe
I don't
Biden
even. I
should
don't
be
even know
judged
what
on?
you're referencing. What are you saying?
That's how I feel with you. Like you are referencing some random stuff. Would you like to speak policy?
We
Would
can.
you
We
like
can.
to speak
Because
anything?
because you
Yeah.
won't engage with this conversation. Let's talk about the big
I
beautiful
have
bill.
engaged. I have engaged.
Can you tell me
The
what provision?
alligator Alcatraz
Can you
is
tell me?
whatever. What?
Can you tell me what provision within the big beautiful bill that you like?
There are multiple things. One of the things I will say is that with the Medicaid thing, everybody's super up in arms about it. I have been on Medicaid. I was a single mom. I am a widow. I have three kids now. And there are times that is so necessary, but there are also times where it's not. There are times where states are taking advantage of it, and they're taking advantage of it. Like I live in Colorado, and Medicaid right now, most people can't even get into a doctor because those doctors won't see anybody with that because the state has mishandled every bit of funding and they aren't paying out claims. So a lot of
So then
doctors.
why does this
So I
relate to
think
specifically cutting people off in terms of work requirements? And why are they cutting SNAP funds? Why are they
so.
specifically? Why are
Give
there
me,
implications of
so
cutting
I know you're
Medicare?
asking me and quizzing me. When you say they are cutting SNAP funds, can you specifically tell me which SNAP funds and who they are cutting them from?
Yeah, they're cutting $300 billion, right, over the next 10 years
hmm
worth of funds related to food stamps, right, that
So
provide
when you
people.
say that though, like, are they regulating the requirements
Yes, they changed
of
the
who,
requirements
and
to then
how have they
restrict
done
people.
that?
Wait,
How
so
have they done that specifically?
like for SNAP or
Yeah.
for
No.
specifically.
You just were talking about SNAP. You said
I can bring up the ones for SNAP. I know the
they've
ones
regulated
for.
it. How?
Yeah, I can.
What and who? Who isn't gonna qualify anymore?
Yeah, so I can find the specific requirements for the
I
big
would
beauty.
love, yeah.
Can I please
Mhm.
speak? I said I can find the specific requirements for SNAP under the new passed version, right? That just got
Mhm.
passed in the House, right?
Mhm.
Specifically to look at what they added to the to that. I do know specifically what it is for, not for SNAP, but I know what it is for Medicaid. So I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
you
the
brought up
specific
SNAP, so I would
qualifications.
love to hear
Yeah,
that.
I said that they cut this amount from SNAP. That doesn't mean it is the
Yeah,
case
but
that
so when they
I know
cut
the
that
specific
amount,
qualifications they changed. I can bring it up
so
for you.
I've been on SNAP again. Like I'm a widow. Like I had to do all this stuff until I got back on my feet. Um, when you apply for SNAP, those are all state funded benefits, and so when the federal government
The federal government,
cuts
wait,
funding,
hold up. They're cutting funding specifically for it. You don't think that's going to limit
yeah.
people's access to it?
So when the federal government cuts funding, the state still has some funding, but yes, they're going to be more limited, right? They are going to now have to go in and regulate who they are funding. So, for example, I lived in a very rural town in Mississippi, and I knew people who were on it. The government did not have the ability to go regulate everybody on it. When funding gets cut and state funds get smaller, what is going to have to happen is regulation. So they're going to have to go in and be like, hey, let's go look in your paperwork and see who actually qualifies for this. They're going, like the budget gets tighter. That means the less amount of people they have, and they're going to have to actually look into this. So I don't really mind it too much. What's interesting to me is that there is nothing in the big beautiful bill that specifically says that mothers won't be given SNAP benefits anymore or Medicaid people. They're just asking the government to go in and look at who is on your stuff, and we're going to cut funding because you are not doing your job, state of Colorado or state of whoever. There's too many people on it that can't possibly qualify. And so that's where it's interesting. And I think a lot of us
You're just like making
get
things
into
up
this
instead of
tribal
actually
battle.
like responding to what I had to say. Like I,
How did I not respond? I'm sorry.
yeah. So again, in terms of the certain qualifications, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that relevant to you determining specifically whether or not that would be like bad to cut people off of this, like to limit people's access to food?
Okay, so you're saying, why would it be bad to regulate the qualifications
Okay. Okay.
of
So
who
hold up.
qualifies for it?
Hold up. Okay. So
That's a weird
there's a
question.
few things here. The bill would specifically force states to shoulder at least 5% of SNAP benefit costs starting in 2028. Currently, the program is at 100% federally
100%
funded.
funded.
Mhm.
Additionally, the bill would tighten eligibility, raising the work requirement from the age of 54 to 64, and forcing parents with children older than 6 to meet the work requirements. Parents with
Which
dependent
is
children at
because they're
home are
state-funded
currently exempt from
schools.
these requirements, and it costs.
No, oh, sorry,
Go
Parker.
ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No. So, Amy, I don't think you're understanding. SNAP is 100% federally funded right now. So all
Yeah, but you
monies that
qualify
goes to
through your
SNAP.
state. Like I
No, state.
qualified.
Hold on. The state administers it. They are not
Exactly. That's what I'm
funding it.
saying.
That's different though. This bill is so
But that's
detrimental to
exactly
SNAP
what I was
because
saying.
hold on, Amy, hold on. Not only are they cutting funding from 100% downward, meaning that the states have to shoulder more of a burden, they are now asking the states to have more of a work requirement so that more people are going to be kicked off because they cannot meet those requirements. Because as you may have noticed, in certain areas that are very impoverished, there's a dearth of jobs available for those people. And so they can't find jobs that are actually necessary. That's why this is so bad for those individuals. And that's the same that's being applied to Medicaid.
Okay, so there's two things that I would love to just, if I have time. I don't mean to cut anybody off. I like to talk. I'm sorry. But one is that yes, the state administers, and that's literally exactly what I said, and that the fact that the state is now going to have to be a lot more discriminatory, and I know that word sounds bad to you guys, but of who they fund. People who actually need it will get funded, and people who are abusing the system will be pushed off. The other thing is, I lived in rural Mississippi.
Wait. Why are you
and one
describing
of the
that
things
all
that
of the people getting cut off are just abusing the system? Like that's a ridiculous claim. We're talking
well,
about people
so
that
what
just
do
don't
you
meet the
mean
work
by abuse?
requirements.
Because maybe we
No,
have
yeah,
different definitions
actually, yes,
of
please,
abuse.
Amy. Tell me how the law describes abuse. What regulatory foundation in the law is described as fraud or abuse? Because what the people who made the bill, what they consider abuse is actually just people using the system. Like there's nothing in the bill that says if someone fraudulently uses it, right? It's about people that already have it saying you're not working enough. That's
Yep.
what we consider that to be abuse.
Well,
that, in my view, is not abuse. There are
no, and I get that.
there are
I
good
get that that's
reasons
like a
as to why these
hard.
people do not work.
No, and I get that that is definitely a viewpoint situation where it's hard to understand. What I'm saying is like one thing, and what you're saying is another thing. Abuse, in my opinion, is when the law states, let's take unemployment for an example, okay? Because I just kind of know that a little bit better. You have to show that you're applying for jobs to get unemployment
Not all the
because you're
time,
supposed
no.
to get
Not all
off
the time, for
unemployment.
example. No, not all the time. My
I don't
father was a
understand. Can
member
I
of a
finish what I was
union.
saying? Because I
No,
know
hold
you
on.
guys get mad that I cut you off.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
just asking real
All right,
quick.
sorry.
So let's say that I am claiming unemployment, and the law for my state, which is different now that I'm in Colorado than it was in Mississippi, if I'm claiming unemployment, I have different expectations as that person who's receiving that funding. I have to apply to X, Y, and Z jobs a week, a month, whatever it is. If I'm not doing that and I'm still claiming unemployment, that to me would be abuse. Some people will say, hey, he he did it for 3 weeks. He did it for 6 months. He did it for a year. He didn't get a job. So he just stopped because the system didn't work for him. Well, now, even if you think he still deserves it, he is now abusing the system because he's actually not trying to get a job. So he needs to get on a different assistance. That's all it is I can't be on unemployment because I can't be on SNAP because I don't qualify. So I need
Could
to.
there be good reasons why certain people don't specifically do that? Right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Could there be good reasons why people don't work more?
Yes, but that means,
Okay,
so
well,
let's
then
say
in
somebody's
those certain
disabled,
scenarios-
right? Let's say somebody got injured at work,
No,
right?
let's say
And that's why. So
hold
they
on, hold on.
could claim
Let me give an
disability.
example. Let's say someone can't afford childcare.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's great. That doesn't mean they can get unemployment just because they can't afford childcare.
No,
So
we're not
they
talking about
need to
unemployment. We're
then
talking about Medicaid.
apply-
We're talking about Medicaid.
Okay, so Medicaid doesn't include childcare. I don't know what you're talking about there then.
Jesus Christ. Do you hear it?
He's using that as like an example. He's not like bringing the same things together.
So there's Cobra. If you lost your job, I don't understand. So somebody can't get a job because they can't afford childcare. That person would probably actually qualify for Medicaid because
No, they
even
wouldn't. Not
in
under
new
this
big
bill.
hold on. In this new big beautiful bill, men and women who have a dependent under the age, I think of 16 or 18, I can't remember, they still qualify. So I think you're worried about something
With
that
work
doesn't
requirements,
exist
though.
then.
That's the part. No, with work requirements. That's the thing, is that they're
No,
changing
but
the
this
rules.
new bill said, like it literally states in it,
You're saying
someone
anyone
who's
without the
unemployed
work requirement? Well, no, that would mean that they don't meet
who
it.
has a dependent. You said who has a dependent. That person has a dependent.
Can you give me any evidence that them having specifically a dependent then means that they don't have to meet
It's
the work
literally
requirement?
in the bill. Pull it up. I don't have Google right here on me,
Okay,
but
say
pull it up.
then
Like
show
I've been
me where it says without work requirement.
Okay, I don't have a computer, so if I do go to my,
I'll give you time to go
thing.
look it up. I'll get someone else to bring it up in the to talk in the meantime.
It's
I
fascinating
can
to me
thank
that
people
like,
as well.
but that is a real thing.
Then go find it.
That's the most insane. I will. Great, cool. That's like you guys like say these things. I would love to have an actual discussion, and it's interesting. 2 minutes into this, and you have literally
Hello, what'd you say? Am I
like
not having
done
an
a
actual
quote from
discussion?
him about alligator Alcatraz, and then you keep going, but like you don't ever like you're on your. I see you right now, like looking back and forth. You can look it up, but I don't think
I'm
you
not
want
looking
to
up
because you
anything.
know
I'm
that that's what
looking
that
back
says.
and forth because TikTok is there and YouTube Streamlabs is there. The chat's right here. So I'm looking back at two different monitors because
Oh, okay.
that's me. This
I
is
apologize. I
TikTok,
apologize.
and then this is YouTube.
I apologize. I don't know these newfangled things, but I know that if I go look for it, which I will right now, but like it's gonna put me on mute or whatever. So give me a second.
Okay, that's fine. I'll thank some people in the meantime. Don't worry. In the meantime, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the PayPal or description of the bio on YouTube. Nick, thank you for the dollar. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Danny, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Kaylin, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you. I really appreciate that. McKenna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And then I think I have to catch up on YouTube here. Let me refresh. There we are. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, as a caregiver, I'm really worried about my job and my patients. Trump, MAGA, and Republicans have voted for the death of millions. Voted for death for millions, whether you acknowledge it or not. Brandon, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I know that. Yeah, unemployment requirements are definitely different than SNAP. Cherry, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Fire, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Thank you. Absolutely. Plausible, thank you for the 20
Okay.
Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Plausible. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for plausible in the comment section. Brandon, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. I'm on Snap. I have a disability and can't work, and I'm praying to God I don't lose it thanks to Trump's bill. These MAGA voters just don't care because anything by Daddy Trump is good. Toads, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michael, thank you for the 20 membership subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Also, everyone on TikTok, make sure to follow me if you have not already. Back on the main account, everyone. So make sure you're following here. Along with the fact that if you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you subscribe if you're new. I'd really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. I mean, even if you're not new, subscribe if you're not. All right. What'd you find?
Sorry. So it is under 14. So if you have a dependent under 14, you are exempt from the work restriction.
Yeah, where'd you read that?
Whatever.
Where'd you read that?
I found it, Parker. That's
Like
true.
literally just
That's
Google
true.
it. It's
Oh.
No, it's
ever-
true,
it's
but
true.
no, but like
Thank
my
you.
critique of that is why 14? Why is it
let's say they're
to
15.
all of a sudden have
Because
requirements at
that
like
is
14?
the age that kids are in federally funded schools. So you don't have to have daycare. Over
Wait, kids are in
14, I
federally
don't know.
funded schools prior to
I
that
honestly, I
too.
can't tell you why exactly it's 14.
Oh,
In
wait,
my
so,
opinion, I
so
wish
then
it
I have a
was
question. I have a
15.
question. So would it make sense? They have a good fucking reason to not work that level if their kid is 15.
Maybe it's perhaps here. Like I'm just spitballing. I'm not in Congress. I don't know why they put that in there. I think it's interesting that you're so like that. Like that was true, but here's the thing: is I have no idea why they said that. The only thing in my head could think of is like maybe 16 they can drive their car, but then why wouldn't it be 16? I honestly don't know, but I'm okay with saying that, and I'm not trying to do a gotcha.
Push the button.
I don't know
I'm
what you're
okay
looking
with saying
for.
I don't
I'm
know
not
either.
sure.
But my point is,
But are
that
you
it's
okay with people
so
losing
arbitrary.
Medicaid in that scenario?
If they have a 16-year-old kid or a 15-year-old kid and they're able-bodied people to work, they either need to find a different government assistant program, maybe like the Obamacare website where you can get insurance
Oh, you
for
mean
like
the
$100.
Obamacare website that in this bill is cut? That's what you mean? Like the ACA in this
Oh,
bill is
good.
literally
I'm so glad.
gutted.
Hey, I was on ACA. That was awful when I was on it.
No.
But
My parents are currently on ACA, and it's saving their life.
I hope
My
people
mom
go to
now,
like
who's on
health
it right
savings
now,
accounts
hold on, my
instead of
mom who's
insurance.
on this
I think
right
I would
now
love
is
to
now
blow up
going
the
to
health
have more
insurance bill.
trouble finding her health care at the end of this year because of this goddamn bill. So yes, so everybody's lives are going to be affected by this horrendous bill, and that includes me because I take care of my parents' health care, and now I have to go through more paperwork and more bullshit to make sure that my 64-year-old mom will be able to get her health care needs. So don't bullshit me about like what's in this bill because we're all being touched in it in very negative ways. Okay, so yes, in this bill, it is affecting everybody, even those who don't have Medicaid, who don't have SNAP, because what they do is they don't give a shit about the 12 million people who are on the ACA and who actually need that health care. And so I will come back on this live at the end of the year and tell Parker about how much of a pain in the ass it was that I had to sit and go through tons of paperwork to make sure that my parents get the health care that they deserve. And that's because of this fucking bill. And yes, people in the chat will say I'm upset about it. I am very upset about it because
Yeah,
it
like
means more
what?
paperwork, more heartache
I
for
hear
me
it, and
my
I feel
parents.
bad. I feel bad that you're that. I honestly, I feel you. My parents are that age too. They're retired. Like, it's hard. Life is it is crazy out here. I get it.
Well,
And
then,
I
well, then
think that's one of the biggest things is
why
like
does one
just
party always seem to want to make my life harder? Like, why is it always
I
one
don't
party
think that's it though, dude. I think
oh
it's
no,
a
I think it
different
is.
solution to the same problem. I
No,
think
I don't think that's it at all.
genuinely, I
Because
really
since I
do.
have been in politics, since like 2008, only one party has consistently tried to make my life better. And that's the case through it all. Like my parents were apolitical. They didn't care about politics. They hated politics, right? But it wasn't until the ACA that my parents woke up and actually said, you know what? There was one party that actually gives a shit about me and actually wants to do things for me, and that's the Democratic Party. Because every time that a Democrat is in office, they want to make sure that people get the care that they need. And fuck it, those goddamn Republicans, they always try to take things from people.
So one of the things that's interesting about that though is like, can I ask you how old you are?
I'm 33.
Okay, so I'm 37, so we're almost the same age, right? Like, I had 2 kids when ACA was signed in. I used to pay about $400 or $500 a month for me, my late husband, and my 2 kids to be on insurance, our deductibles were lower and our max out of pocket was lower. And then ACA happened, and I'm not kidding you, like it tripled. And it's only gotten harder. And I'm not saying that's like I was a statistical regression analysis major, like I get correlation and causation. It might not have been the cause. There might have been other things that happened in the ACA, but it's very interesting that since that happened, since they got rid of
I agree
states,
with
like
you
you
that
can't go
that the
across
ACA
states.
is not
The
perfect.
competition got lowered for insurances. Like the
No,
whole
no, I
way
agree with
insurance
you.
happened
Hold on.
was
I
like
agree with
put
you.
upside down. So maybe the
Oh my God.
healthcare marketplace was a great thing, but the other regulations in ACA were terrible
No, hold
and
on. You have to
and
remember, because
caused
you're around my
everything to
age,
go up.
you
I don't
remember
know.
that
I
whole
don't have
debate
that kind
that
of
happened.
data.
Okay. You remember that whole debate that happened in 08 and 09, right?
What debate though?
Obama
I don't know. I can't agree
Obama
until I
wanted
know.
a much more substantial ACA than what he got. He wanted a fully public plan.
I'm glad
He
he didn't
wanted
get
to
it.
provide much more services, but it got watered down because it would not pass the Congress because once again, 2 conservative Democrats would not have voted for it. That's why it was
What
watered
didn't
down
pass that
so
you
much.
wanted
And
to
then
pass?
later Congresses changed the law to make it more conservative, which is why over time it now doesn't look like anything what it was, but it still is a vast improvement over the system that we had before it. And I'm okay with making changes to the ACA as long as they are in a liberal direction, because I want to give people more health care and more rights on that health care, not try to take them away. And every time we have made changes to the ACA, the Republicans have tried to take away things, not add things to them. That's the
But I
problem.
don't think
It
they're
is,
doing that in the way that you think they're doing.
oh,
I
I think
think
they are
they're
very
doing
much so,
that to
yes.
try to improve competition and marketplace. I think
They're
they're
not
doing
by
that
imposing
to
tariffs.
try to deregulate because a lot of conservatives think deregulation is the answer and a lot of liberals think regulation is the answer. I live in Colorado. It's so expensive to build a house here because the regulations are outrageous. There's so many things that you have to get a permit for, that you have to
What
get
regulations are
this
Republicans gutting
inspected.
in the big beautiful bill that are good to gut?
So the regulations that they're cutting for what specifically are you talking about? Like healthcare? Or are you
Name
talking
a
about
single
Medicaid?
regulation cut in the big beautiful bill that you agree with cutting.
I that is so broad. I honestly don't
That's
even
not
know.
broad. I said
Medicaid. Let's talk about Medicaid.
name one specific regulation that's cut in the big beautiful bill that you agree with cutting.
I've never said anything about deregulation in the big beautiful bill. I have talked about the Medicaid, so again, regulation and requirements are 2 different words. What are you asking?
Name a deregulation in the big beautiful bill that you like.
Again, I don't even know, like the EV regulation. There you go. There's that. Like to
Why do you
force
want to
everybody to get
wait? I just want to know.
electric vehicles.
If you studied statistics, do you know specifically,
Mhm.
right, what the negative impacts in terms of a market would be, given that there is the case that there are negative externalities?
Okay, you just said a ton of words that literally don't mean anything.
Yes, I do.
Say that one more
Do
time.
you know what a negative externality is?
Yes.
You
What
do.
are you asking about a
Wait.
negative? You said what did the D?
What
Say that one more
what
time. I think you just said a lot of big words to try to sound smart, but you did. That doesn't mean anything.
what's a negative externality?
A negative externality. So like something that happens that's not something you planned on when you passed a bill. So I passed a bill and there's an externality that happened that actually, whoa, like just like with ACA, the insurance cost went way up because they deregulate, or they didn't deregulate.
I'll just give
They
you. I'll give you.
stopped
Hold on.
competition
I can just
from
explain.
states.
I'll explain it very specifically.
Cool.
Say like a business, right? They want to get rid of like a certain chemical that they have, right? And they don't have any way to get rid of it like legally, so they just pour it into like some lake. People who
So now
use the lake,
the environment is affected by it, right?
people who use the lake, right, are then negatively impacted in terms of their health. So limiting them from
That's what I just said. So a negative thing that happens as a consequence of a policy.
so okay. So limiting them from polluting in the very first place will lead to better market conditions because there will be less negative externalities. The imposition of the usage of like EV in the future, which is not even right now. There's no mandates right now. We're talking about for the future. We're talking about in like a decade plus, right? For just the production is
Oh, by
going
the way,
to
Parker,
limit the
there
negative
was never like
externalities.
there was never like a mandate. Like this thing is a myth. It never existed. So I just want to point that out there.
Wait. They're referencing the mandate by 2050, right?
Oh well, I mean, in like
That's
certain
what it exists
states,
federally.
in certain
So
states.
certain states it's like 2035. But there was some sort of thing within the Inflation Reduction Act that was meant to buy, I think it's around like 2050 or so, right? Then shift in that type of way. I don't know if it had a mandate
No,
involved with
but
it,
that's but
but
that's different from a mandate. Like no law or regulation said that a person must buy like some kind of like
from a federal basis.
EV. Yeah, like that like does not exist. We
Okay.
had laws on the books that tried to get people to do that through like tax credits and such.
Perfect
But there
then.
was no such law that actually said that like you must buy an electric vehicle.
Interesting. So then why did she mention that as a regulation within the big beautiful
Because
bill?
that's what Republicans say. They have been saying it for years that like in Biden's plans, there's this mandate that like everybody must buy an EV because he was giving very generous tax credits to those who buy one. I mean, it just doesn't exist. You can Google it very simply. It has been fact checked numerous times.
Do you have a response to that? Amy? Captain, by the way, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. You have to unmute your mic, by the way. Tamara, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. Absolutely. Priscilla, thank you for the $1. Danny, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Dom, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I absolutely appreciate it. Thank you. That is preposterous. Frederica, thank you so much for the $5. Laura, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Joshua with the $50. Thank you so much, Joshua. Can you get some W's for Joshua in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I might. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Oh, think of with that part in there is that if a state makes a law that there is some sort of like timeline of they can't sell this, with the federal government putting that into law, it could supersede the state. So the state is saying you have to have an EV by whatever 2030.
Nope.
Now the federal government, so they're setting themselves up for people to be able to say, I don't agree with this, sue, get that law from the state. And that's the only thing I can say that might be the reason they did that.
What Matt just told you that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean,
So California
no federal,
exists, Colorado
no
it
federal
exists.
mandate
Where's the
exists.
galaxy?
Now you're
No
talking
federal.
about
I'm saying state.
yeah, you're talking about the Congress. Now I haven't looked into it on that front. Now, could Congress tell a state like California that they can't have a mandate? Maybe, but I'm not sure about that.
That would be a
because
federal
they
policy.
do have
Yeah,
their own
that's the
regulations.
only, and that's what I think
that would be a
maybe
federal
it was like
policy.
this. Maybe this might.
Wait, didn't you say
help.
that you're
Let's
pro
put
states'
it
rights?
into law. Me?
Yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, I'm
Yes and no.
I'm a conservative, but I also believe that there are certain things that should be universal, like, you shouldn't murder somebody and all of that. Like, I think there are certain things. I think if California wants to have EVs and that's what they vote for, then they should. I didn't say I was in support of it. I was just trying to explain perhaps
Well,
why
I
they
mean,
did that.
but that logic doesn't explain why they also got rid of like the tax credits. Because one of the main things that they did was they got rid of all the tax credits that
Well, I
went to
think
try
that was
to
just him
encourage
being
people.
ghetto and messy. I think that was him like hating on Elon for sure. And
Well,
it's silly to me
this has
that you
been a
guys think
long
just because I
this has
voted
been a
conservative
long
that like I
critique
don't
of
think that.
conservatives. No, this has been a long critique of conservatives going back to when Biden first passed it. Like this like predates Elon by like a long time, right? This has been
Yeah.
a pet thing because for some reason they love tax credits for everybody except when it goes to like EVs or something. Like I don't know why that's like the boogeyman here, but they like they
Well,
they
it
like
might be
cut all of
like
those.
I don't know. I'm just
Yeah,
playing
that's like.
devil's advocate. It
Don't
might
you
be
want to
because
don't
they
you want
think
to
that's
cut
like a
taxes?
liberal talking point. I don't know.
You don't want to cut taxes
What's a
on electric
talking point?
vehicles?
No, like a subsidy to like subsidize the electric vehicles. It could
It's
be
not a
like
subsidy, like it's a tax
Yeah, it's a
credit.
tax credit.
Like we
or
give
a
tax
tax
credits for
credit. I
everything.
mean, that
Like
is a subsidy. It is like
okay,
incentivizing
then
people
we
to
give
buy
tax
an
credits for having
electric
babies.
vehicle,
Like fuck, I don't have any babies. Why should I have to pay for other people who have babies? Like we give tax credits for things that I
right?
don't have,
Right?
but I
Hey,
still see
I'm
the
okay with that
advantageous
too.
nature of it.
Wait, you're against the child tax credit?
And I think that's a very valid point.
No, it's not. No, it's
What'd you
not.
say?
Because guess what? I want people like that's why I fund public schools, right? Because guess what? I have no kids. I have no interest in like paying my money to go to kids public schools, except for the fact that I want educated kids and I want to live in a country that is highly educated. So I'm willing to sacrifice my taxes to go to those schools, right? That's the reason. So I'm okay with
Mm-hmm.
my taxes going to help somebody else buy like an EV because I care about the climate and I care about the environment. Like these things, like just because it doesn't affect me now doesn't mean I don't care about how it affects others.
Yeah, don't you want a better society for like people in the future?
I think too that shows like your priorities are different than other people's priorities, right? Hey,
Obviously. But like why is that a
that's
critique
not
to
No, it
like your
shows
invalid.
that like
priorities?
we
Your
have
priorities are
no.
different.
I've
I
always
think that's where it
believed
gets
this.
messy with this federal regulation.
I've always believed this, and I think it's more true now than ever, that the difference between liberals and conservatives is about empathy. We just have more empathy than you. Like, I think that's true. Like, I think you can, like, measure it. I think you can, like,
I think you show it in a
put a
different
number
way.
on it. I think we have more empathy. Like, that's just how it is, which is very sad, but
I
that's
think
just kind of how
you
it is.
show it in a different way.
In what way do you show it? Like voting for a guy held
So like
civilly
let's
liable of sexually
pretend
abusing a woman that like literally like released people who violently assaulted police officers into the country by pardoning them?
So here's how I think it is. I think that to help somebody, it's almost like the old phrase of like, I could give you a fish or I could teach you how to fish, right? And I could feed you forever. I think a lot of conservatives think that in order to help people, we have to help them help themselves. And the ultimate thing to me is like, if I lie to you just to make you feel better, I'm literally doing you the worst disservice. And that's a very, whether you guys want
In
to
order for
agree with
kids to
that or
learn, they
not,
need
that's
food,
that's a
right?
valid thing. And that doesn't mean I don't have empathy. Sorry?
In order for kids to learn, they need food, right? So doesn't the providing
To
of
learn
food,
they need food?
yeah, like them not eating can be harmful towards them learning.
Yeah, no, children need food to survive. I think everybody can agree on that.
Yeah. So us providing food in terms of social services.
Up until you're
Right?
14, Parker.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
up until you're
at
14.
14, they don't need any food no more.
Yeah, apparently. Then they can fish, apparently.
No, I didn't say that. And I don't know why they cut it at 14. I honestly don't know. But to me, a mom, again, I've been in the trenches, okay? Everything you guys say about the rural, about the single mom, about the widow, I've done. And I'm not saying like everybody has my background or whatever it is. I'm saying there are avenues to bring yourself out of that. And what a lot of conservatives want to do is
Can I
bring
explain
people
something to you?
out of it so they don't have to be on government assistance.
Yeah.
And
Let
I
me
think a
explain-
lot
can I
of
explain something to you?
liberals think that government assistance is the end
Can I finish my point?
of the solution.
Can I finish my point?
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me a question.
Yeah. In order for children specifically to be able to learn, they have to be fed, right? If that's true, well, then the point of feeding someone comes prior to the point of being able to teach them to be able to go get it for themselves. So you have to understand that you have to specifically, in order to be able to provide the ability to, quote unquote, learn how to fish in the first place, you have to provide food for people to survive so that they can then learn to do that. And that's what we're saying.
Also, Parker, why
baselines for
why
everyone.
Can't you, Yeah. Why can't you feed them fish and teach them how to fish at the same time?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with
So,
that at
but yeah,
all.
but hold on. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, well, you can work. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut off your benefits until you start working. Why can't we feed them and actually help them to get work benefits? See, that's the other thing too. Why does the government,
I would love that.
why don't Republicans, if they're so damn worried about people not having jobs, why don't they actually go in and make sure via help and do something to make sure that people find jobs? Because once again, they're not looking at the overall effect of this, which is that in the places that have the highest rates of SNAP benefits, of Medicaid, it's places where jobs are not plentiful. There are no jobs to be had. So you can't really go and find a job when there's no jobs there for you to get, and you can't. And so that's one of the reasons why, for example, someone like Lika, what's her name? Lisa Murkowski, right? She got a carve out for her state because it's so fucking rural that like the jobs are just not there, right? So like she's exempt from that, right? Which is great for her, I guess, but like we're fucked. But that's one example. Places like West Virginia, places like Mississippi, these people live in areas that where the jobs are just not there. And so trying to tell them you must work to get these benefits, they're like, well, I want to work, but there's no jobs here.
So if, let's just say they didn't take away anything, but they actually required you to go to job training if you wanted to get SNAP, would you be okay with that? Because
They already do. Work requirements have been in place since the 90s. Work requirements have been in place since the 90s. Okay, all they did was bump it up to 80 hours. Okay, so all they did was take the existing work requirements and say you must do more. So they already had work requirements, which I'm okay with. I'm okay with people having to work on these programs as long as the government is making sure that they get the help they need to find the jobs. Because you cannot require something of somebody and they're out there looking and the jobs are not there to be had. Like, I'm sorry, but that is like almost cruel because that's like, because you're telling somebody in a part of a state where there are no jobs that to get the benefits that they desperately need, they have to find a job that does not exist.
So I lived in rural Mississippi, and I think a lot of times for a lot of people, I don't know where you live, but I think people imagine that is like a time that's back in the 1930s. I'm going to tell you right now, we had a hospital in our town. We had jobs. People have remote positions everywhere, right? So I don't think that is a like.
Wait,
to me,
by the way, I just want to clarify. What state do you live in?
Right. Currently, I live in Aurora, Colorado. I used to live in Picayune, Mississippi.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, in terms of Mississippi, the economy is not the best comparative to the rest of the country. You know that Mississippi actually ranks as one of the worst economies in terms of GDP per capita, correct?
You know, it's
Also-
fascinating. People say that to me all the time because I'm from Colorado and I lived in Louisiana and Mississippi for most of my adult life. The people down there own their vehicles. They own businesses. It's so much cheaper to live that perhaps
it's
they're not
cheaper.
making
I just
as
want to let you
much.
know, it's cheaper to live there
People are
because
more
people
debt
can't
here in
wait.
Aurora, Colorado
I just want to let you know,
than
it's
they were
cheaper.
in Mississippi.
It is cheaper to live because people can demand for houses less.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. There's less
I moved back
competition
because
for
of family. I
for
wish.
supply.
Yeah, after my husband passed, I moved back to Colorado to be near my family for help with my
Sorry to hear that, by
kids.
the way.
And so that's why I moved. And I really didn't want to. The schools actually, and I have a son with autism, the schools down there actually were brilliant. Like they were really great because it was smaller. And I don't, my town might have been different than a lot of towns. I'm not going to pretend like everywhere is like that. But what I'm saying is that when people say these things like rural Mississippi or rural Alabama, y'all don't understand that people still have internet. we still had
Thanks
everything
to
that I have here.
Thanks to Democratic policies.
Thanks to Democrats.
Literally,
thanks to
Kamala
Democrats,
Harris.
by the way.
Literally, Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually,
see,
none of that internet got built by Kamala Harris, but like, yes, internet happens everywhere in this
It
country.
did. By the way, the
Like,
high speed
for
broadband.
you guys to think that like people didn't have internet before that, it's like wild to me.
Okay. By the way, we're saying
Was
they
it like
expanded
satellite
internet
internet?
access, but the internet access came from
No,
Democrats
like we had internet
because of Democrats.
far before Kamala Harris was vice president and did all
Okay,
that. Like,
even that might be
we
true.
had
I
internet.
What I'm
understand.
saying
We
is,
said she
we are
expanded.
we are saying on the state level, looking at it from the whole state level, right? Mississippi ranks at the bottom in many categories, right? You cannot deny that if you look at the whole state and you compare the state, that it ranks near the bottom on many levels. Same thing with places like Louisiana and Alabama
But when
and
you
a
say
whole bunch
many
of other
levels,
red
that's your
states.
priorities.
Yes,
I
because
mean, and I get
Republicans
that that's
don't
like
give
the
a shit about
nationwide
those
thing, but
priorities
I'm
like
saying
we
maybe
do.
that's not correct, you know?
Hold on.
I felt safer
think
there than here.
I think having high qualities of life in healthcare, education, and all the other social indicators is a positive thing. Now, I don't know about you, but I think having high levels of those things is a good thing. And it's no coincidence that the majority of states that have low levels of those things are like red states. It's because Republicans prioritize things that are different than Democrats in terms of these issues. We see a moral component, or I do at least. I see a moral component in the government making sure that people have a basis for living. And that includes education, healthcare, social needs, all those things. That is a moral issue to me, right? For Republicans, it's not, which once again, I boil down to empathy. Mainly
But
because
see,
I
again,
have
like, I
deep
think,
empathy for people who lack healthcare, for who lack education, who lack housing, and I want to help them. And I think the best vehicle for that is the government, because it's the only thing that wields power.
so what's crazy to me, like one of the things that we keep talking about is like healthcare, right? In Mississippi and I think Louisiana, you'll have to, I don't know, someone will have to Google that on me, but your medical debt does not affect your credit. But here in Colorado, where I live now, which is very Democrat, very, very liberal, they have not passed that law. And so I could walk into any.
Amy, Kamala Harris was advocating for that to be federalized.
I love that.
Someone thinks I voted
I
for a
hope you
felon.
do.
Taylor, I don't know what the
I
fuck
don't
you're
know why
talking
you would
about.
say
I
that
didn't vote
oath.
for Donald Trump. Like, what? Sorry.
You can invite them,
No,
by
I'm
the
just,
way, if they said that.
Yeah.
I think there are things we agree on, is all I'm saying. I think your assumption that we have no empathy is weird. Like, it's like, I
No.
think
See,
we're just
I have
arguing different
I have multiple
solutions, and
degrees
your opinion
in
is
like
that I
political
don't care.
psychology. It's a well-established fact that on multiple measures, those on the conservative side have a lower level of empathy. Like, this is not just me blowing air out of something, right?
But
We have
Democrats are more
decades of studies.
narcissistic. So how does that even work?
Wait, what?
If you're more narcissistic and ego-driven, how do you have more
hold on.
empathy?
Wait, hold on. How are we more narcissistic?
Because
What
it is
trait in
very
our
much.
policies? Hold on. What trait in our political actions say that we're more narcissistic?
Okay, so well, I can't say every, that's terrible. I will say most policies have to do with an individual losing all sorts of ability to fend for themselves and asking everybody to help them. So
What?
I mean, like,
What?
literally what we've been talking about.
How
is
how
like,
are we narcissistic?
How
We're
is
not
that
asking for
narcissistic?
everything to be targeted or like specifically impacting and
okay,
benefiting us.
so there's
We're
that.
advocating for it to benefit everyone in society. What?
I think you think that. I think you genuinely think that, but
Wait, you
I
think I'm
think what you don't
advocating for policies
understand.
that only benefit myself?
I think that you're advocating for policies that benefit people that you agree with, and that
No.
you
No,
completely
actually, I
think.
want all people to have health care, and that includes Republicans and conservatives and people who I despise, but I want them to have health care.
Yeah,
Like what?
I think everyone in
see-
this country should have healthcare. Literally everyone. That that includes Republicans, right?
Everybody does
Yeah.
have access to healthcare. They can go to any hospital and
That's
they have
that's
to
like simply
treat
not
them.
true, by the way.
They
That's
don't
simply
have
not
universal
true.
No,
access
it
to
is.
healthcare.
They literally, legally, federally, legally have to be treated.
Only in a,
If you
An
walk
emergency,
into the
only
ER.
emergency
of
rooms.
emergency.
Yes, and then they get a huge fucking bill that they can't afford. Then they're
Yeah,
stuck with
but in
medical debt.
Mississippi,
Hundreds,
which is
over
really
140,
conservative, that
over
bill doesn't
130 million,
affect my credit.
over 130 million Americans are struggling with
Wait, hold
medical
on.
debt.
Oh, also, why are you so bent up on the medical debt? I want to prevent the medical debt from happening in the first place.
Exactly.
Not
But I
have to,
think
not to have
your
a law that is
solution
there to
is
make sure it doesn't
only
affect your credit.
increasing medical debt.
No,
Since
because the people still
ACA,
have medical debt, and I don't care
yes,
it whether it affects your
everything has
credit or
gotten
not.
more expensive since everything has been covered because the basics of economics is like, hey, if that's going to be covered, I'm going to
No.
increase it.
As you
The
mentioned
whole
to me
insurance
before,
thing is
I am
crazy.
okay
It
with
needs to be
saying
reformed.
that the ACA does need to be improved because the ACA was more about making sure people had the health care coverage, not about making sure that that health care coverage was
Yeah,
affordable.
see those
That's the
unintended
flaw in it, right?
consequences.
But again, I said I'm only willing to make improvements to the ACA that make it go on the liberal side, that is, give people more access, more affordability, more care, not take it away. And every time that the Republicans have
But when
tried
you
to
say more
change the
access, what
law,
do you mean? People have
uh,
access.
they do not have access. We have entire deserts in this country where people can't have access. In this bill right now that just passed, there are cuts to rural hospitals. Like that's why Susan Collins voted against it because it had such deep cuts to rural hospitals about how they were being paid that she said that she could not vote for the bill. And that's Susan Collins who always tries to like find some reason to vote for the bill. I mean, this plan changes how rural hospitals get paid so much so that upon the bill being passed, the first rural hospital in Nebraska uh, uh, closed its doors. 1 hour after this bill passed, they said because of the new financial budget environment, we can no longer give you care, and we're going to shut our doors. So
Which
already
hospitals are funded by
already closing.
federal Medicaid? Because every hospital is funded by state Medicaid, which is funded by federal Medicaid.
No, hold
So
on.
the
No.
states are
Rural
deciding
hospitals
where
have
that
a
money goes.
No, rural hospitals have a separate fund. Okay, rural hospitals have a fund that money goes into to bolster them up. Okay, this bill cuts that fund, which one of the reasons why people like Susan Collins voted against it was because it took money from them because they get a provider tax that then helps boost them up. That tax is very much lowered in this bill, and already, as I said, one hospital has already closed because of this budget projection, and they said we can no longer keep our doors open. So already within 1 hour of this bill passing, one hospital in a rural area has already closed, and I guarantee you this will happen more often because they will not have enough money because they're already stretched very thin.
So that is interesting. I didn't know that rural hospitals have a federal fund. I'll have to look that up. From my understanding, everything gets funneled through the state, and the state decides where that federal funding goes to. And so that's really unfortunate in whatever state if they decided to pull that.
All states, by the way.
What now?
All states.
All states get federal funding.
All states but one. That's Alaska because it got cut out because Lisa Murkowski needed to vote for the bill, so they gave her like a special privilege thing. So all 49 states plus DC get this tax thing will be cut.
See, that's interesting. And I don't agree with that.
Lennon.
Oh, that's cute.
Lennon, thank you for the Leon. Thank you so much, Lennon.
That's so cute. Not everything I agree with the big beautiful bill, right? I don't even know all of it.
It adds
what I'm saying,
trillions
though,
of dollars
is
to
it's
the
really
debt. Did you know that?
interesting. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
It adds trillions of dollars to the debt. Did you know that?
Yeah, no, that's terrible. That's really messed up. Like that has to end. But when
So
we talk about
so then
the
here's
debt,
the question.
that has
Would
to
you want
end,
would
and
you want more
that's-
cuts or tax increases for millionaires and billionaires?
I want more cuts. I think we continue to
What?
and at this
She
point,
said cut
we don't-
Medicaid more. She said cut Medicare more.
Yeah,
she said cut food
I
stamps
did,
more.
I know.
She said cut them all. How much do you want to gut?
Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Yeah, it is. How
no,
much do you want to gut?
There are so many programs that people don't
How
even
much do you want to
realize what
gut?
programs there are.
This is what Matt said. Empathy. How much do you want to gut? Tell me.
I would love to bring it back down to such a local level that
So
local
wait. So do you want to get rid
government
of Social Security?
help local people.
Would you want to get rid of Social Security?
No.
Okay, that's a
I've
federal
never
program.
Then how's that not local?
That's not local.
I do
That's a
wish
federal
they
program.
would change it because I feel like we could be investing our money and we could be doing so much more with it.
Okay, but like, do you think it should be
than
a
what is happening.
whatever you
That's
think?
really
I
frustrating,
get that
but-
you want to reform Social Security. I understand that. There are plenty of reforms I would like to make to Social Security. But the point is you think it
Right?
should be
Yeah.
federalized. You think it should be federal. Same thing goes with Medicare. Same thing goes with
No,
Medicaid.
I've never said that.
Oh, you don't.
I literally just said the opposite. I said it should be more local.
So you want to so you want to have the current system that is a federally guaranteed retirement payment system be gone.
No, I never said that.
Oh my
I
God.
said
What
I
do you
wish
want?
they would invest
What
our
do you
money.
want?
What the
I
fuck
said I
are
wish
you
they would
saying?
change
What
how
is
it all
what is
works.
going on?
But I don't know what's
Do you-
going on. I don't know why you guys are even freaking out. Like
Amy, hold on, Amy.
I'm agreeing with
do
you
you
guys
want the
that,
federal?
like,
How about this, Amy? How about this? Do you want the federal government to administer Social Security?
No, I wish it was local, but like because it would happen faster and easier, and if I had an issue, it would probably get solved faster.
If it's local,
That's where
then
my
it's no
brain
longer
goes.
gonna
I
be
don't
in the
go
form
to
that
like
it is now, right?
Yeah, that means you would gut it from the fucking federal perspective. So Social
Yeah.
Security gone, Medicare gone, Medicaid gone, and states should fucking fund it then.
What's
That's what you're saying.
crazy to me is like that isn't what I said. Doesn't even say that. It just says we would change it, and your
How
immediate
can you
reaction
move
is
it
like,
from
I want to get
federal
rid
to
of it.
local
That's weird.
and
So can
expect
nothing
local
change in this
communities
country?
to pay for that to
Are
happen?
all of
Yeah.
these institutions just there forever?
Wait, to clarify, you just said you want to move it to the states. I'm sorry, what are you moving to the states? What are you moving to the states?
I'm sorry, you guys cut out. I couldn't hear you.
What are you moving to the states?
I see like in the chat everybody wants me to get off, so I'll get off. But I'm just saying I'm not
What-
saying
What do you want to move
anything
to the
about getting
states?
rid of
What
help. I'm
what
just
do you
saying,
want to
can
what do
nothing
you,
change?
What do you want to move to the states?
For example, what you guys just said, Social Security. I would love to make it where I could invest in my own local government with that money.
Oh, so from
not
a federal
government, but
perspective,
local community.
So from a federal perspective, you want to get rid of Social Security, right?
See, that's what you say to make it seem like I don't care about things.
Wait,
How
is that your view? I'm just asking, is that your view? Is that your view?
How are we not supposed to
No,
interpret
I
that?
said I would be
that
open
mustache?
to a lot, like to change, to saying we could do better with the money instead of putting it all in there. We could invest it. We
Okay,
could
so
do other
you
things.
said you want to bring it to the
That
local.
doesn't mean I want to take money away from people. That's a weird.
Okay. So you want to build it up in local communities alongside the federal funds for it.
I don't even think you know what you're talking about anymore. Like you asked me, do I want to get rid of Social Security? I said no. I would love to reimagine it and invest in other things so that my money can grow faster. And I don't know why that's a bad thing, because that would mean everybody's money is growing faster, and perhaps we make it local so then it actually affects my local community. I don't understand what you're trying to get
Okay,
me
Amy,
on.
I think we're not understanding.
Dude,
Amy, I think we're
okay,
not
hold up.
understanding.
If
Is
you
that-
make it
okay,
local, that means from a federal perspective, you get rid of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right? Like that's what would follow. And then when I just try to clarify that point, you're like, that's not what I said. It's literally the conclusion of exactly what you said. Like, and I don't know what I'm talking about. What?
I never said you don't know what you're talking about. I said I was not trying to get rid of that money. Like you're making it sound like I just want to remove that money from everybody so nobody can retire.
No,
and
no, no.
collect money.
We're talking about the program itself, not the money.
All I said was I think it can be more efficient and better and get more money for people. Why do you think I'm so confused?
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know
I'll get
how
up.
else
I see
to.
everybody's like,
Valerie, thanks so much for
I
subscription.
think again,
They're saying you did
great
say that.
conversation. I think we all want the same thing for everybody to be successful.
No, we don't.
And I
Wait,
think we have
I have a
very
question,
different
but
ways to
before
go
you
about
leave,
it.
can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Would you vote for Donald Trump if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
If it was because of a law that got changed by a prosecutor and an
Laws
attorney
aren't
general
changed. Laws aren't changed by
that
prosecutors.
campaigned, the law literally, the statute of limitations law got changed.
Not
so
by the
she
prosecutor.
could bring that civil suit against him.
Yeah, so no,
Yeah,
not
by the
specifically,
prosecutor.
not specifically by her, right? The Child
Yeah, by
Survivors
the
Act. and
AG who
listen,
campaigned
listen.
on getting Donald
No.
Trump.
No,
And then that
no.
prosecutor
You're
works for the
misunderstanding this
AG.
all. The Adult Survivors Act and the Child Survivors Act came from the Me Too movement specifically because people wanted to hold their abusers accountable, right? Past the statute of limitations, because statute of limitations historically like marginalizes people who have been sexually assaulted, because it is the case that people who have been sexually assaulted, it takes decades oftentimes for plenty of people who are sexually assaulted to come out. So the idea of a statute of limitations existing limits them from being able to hold their abusers accountable. So it's a law that benefits
So I'm a
abusers
woman.
at the expense
Are
of
you
people
guys
who are
women?
abused.
Are you guys women?
I'm not even going to
I'm
answer
a
that.
woman. I've been in situations before. I'm a woman, right? I'm here for women. I would never vote for somebody who has been convicted criminally of rape. But when somebody who is very famous.
If it was a civil court, then I would. Is that what you're going to say?
Hey, can she
Is that gonna be your
remember
view?
the day? She can't even remember the year she.
Well, yeah,
it
1996.
happened. She
1996.
was wearing a dress that didn't exist.
That's a
in
lie.
that
That's a
era.
lie. The dress did
now.
exist. You just totally lied. You made that up. Like, seriously, that lie that you just
Google
spread
it.
has been debunked for fucking like half a decade at this point.
Also, I just want to say
That woman is
just
so
because
wild.
hold on, I'm
I would
sorry.
never base
I
my
have to cut you
vote
off because
of that
this is very
woman.
important to say.
What?
Just because you can't remember the date does not mean that it didn't happen.
Yeah, like what?
And
Like, are you
I-
serious? Are you saying because you can't remember the specific date happened, you dispute that happened? I have a question for you. I have a
Do you
question for
think-
you.
Did you vote for Joe Biden?
Over Donald Trump, yes.
Yes. And did you know that Joe Biden has also been accused of rape?
Has he been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
It didn't happen in New York where that that statute of limitations.
Wait.
was changed.
Can you answer the
So
question?
it didn't.
Was
he
Joe
actually-
Biden answer the question? Was Joe Biden held civilly liable by a unanimous decision of a jury for sexually abusing a woman?
Nope.
So why do you hold more credibility within the statement of the accuser from Terrell Reed specifically than you do of E. Jean Carroll holding her abuser accountable in a civil court and never changing her
purely-
story and never lying?
And this is one thing that I wish like Democrats would just take a breath and listen. When Donald Trump was in office, y'all lost your mind. Like he could kiss a baby and you guys would be like, look at that asshole. It was crazy. And so when
Wait, I can show you a video
laws
of Donald
get
Trump
changed
kissing a baby.
because an AG campaigns, which is so inappropriate. Like all of the norms were lost. This woman campaigned on getting Trump.
I'm sorry. Can
and then
we please?
changed the statute of limitations.
No, she didn't. She wasn't involved specifically in the statute of limitations changing. That was prior to her because of the Me Too movement.
Okay, but you agree
Wait, you
that
understand
that
that? You understand that?
happened,
No,
the statute of
no.
limitations was
The
changed
law changing
during that time.
Wait, hold up. The law changing allowed for her, like thousands of other cases, to hold her abuser
How
accountable.
many other cases were brought?
Thousands. There was over like 2,000 plus cases in New York specifically that relate to this, that people were able to hold their abusers accountable.
And what's the conviction rate
They
on
were
that?
able to
Or,
try
like,
to.
not the conviction. 'cause he
I
wasn't
don't,
convicted.
dude, why are you, instead of listening to what I'm saying, asking me all these fringe fucking questions about what the fucking conviction rate was on a fucking civil case, on the thousands of different cases that happened, rather than acknowledging that Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman is a reason that you shouldn't fucking support
I
him?
did
I have a
acknowledge
question.
that.
I have a question. If someone was held civilly
Mhm.
liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you allow them to legally immigrate to the country?
Well, they wouldn't be able to be civilly liable because they weren't a citizen. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
No, answer. I
What?
said they were held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. Do you
Yeah,
think they
so
should be
here in
allowed?
America,
Listen. Do you think they should be allowed
that doesn't
to
make sense.
legally immigrate to the United States?
I don't know because how are they civilly?
You
What
don't
country
know?
are they from?
Does it matter?
Does it
What country?
matter?
Does that
What
matter?
legal system are you saying
What
they
does
were
that matter?
civilly
What do you
liable?
mean? What
Sweden.
country are they from?
No, it matters.
What fucking does that matter?
Details matter, dude. Like, I mean, it's seriously.
Okay,
What
then
country?
Okay,
are
how
they
about this? How about
from,
this?
and what
How about this?
judicial
How about this?
system?
Rick and Morty is real. Rick and Morty is real. There are different fucking dimensions. They lived in a different United States, not the United States that we
Ooh,
live
good
in.
question.
They in a different dimension. They
Mhm.
want to immigrate to the United States, and they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Should they be allowed to do
You're
that?
gonna get so mad at me for my answer because you're gonna get so mad at me for my answer because I could strong. It's like, well, in that dimension, what are the norms? What is correct and what's not correct, and what are the laws, and how does that equate to ours, and all of these things.
Is
Civil
that is for your
situations,
position? For
I
your
would
position, is that
never-
not determined by you? Like seriously, in terms of what's morally good and what's morally wrong, that's determined by you. Why are you asking what the norms of their society are? Would that fucking matter? Let's
Yeah,
say,
do you let other
let's say
like,
the norms
like-
of their society were like fucking insane. Does that then justify their behavior? Hello?
Yeah, do we not judge other countries for the abhorrent behavior that they do? Like, do we just say, nah, that's okay, like, they can get away with it?
So if the person came from that morally corrupt situation and they didn't have a civil suit, would you vote for them?
What? That's not what we're asking you.
Wait. Repeat the question.
Okay, so you're saying somebody from a different dimension, that all these crazy things or whatever, came here, would I vote for them?
No.
Saying-
No,
You
that's
don't
not us.
say somebody came
No,
here
no,
from a
no,
different
no, no,
dimension
no,
without a
no,
civil
no,
suit
no, 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 no.
that has like a crazy
Amy,
everything.
Stop. No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you a very specific question. Okay? Someone from a different dimension, because Rick and Morty is real for some reason. That's what we're just deciding to say. That lived in the
That's
United
real.
States, that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, wants to legally immigrate to this dimension's United States. Would you let them legally immigrate to the country? That's what I'm asking you.
So again, civil versus criminal to me, just as a skeptical person, I'm interested in why it's not criminal. So I'm not going to say yes or no. I want to learn more about
The
everything that happened going into that
we'll
case.
tell you
Can't make a
statute.
blanket thing.
We'll tell you statute of limitations.
What do you mean?
Statute of limitations.
What, that you got-
Statute of limitations. That's the reason why it's not in a criminal court.
Yeah, so no, again, that I would have to look into why is he now getting civilly charged 30 years later? Oh, it's because
Statute
now
of
the civil
limitations.
statute got changed because the attorney general who was
Wait,
elected
I'm sorry. Why are
and
these?
the
Ra-
Congress
you
people
would
who were
not
elected
ask
in
these.
the
You
Southern
would.
District of New York.
If someone is trying to legally enter the country, you would not ask these questions. You would just say no. They should not be allowed in the country. Please stop.
Also,
Stop. You would
what's
not
with
do
the
this.
fucking obsession with the AG? Like, the AG had no control over the legislature. Like, he didn't. The legislature gives no shit about the Manhattan AG. Like, what? They made the law independent of this case.
It's a thing that I feel like is just going to always be so divided, and you're gonna read about it, I'm gonna read about it, and we're not gonna agree.
Amy,
and that's
we-
what
we
makes
wouldn't
it
ag-
so
Amy,
interesting and
we
so
would not disagree with
divisive.
you if you did not say that things that were not factually correct. You simply are not like being factually correct. Alvin
Okay.
Bragg had no impact on that
I
law.
never said Alvin Bragg.
Then who are you talking about? He was the AG on the case. Who are you talking
Letitia
about?
James.
Okay. And you
I
think
don't remember
that-
her exact title.
So you
Represented
think
that county.
Letitia James
Campaign
somehow
on getting
convinced the
Trump.
legislature to
got
pass this law?
Congress to change it.
Congress?
Not Congress. The state house, the state Congress, the legislator of New York, not federal Congress, the legislator.
And you think that Letitia James got the legislature to pass these laws
Yes.
prior to E. Jean Carroll even coming out with the case?
Yes.
Somehow E. Jean Carroll, okay.
You should
Dude,
look into her
dude,
background.
she just-
It's a wild case, dude. It's a wild. Just look into her background.
We have.
It's insane. It really is.
We have. What about her background indicates that she can conspire to do this, or that she would? Tell me, please.
She has literally like first of all, the whole thing is a Law and Order SVU.
Oh God.
Dude,
Oh my
it's
God.
like it's
Also
actually every Republican talking point that I've heard
Wait,
like,
hold
throughout the
on,
entirety
hold on.
of debating
No,
this.
hold on, Parker,
Hold on,
Parker.
let me please address this real quick.
Okay,
So-
okay.
Have you?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Sorry. Go
wait,
ahead.
Hold up, Matt. You can say it because I kind of forgot.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do. Letitia James is in Georgia. So I'm sorry, but like, who are we talking about again?
My
Like,
bad. What's her name? I don't remember. What is her name?
There is no person in fucking New York other than Alvin
What
Bragg.
is her name?
Alvin
Yes,
Bragg's
she
the only person I
literally
know
just
of.
got found out that she lied on her. It's the one who
Letitia
convicted him.
James. She's in Georgia.
No, in New York, where he was found for his lying on his paperwork or whatever, and she was just found. I don't know. There's so many names out there now. What is her
Lying
name?
on his
Who's calling?
paperwork. What does this have to do with the sexual
Okay,
abuse
maybe
case?
I'm wrong. Hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't
No,
fucking
yeah,
know.
you
Like,
are wrong because that's
okay,
that
okay.
is-
Then I'll admit that I'm wrong. Then I'll admit that I'm wrong. But
I don't know.
okay.
I honestly don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I don't,
then let's stop mentioning
Danny
names.
Willis
Then
is-
I just want
Danny-
evidence that this AG person all of a sudden convinced the legislature to like make a law.
Well, a lot of them who came in on that session with her, they all campaigned on getting Trump. So already right there, my red
You don't
flags
even know
are up,
who you're
even if I
referencing.
don't like Trump.
Who are you
I'm like, that's
referencing? Name
weird.
that. Who was? What is their name?
Lord have. Fannie Willis is Georgia. Letitia James is New York.
Yeah, the chat is telling me like a bunch of names. I think Fannie Willis is in Georgia. Letitia James is in New York. I think that's how it is.
I don't think she's answering though. But again, this still doesn't address the fact that you're claiming that the reason why somehow the statute of limitations changing is relevant to whether or not Donald Trump should be held liable for this. I'm sorry. Like, do you think the statute of limitations changing is a bad thing?
I mean, here's the thing is I can look at it from both sides and I want to believe if somebody was hurt by somebody that that person would be charged. But I also live in a world where perhaps people lie for certain reasons. And so I'm not, and as much as it sounds terrible and you guys are gonna be like, ha, see, she said she didn't believe everybody. I get it. I get that's the instinct, but my instinct is to say, let me take a second and let me look at like
Do you
what
want me
this
to
is.
repeat
'Cause
my
isn't
question?
that convenient? Isn't it super convenient
Can I
to be
repeat my
like,
question?
ha, we got him.
Can I repeat my
What-
question
what?
because I don't think you understood my question. I asked you, are extending the is extending the statute of limitation a bad thing? Do you think it should be 5 years?
I don't know law. I don't know law, but
have
I
a question.
imagine
No,
that
no,
the
this is
statute
just
of
basic
limitations
question,
is
basic
there
question.
Okay, how about
for a reason.
I'll ask you this way.
I believe it's there for a reason, so I
for
don't
sexual
know.
assault,
I don't know.
For sexual assault, what should the statute of limitations be?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if it matters what kind of sexual assault there is, right? Like all of
I
it's
have an answer.
bad.
I'll give you a.
I'm not
I'll,
saying any
I'll
of it's
give you
better
my
than
position.
anything, but should some be punished harder? I don't know.
Sure, I'll give you my position. There should be no statute of limitations when it comes to sexual assault. None.
I'm glad for you
Shouldn't
to
be a
say that.
thing.
I can confidently say I do not know law enough, but there are statute of limitations, and I can only imagine that that was brought in by either a Democrat or Republican, I don't know who, for a reason. And
Can we
I
agree
don't
that
think
statute of
that
limitations
I'm
laws on
egotistical
sexual
enough to think
assault?
that I know more than everybody else, and so perhaps there was a reason for it.
Can we agree that statute of limitations on sexual assault harms sexual assault victims because it literally limits them from being able to hold their abusers accountable?
Yeah, I think it definitely harms some stuff. That's terrible.
So
That's
then why
awful.
would you
But it
support?
also
So then why would you like say that her case lacks validity even if she was a part of the process to extend the statute of limitations? Isn't that what someone would do if they're an advocate for SA victims?
so I've never said I'm an advocate or not an
I never
advocate.
said that. I'm
I
not saying that you
literally
are.
just
You
said, I
clearly
think you're
aren't. I'm
trying
talking
to
about E. Jean
push me
Carroll.
into a hole. It's very clear you're trying to push me into a hole
I'm
that I
debating
just
you.
refuse to kind of like get into. I don't know why there's statute of limitations, and so I can only imagine there's a pretty good reason for it because perhaps, I don't know,
What is the
whenever
pretty good
they
reason?
started that
If
people
you
are
don't
bringing
know,
stuff.
you
I
can't
don't,
just trust the system that knows correctly.
because people falsely accuse people all the time, and
Wait, what
perhaps
is the
people
statute
are
of
like,
limitations?
hey,
Wait, what does the statute of limitations have to do with false accusals? You understand that, like, literally whether or not the case specifically happened 10 to 20 years ago doesn't change the validity of the claim. When
no,
we're
it
talking about sexual
definitely
assault.
does. It
How?
changes it legally. It
How?
legally changes
Under
the
your
validity
view,
of the
how?
claim.
Under your view, how? Contradiction is inevitable.
Under
Think of
my
this.
view, it
Think of the
doesn't
galaxy.
change the validity of the claim. I didn't say that. We're talking about legal stuff.
I'm asking
If
you
somebody
about
came
your
to me and said, this
position.
happened to me XYZ years ago, I'd be like, that's terrible. I can't believe that. That's horrible.
Yeah, but I'm asking you
But
about what you
legally, we
think the
have a
law should be.
system.
I'm asking you what you think the law should be. Do you understand that that's the question I'm talking to you about? Or the question I'm asking you about?
No, I get it, but I think you're wanting me to say something, and what I'm trying to tell you is that I honestly do not know, and I'm okay with saying that. This is like the most bizarre. It's
How is
why
this
okay, as a
bizarre?
woman, let's just talk like as a woman, if I got sexually assaulted, my personality, I would go to the police right away, and I would not feel any qualms about
That's
like
you.
being in
That's
court.
you.
That's
Wait,
you.
that's
Some women aren't
you.
like
How can you
me.
wait? You can't
Exactly,
you can't
exactly.
generalize that
Some
onto
women aren't
all.
like me.
You can't.
Yeah, and it might take them 10 years to process their trauma.
Amy.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to go charge that person. I'm just saying legally right now that's not the case. And I
Amy,
don't know.
we're not asking you to make a judgment about the crime. We're asking you to say, what do you think that is okay to have on? Because we don't think that a 5-year statute of limitations is a good thing. You can still critique the law, even if it's the law as it is right now.
No, and that's what I'm saying is like, you all think that like I could just critique it outwardly, like without researching it. And I don't feel comfortable. I don't know. I don't know why.
Okay.
There are
Okay.
statutes of limitations,
Let me
so
ask
I
you
don't
this, Amy.
know.
Here,
Now, let me ask you this. Is there any good reason you can think of for someone having a 5-year statute of limitations on sexual assault?
No.
Okay. See, there you go. Okay, there you go. Okay. So we're in agreement that statute of limitations was a dumb idea and it needed to be repealed, which it was. So we can separate that from the E. Jean Carroll case because it was a bad law that needed to change no matter the outcome of the political environment that it was around. Right? So
you're gonna hate me,
it
but
doesn't
I'm
even
gonna be
matter.
like, well, maybe it's not 5, but it's 20. I don't know. What I'm saying is that women falsely accuse men falsely accuse women. There are things that happen, and perhaps that's why
How do you
things
get
are
on
put in
that?
place.
Like,
So you
I
can't
don't
just
understand how
continue
you
to
got on
ruin
that.
somebody's life.
What does this have to do with false accusals? Can you please explain to me?
Do you not think any false accusals happen?
They happen,
Wait,
but at a very, very,
they
very low
happen,
rate.
but what does that have to do with the statute of limitations?
That is so I'm just trying to think of why they would have a statute of limitations.
That's not the
And
reason.
perhaps
What does that have to do with
because of this exact situation
Then
where
tell me what
somebody
does
becomes
that have to do?
famous and 20 years later, or like, I don't know, they run for like being a Supreme Court judge, and then like 30 years later, now everyone's like, well, I'm going to say this, and that, and maybe that's why it was there. I don't know if any of
No.
those claims are true or not.
No,
I'm
and
just
also that's
saying
not a good
that
reason at
there
all.
are things that happen like that.
That's not a good reason to have a statute of limitations. Do you
I mean,
agree?
Yeah.
So again,
Yeah, because all they would do is
that's
just move
your
up the thing.
opinion. That's your opinion.
Is that
but
your
I'm
is that
just-
your
I'm
opinion
trying
as
to
well?
Actually,
What is your opinion on the
what'd you
matter?
say?
What's your opinion on the matter?
I honestly, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I think there definitely should
Well,
be
how
a
long does
time
it take
range
you to think
because
about it?
I don't know. I'd have to like literally research it. I'm not,
How do you
I don't
research your
care.
thoughts about it?
I would probably start by looking at the first statute of limitations that came about in any of the states and try to figure out why that happened and why states followed. And I'd probably look at the Supreme Court rulings and I'd be a nerd and read those and try to figure out why that happens, what the percentage of cases that
So how about this?
people were just bringing that were
Let's say you
frivolous
do
and
that.
that cost
Hold up,
money.
hold
Or
up. Let's say you do that research, and then you come to the same conclusion. You have no good reason to indicate this. What would you then say?
I don't know. I think it is very, very real that people get assaulted, sexually assaulted, and it is horrible, and every one of those people should be held accountable. So for me, it's hard
As you
to think
voted
about
for a guy
statute of
held
limitations.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
As
you
again,
voted for
civil
the guy.
cases and criminal cases. Civil
I
cases
have a question.
to
Do you
me
accept the criminal case
are
against Donald Trump?
ruining. What'd you say?
Do you accept the criminal case against Donald Trump?
Which criminal case?
The felonies.
That he was indicted for and now he doesn't
And he
have
was
to
convicted.
pay?
No, he was
Or that
convicted
the
of.
same prosecutor
He was convicted of. He was
did the
convicted of
same
34.
thing?
Wait, so you don't accept him getting convicted of 34 felonies in a criminal court?
No, I get that you can convict somebody of something if you really want to, but she did the exact same thing, lied on paperwork.
Do you see?
And she's not getting felony
do you
charges.
see? Do
and
you see?
I do know an appeal
Wow!
court literally
Look at
says
that!
he doesn't have to
Look
pay
at that! She proved my point.
Excuses.
She does not give a flying fuck if it's a criminal court. Even the criminal cases against Donald Trump, she doesn't accept. Her very basis for not accepting the civil case is something she doesn't even hold to herself. Please, when I unmute you, don't repeat the same thing and listen to what I just said.
I think it's interesting. The whole thing, it's like, it's so exciting to like paint the other side into a corner and be like, see, I knew it. You're the devil. And it's super weird. It's just, it's this whole
Amy,
like TikTok
Amy, come on.
situation.
Instead
is
of
hilarious.
responding to
All
a
we
single
did
thing that I
is-
I'm
said,
not the
you're like,
boogeyman. I'm not.
dude,
I'm
hold
not.
up. Listen,
think-
listen to what I say. Respond to what I say. I didn't call you the fucking devil. Respond to what I say. Jesus Christ, dude. If you hear any critique of you as just you are the devil, you are incapable of actually meaningfully critiquing yourself in a way in which you can progress as a person in terms of your belief systems. You are incapable of doing so if you think that every critique of or every criticism of what you do just means that you're the devil.
Yes, Amy, all we did is use what you said, your criteria, and we then just applied it to the situation. And you're saying somehow they were calling you the devil. No, we're just using what you say and saying, okay, does it logically follow? And you're complaining about that.
All right. Appreciate that, mustache.
Oh, by the way, thank you to Colleen, Isaiah, Victoria, and Jesse for the money over Cash App and Venmo. Thank you so much for that. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Oh, someone said that I'm a communist. Oh, okay, sure. What's a communist?
I didn't say you were.
I didn't say
No,
you-
you didn't say I said that. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying. I respect both of you. I have to get off. I have to go get my baby to bed. I think you all want very badly to see people in a light, and you're gonna like twist and turn. I mean, this started with you playing a clip about alligator Alcatraz, and it ended with this, and it's very fascinating to me. I think we all want good for everybody, and I think it's sad that you are just so excited to like think people are bad. But I wish you the best. I hope everybody who's telling me to like go educate myself. I hope you guys do
you
too.
didn't listen. You didn't listen to a single word I just said. I just literally gave you the ability to respond to what I said, right? And you just decided not to do that and listen to anything that I said. I tried to get you to do that
honestly
probably
said
5 or 6
so
times.
many things.
Yeah, and
You
apparently
said
me
so
saying
many things.
yeah, because in conversations we say multiple things. I'm sorry. What's confusing
For
about that?
sure, yeah. But I guess what I'm saying by that is just like I'm confused on what you specifically wanted me to answer.
Well, maybe in terms of what we were just talking about.
I don't think you remember it, and that's why you're not saying it. But I wish you all the best.
I like how
Have a
instead
great
of
night.
actually
I've got
letting
to
me
get
even
going.
expand upon what that was, you decided to run away.
No, oh, that's hilarious. I
I'm
wish I
sorry.
could say.
How old's your kid, by the way?
Why do you want to know? That's weird.
I'm curious.
So I have more than one kid, and they're all different ages, and some of them are awake every 2 to 3 hours, and that's one of them right now. So you can only imagine if you know kids.
Okay.
How old that is.
It's
super weird to ask, dude.
I'm sorry. I was seriously just curious because it's literally 10:30.
Well, I feel like you were asking me that because you were looking at the time and being like, "What time is she putting her kids to bed?"
Yeah,
And you're gonna be like, "Gotcha."
No, I was seriously just genuinely
Oh,
curious.
okay. I'm sorry.
Like, cause it's 10:30, and I'm like, are you putting your kids to bed at 10:30? Right? How old are they? Like, is
Well,
it
it's
that they're
summer,
older?
so
Is it that
two
they're
of my kids
older?
get to
Like,
stay up
I'm just
later,
trying
but
to
they're
see,
not.
because to clarify, if they're older, it would totally make sense, right?
Well, yeah, two of mine actually they go to bed at like 9:30, the older ones, but the other one is up and down because they're very small. So
Yeah, no, I was just saying. I wasn't meaning
yeah,
to be
no,
weird
you're
or
fine. I
anything.
didn't mean to call you creep. It was a joke. It was a total joke.
All right, for sure.
I respect both you guys. Have a great night. Thank you for letting me
Bye-bye,
chat.
Amy.
And sorry, chat people who hated me, but I kind of loved that you hated me. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I don't know what to say to that.
I don't know what to say to that either. All right. Let me thank some people real quick. That is just like crazy. Frenzo, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. It was brutal. Fire, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Sid with the $100. Thank you so much for Parker. Please, my brain stopped working 45 minutes ago. I think mine did as well. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Sid. Evelyn, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on even at this point. Miss Icon, thank you for the 5 Canadian. William with the $2. Evelyn again with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Evelyn. I really appreciate it. Sabrina with the $2. Fire, thank you so much for the $2. Franzo, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. If I missed your donation, by the way, I'm so sorry, everyone. Abigail, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Kyle with the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Christina, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Christina with the $8. I appreciate it. Colleen, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Taylor with the $3. Thank you. Latanya, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. Katie with the $25. Thank you so much. Danny, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Rita with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Nick, thank you for the $5. I was so far behind. I'm sorry. I haven't even looked at like the donations in so long. I apologize, everyone. That was kind of a long conversation. We're going to go to the next person here. Only do send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Eliza, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nafi, thank you for the $1 for, can you say, we all love you, Sid. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Just regular. Thank you so much for the member subscription. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, we put him to sleep, chat. We put him to sleep, chat.
He's sawing some logs.
Hey, yeah, Kevin, that was a really great point. Honestly, I haven't thought about it that way in like a long time. Oh, interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I'm a Republican.
Yeah, so like, why?
Because he's going to try to make America great. Like, the Democrats, what they're going to try to do, they're going to try.
Okay, I have a question. Is America great yet?
It's come to be slowly but surely.
So not yet?
It's coming. It takes time to be great.
Okay, so to clarify, he couldn't do it in his first term, and he still can't do it quite yet. At what point should we expect America to be great?
It's coming, but like he's taking out like the people, like the legal immigrants, like the people, the legal
Undocumented
immigrants.
immigrants.
Yeah, like he's sending them back, like he said in his first term he was going to do, but this term he's doing it.
So you're saying he didn't do it during his first term?
The first term he had.
His first term, he just couldn't do it. His first 4 years. So what makes you think his next 4 years he'll do it?
He's starting it because the Gary Alcatraz, he's sending them there now.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Do you support that?
Yes, I do.
Do you support sending even non-violent undocumented immigrants to Alligator Alcatraz?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you do. Would you be if a non-violent undocumented immigrant was trying to get away from people who were assaulting them, right? And they were trying to get away from Alcatraz, and they died due to an alligator. Would you be sad?
No.
No, you wouldn't care. Why not?
No.
Why not? You don't care that they were killed?
Or the one with, like, no.
That they were eaten by an alligator, tortured fucking alive? Are you real? Hello?
Yes,
Hey, Steven. Hey, Steven.
Yeah.
If a child and an undocumented child was sent to Alligator Alcatraz and they got out and they were unalived by an alligator, would you feel sad about that?
That's a different story. If it's a
Wait,
child,
why? Why?
If it's a child, that's a different story. I understand about the child. I'm talking about the adult.
No. Why does an adult have less value to you?
Are you saying because they've committed a crime?
Yes.
Okay, then okay, I have a question. Anyone who's committed a crime, would you be okay with them being eaten by an alligator?
Yep.
Okay, would you be okay? Okay, Donald Trump has committed a crime. Would you be okay with him being eaten by an alligator?
No, if they had not committed a crime, no.
Wait, Donald Trump has committed a crime. He's been convicted of 34 felonies. You said anyone who's committed a crime, you'd be okay with them being eaten by an alligator. Are you saying Donald Trump, you'd be okay with him being eaten by an alligator?
Sure. Thank you, Amy.
Because he has not been convicted. If he'd been convicted, he would not be a president.
He was convicted. He was convicted of 34 felonies. I answer the question. So given that he's been convicted of 34 felonies, would you think it's okay that he gets eaten by an alligator?
Yeah.
Dude, he thinks the candidate that he supports for president, it would be okay that he's being eaten by an alligator. You are not a real human. You are not sentient. Hello? You did not just argue for your own president to be fucking eaten by an alligator. Unreal.
Hey, my phone's breaking up. I can't hear you really goodly. What did you say?
You just justified literally your own president being eaten by an alligator.
I didn't hear you completely.
That you support.
I'm sorry. My phone's breaking up. Like,
I got you. I got you. You just justified your own president that you support being eaten by an alligator.
No.
That's what you just said.
I know. I didn't hear you the whole question. I'm sorry.
Okay. So so then let me clarify here. If it is the case that someone commits a crime, do you support them, or would you be okay with them being eaten by an alligator?
No, like that's what prison's for.
What? Oh wait, I'm sorry. What the fuck conversation were we just having?
I just popped in. Like I don't know how I got in the box and everything.
Steven.
How many beers?
I haven't been drinking. I just have got off from work.
Okay, Steven. Okay, like very serious question, Steven.
Yeah.
Or do you want criminals, or is it okay for criminals to be eaten by alligators? Like yes or no? No. Okay. Why is it then okay for undocumented migrants to be eaten by alligators?
It's not. It's really not. But if they try to escape from Alcatraz, that's their. They should go down. They should stay.
Okay. I have a question. If we had a social experiment where we just decided to trap Donald Trump in Alligator Alcatraz, and he's the only one that's in there, and he was trying to escape to get away from it, right? Would you be okay if he got, when he was trying to escape, eaten by an alligator? Would you be okay with that?
No, I would not.
Why not?
Because, like, nobody should be being eaten by an alligator. They should not try to escape.
But he was trying to escape.
Donald Trump would try to escape.
Yeah, he would in the scenario because there's no food there. Dan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Rodney, thank you for the $20.
I'm so
Thank you
confused
so
right
much.
now.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Rodney. Thank you.
I just come on and just chat before I went to my house because I just have got home from
Hey,
work.
hey, I just asked you a specific
Okay.
question. Can you like respond
I
to that
didn't hear you.
specific question?
What was the question?
Yeah. If Donald Trump was trying to escape from Alcatraz, alligator Alcatraz, right, and he
Mhm.
got eaten by an alligator when trying to escape because we
Yeah.
forced him into alligator Alcatraz, would you be okay with him being eaten by an alligator?
No,
Why not?
because he's not like a convicted felon.
He is a
Well,
convicted
actually, he
felon.
is. But okay.
He is a convicted felon. So given that he's a convicted felon, you're okay with him being eaten by an alligator?
No,
Okay, so then what's the reason? Why not? Panda, thank you for the 6-month subscription.
like the people like sent there. What I'm saying,
What?
like the people that are sitting there and everything, like they're trying to kidnap our kids and everything.
Is this guy? What is he saying?
I
Joy,
am
thank
so
you for the
confused.
$20.
Both
Thank
of
you
them.
so much.
I
I
don't know
appreciate
what's
it. Thank
going
you.
on.
Yeah, like what did that guy? What did you just say? Repeat that. He just left.
Oh, he's gone.
Dude, I don't think that guest was sentient.
I don't know.
Okay. Hello?
If that's him sober, I would hate to see him drunk.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe it, man. That's just like diabolical. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 90. How old are you?
Belief that he needs to
27 bottles of beer on the wall. 27 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 26 bottles of beer on the wall. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Katrina, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube super chat. Can we get some W's for Katrina in the comment section right now for the fucking $100 YouTube super chat? That is fucking crazy. W's for Katrina in the comment section right now. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. W's for them in the comment section right now. Seriously.
Big W's.
Big W's. Big W's. Thank you so much, Katrina. I really appreciate that. Seriously, W's in the comment section. Stefan, thank you so much. Appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to try to get the next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Being on live late is actually kind of fun. You know, it's a how old are you? Like it's literally 10:43. Like, and there's like almost 6,000 people in the stream on TikTok and like almost 3,000 on YouTube. I'm like, you know, I low-key more people are here at like fucking 11 at night than like 9 a.m. in the morning. You know what's about you?
Hello, Grayson. Okay, he gone.
Savannah, thank you for the happy Friday. Sid, thank you for the
Happy
$20.
Friday.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Don't worry at all. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sid. Get some W's for Sid and appreciation for Sid in the comment section right now. Seriously.
W Sid.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hey, Cam, are you there? No, you're not. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Martin, thank you for the £2. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Nice. Good for you. Good for you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I just wanted
Do
to
you
let you
support
know
Donald
that
Trump?
last guest. Yeah, but that last guest you talked to, his page was about autism awareness. So maybe just like look out for that next time. I don't know if he's lying, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know. Yeah, I do. I mean, I support Trump, but
I'm
I don't really have a reason to debate why. So
okay. All right.
You should have a reason that you support Trump, though, right?
well, yeah, I support him just because I have some Christian beliefs. I know he's not a. I feel like Kamala is more of a Christian than he is,
Kamala.
but Kamala's more of a Christian. But
Okay. Are you Christian?
I mean, mostly just on abortion, but
Okay. So it's only abortion?
mostly, yeah.
Okay. So then, if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped in terms of their abortion views, would you support Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Okay. If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump had the same abortion views, who would you support?
Probably Kamala.
Okay. Okay, so Kamala Harris you would support in that scenario. Okay. Well, then here's my next
Yeah.
question. Okay, why is abortion wrong in the first trimester?
For me, I mean, I think all life is valuable. I don't agree with the death penalty, nor do I agree with abortion. I think a better option is early induction. Waiting till it's viable.
Okay, so then you think that do you think children who are raped should go through that same process?
No, I think rape has an exception. Same with obviously health of the mother.
Okay. So then I have a question. In terms of you thinking abortion is wrong, are you saying that it's wrong after the point of conception?
Yeah, but for me, I mean, I know a lot of people with my opinion don't agree with copper IUDs, but I think that's a better option than ripping the limbs off of babies.
But do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's murder still? You can say it's a better option to murder someone, but under
For
your view, is it still murder?
I don't know. I think it's murder once it has a heartbeat.
Why not conception?
Okay, there's enough people in the
Um,
comment section that think it's Katie. I don't know. I don't know why everyone thinks.
I don't know who that is, so I can't.
Yeah, it's the person who lied about
Oh, the cancer thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. God.
But I don't know if that was them, so I was just gonna go on to the next person.
Okay.
Anyway, because if it's not, because I don't want them getting messages about that. But if it
Yeah,
is,
true.
if it is her, then obviously I wouldn't want her in my life. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
To a degree.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I mean, here's the thing. I'm a MAGA commie.
Say that again?
He said he's a MAGA commie. So you're a
A MAGA
communist.
commie.
So
What is communism?
it is the stateless, classless society.
Stateless, classless, moneyless society. And you support Donald Trump.
To a certain degree.
You would vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, personally, I think Kamala ran a horrible campaign.
That's not a response to my question. Would you vote for him over Kamala Harris if you could go back in time?
I mean, I wouldn't had voted for any of them.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as you can support Matt, everyone, through the same types of ways. As well, everyone. If you want to like the stream through manners in which don't, or you want to support the stream through manners in which don't require anything like that, obviously, you can tap the screen if you're on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes if we're on YouTube. For TikTok, let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate it.
Tap.
But do make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. I would really appreciate for the 2,800 people here. Also, subscribe as well if you have not already. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Vex, thank you so much for the future encounter. Thank you so much, Vex. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good you, Vex.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
You have echo. Taco, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's try to get the next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 17.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules.
Hello?
Oh, you're totally a zygote. Let's see the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Just I mean, give me a reason to not.
He was held civilly
Wait,
liable
wait.
of sexually abusing a
You-
woman. He
okay.
said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. He called for the termination of the Constitution. He's deported people without due process, or held people and detained them for hundreds of days without any type of due process or reason as to why they're being detained.
Also, thank you, Sid, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sid. W said in the chat, everybody. Thank you, Sid, so much. I love when you're here. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
W
Do
said.
you have a response?
I didn't hear anything you had said. What can you repeat some of that?
Do you know what I was talking about?
I asked, give me a reason to not, and I didn't hear any of it. I'm just trying to hear what you said again. Can you
Okay.
repeat?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls at Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He literally said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. I mean, I can mention plenty of things. Those are just a few.
Okay, yeah, those are all alleged things. I mean, there's
He was
plenty
held
of that.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. It's not like an allegation. He was held civilly liable.
Also,
Okay.
he said the things himself, so you can't really be like an allegation from somebody who said it himself.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's things that he's came out and said in public that he's admitted to. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. But there's also been things that Kamala and Biden have done on video and done.
What has Kamala
said.
Harris done that's comparable to him saying he's going to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
As far as saying it out loud, nothing. I can give you that.
Okay. So then here's my question. If Donald Trump went up to a 5-year-old and said he'd be dating them in 15 years, would you still have voted for him?
First of all, I didn't vote for him. I didn't.
Would you still
but I am
support him?
A supporter. Yeah, I'm a supporter. Yeah, don't get me wrong.
So you'd
But-
still support him even then?
Repeat the question.
Bro, this doesn't work because I'm elevated all the time, man. I can't keep doing this, bro. I can only go so far. You got to respond to the questions, bro.
You
got to be locked in, bro.
All right, I'm locked in. I'm ready.
He's locked in, Parker.
I told him I already forgot. I'm elevated, bro. I completely forgot.
Okay. If Donald Trump, Parker, I think this is what you said. I think, but let me just say it. If he had told a 10-year-old that he would date them in 5 years.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. If Donald Trump went up to a 5-year-old girl and said he'd date her in 15 years, would you still support him?
Oh, okay, that one. There you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree to that. But if you listen to rap music, that's what they say in their lyrics too.
Okay, I'm sorry. What?
Am I voting for like a rap artist?
No, you're not,
one.
but
That's
I'm
not
saying,
true.
like,
Two.
That's pop culture. Like pop
two-
culture. Like
two-
everybody's a part of
two-
pop culture.
Two.
I'm just saying it. Like it's all political, is it not?
No, okay, can you name one rap artist that said that they're going to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Yeah. Have you ever listened to that Lil Wayne song?
I don't even know what song you're referencing. Can you tell me?
I can fuck every girl in the world.
Okay. That's so. Then would you want him to be president?
No, I wouldn't. But
Okay,
guess
so
what?
then I'm confused what the comparison is.
The comparison is everybody that has any kind of higher power. They say what they want. They do what they want. That's nothing's going to change. I mean,
Okay, hold on.
Can I talk about something specifically that I want to get across to everybody?
Okay.
There's been what when they had the Israel and Iran attacks, the missiles.
How is
and
he
all
going to
this
pivot this and
going
not
on.
answer the question? Like I literally asked a specific question, dude. I would love for specific
Why not
response.
question the pivot?
Would you still
Well,
support
all
him
those
if you?
things all those things that were going on over there. There was like 200 people killed, right? There was 200 people killed, right?
Shut
No,
the
I just
fuck
have a
up!
question.
No! Hello? Do you know what fucking stream you're on, dude? Do you know what's going on in the conversation? Go back. Run it back. Run it back. Where were we at? You can unmute your mic. I've sent you the invite. I can't invite you again, man. Okay, well, you know what? Ricky is going to talk. You aren't. Ricky, how old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, his social policies.
Okay. Like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Trump.
Why?
I just think he has like better policies, specifically like abortion, transgenderism, and immigration.
I've talked to you a million times. Get off my live.
What? I've never talked to you before.
Your voice sounds so familiar. Have I talked to this guy?
I swear on my mother's life, I've never talked to you, Parker. But I've wanted to for a while. I've watched a couple of these.
No? What?
I'm not being like disingenuous with you.
Oh, okay. Repeat your points then. I swear your voice just sounds familiar.
Have I just like said something familiar before? Like people let you hear that a lot.
You just sound familiar, I guess. Your voice.
Okay. So repeat. Social policies with like abortion's probably my biggest one, and transgenderism and immigration.
Okay. So can you name one immigration policy?
Like name the name of a policy?
Yeah, that you support.
I'm not like super well versed in all the laws, but I just like whenever I hear about it, I'm just like I fall more right on that side.
And what does that mean to you? Are you Christian?
Yeah.
So what would Jesus say? Would Jesus say to treat your like foreigners specifically as like native born, right? Or
No,
what would he say?
No, I've definitely heard of that, and I think I do agree with church and state being separate. So I don't think.
Oh, okay. Well, then obviously you don't care about abortion, huh?
Well, that's not true.
Well, then you don't think it should be illegal, right?
Why would you say that?
Church and state are separate, right?
Yes, church and state separate.
Yeah, I could say I'm not gonna have I think I can have the view from my abortion stance separate from any religion.
Okay, so you don't use religion at all. Okay, so then what's your reason?
Not like, I mean, there's a very specific case, I guess. Like I've heard Dean make the argument of like, what if like what would you still value the being if it never was going to develop outside of embryo? And I've heard the response of because it's like a being made in the image of God, and I think I agree with that in that very specific scenario. But outside of that, like, yeah, I think I could defend it outside of religion.
Wait, that was religion. Okay, so give us give us a
in that
secular argument.
A secular argument, yeah. I think in the same way, if you take like the life of a coma patient, like you're taking their future away. I would say it's the same in that way. Like you just need to provide any kid shelter and like food, no matter what the scenario
I'm
is.
sorry.
And
Coma patients have existed as sentient beings already.
right, but like even if they didn't, if they just spawned in front of me and they were gonna wake up in a week, I would say it's wrong to take that life.
If they haven't, then they wouldn't be coma patients.
No, like say like they never had a past and you still saw a person in front of you, I think it'd be wrong in any scenario.
They have no past, they have no present, and it's only in the context of the future.
And they're gonna wake up. Yeah, I think that's wrong.
So to prevent them from existing in the future, right, is different than to prevent them from existing again, continuing the fact that they existed prior. Like you understand that, like when we're talking no past, no present, that is essentially just referencing like a fetus.
Well, if there's no presence, like what does that even mean if there's no presence?
No present subjective experience. That means they just don't have subjective experience in the present.
So like right now I'm present. Right
now you have present subjective experience.
Okay, so you're saying like since they don't have presence, as in like
you're experiencing it in the present, yeah. And me explaining to you was just in the past. That was your past subjective experience.
So yeah, my argument secularly would be every kid, since they're innocent, should be provided shelter and food until they can I don't know, be on their own, and you can pass a responsibility if you don't want that baby to like an adoption center. I know that's not a great system. I would advocate for a better system in the adoption agency, but
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you support Republicans that want to defund these programs, but regardless of that fact,
say like, well, I can criticize a party without being on it 100%, can I?
I mean, you say that you want all these particular types of programs, but then you don't provide it at all. How many children go without food because of specifically the programs that Donald Trump's advocating for in terms of the big, beautiful bill? How many children are going to go without it?
I don't know numbers. Is like
also,
what Medicaid?
Wait, what?
Are you referring to Medicaid?
That too.
Or the taxes?
But in terms of food stamps, it cuts off at like 14.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
So they literally there could be 14-year-olds that don't get specific food because it is the case that their food stamps were cut because the Republicans' big beautiful bill, big ugly ass fucking bill.
Well, I've heard it's just going to be there's going to be cuts to it, and also it's going to be more difficult to qualify for.
Yeah, yes. That's exactly.
Do you know what the requirements are for?
I just mentioned one. In terms of dependency specifically, it's up to 14 years old. After 14, right, then you specifically won't get it. If it is the case that you don't meet the work requirements.
So you have to be 14 or younger?
Yeah.
For like the normal requirements as it is now, you'll still be able to do it as long as you're 14 or younger. But if you're not, you have to meet these new requirements?
Yeah, new requirements, new work requirements.
Okay. Work requirement. Okay, I'm genuinely like it's a new thing. Do you know like I don't know a lot about that. Like, is there a policy like a requirement you could tell me about? I'm
like,
just curious.
What is the work requirement?
You have to like qualify.
Yeah, 80 hours a month.
80 hours.
I mean, that doesn't sound like crazy bad.
That's
80 hours.
But you weren't here for all like discussion about why that's bad, because we discussed about how the fact that many of the individuals who are on SNAP and on Medicaid are in areas where jobs are not plentiful. And so the government is saying you have to go find a job where there is no job, and we're not going to help you find the job.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could say like some policies are probably bad and some policies are good, but yeah, that doesn't sound perfect. I think there should be some criticism and some refinement there. But again,
can I ask you like one question, by the way?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So, can you name me a federal law or regulation that Donald Trump has put into place on abortion?
Well, I know the overturnement of Roe v. Wade was recent, right? So I don't know the
Well,
law.
I mean, that was like 20. Well, yeah, I mean, that was 2022. But right now, because you voted for him because of his stance on abortion. So, what law / regulation has he put into place in order to actualize your feelings?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any yet. Is there?
Yeah, there's probably because there like hasn't been any. So like he must not care that much because he's been doing a lot of orders and a lot of laws, but yet not one of them has to do with like
Yeah.
abortion policy.
Yeah, I think it could be stricter. I mean, I think it is stricter, and it will be stricter compared to like the Democratic Party I control right now.
Okay, so maybe he'll start doing that what in a year or two or something like he's like not really bit like getting on it. I'm just saying that like you seem to care somewhat about people having food and shelter, and those are things that Trump is actively taking away from people. But yeah, when you care about abortion, those are things that he's not actually doing.
Yeah, well, I think food and shelter in the sense like since a fetus and an embryo in that stage is the only food and shelter they can get is from their mother. That should be a requirement because that being's innocent. And then whenever they're outside of that, adoptions agencies, like anything that can or foster, anything that can provide them that food and shelter would be the next necessary step, or to become a parent. Things with like Medicaid, I'm not too well versed in it. It could probably be better, and like SNAP benefits, I hope I could, I would advocate for better, whatever the policy is right now. If it's not meeting, I don't know, not meeting anyone's likeness, I don't know what the word is. Do you believe it's wrong to like, for my stance on that, like it should be a requirement to give beings food and that if they're innocent and they can't help it, and shelter? Or is there an argument against that?
I'm confused. Wait, repeat what you just said. You kind of just mumbled.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, I think my argument is if there's a child that's innocent and can't help but just exists, there should be a requirement of the parent or the guardian to always to always provide shelter and food. So
if they don't and they can't, right? Should we not provide it from the government perspective?
Yeah, I think the government can help.
No, should the government help?
Should there be policies and laws and like
yeah.
Yeah, I guess like depending on certain household incomes, like for those who can, yeah, I could be an advocate for that.
What do you mean certain household?
Yeah, like if they're two.
Would you want to ensure that every household has this regardless?
Yeah.
Okay. So then that's like not supporting this policy.
The big beautiful bill.
Yeah.
Right.
Jackie,
well,
thank you for the $17.76. Thank you so much. And then Morgan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, both of y'all. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm not in like I think I would advocate for like people working as hard as they can and still somehow like they're disabled or they can't actually like do the work to get the money. That's when we should provide help, not just because like they're not working enough. I don't know every scenario. So, I mean, it's very situational for a lot of this. So, I'm not too well versed in the big beautiful bill and like what's going on with that, but I've heard about the SNAP benefits going down and all that. I don't think it's going to be too detrimental. I think people can
What do you mean by too detrimental? You're cutting millions of people off of their basic needs.
Yeah, 12 to 17 million people will lose their health care.
Healthcare? Yeah, that's weird. I think, but with Medicaid and SNAP and EBT. Do
you know what Medicaid is?
Medicaid is wasn't that what Obama put in?
No.
Oh, that's Obamacare. I'm sorry. Medicaid. It's insurance, isn't it?
That's healthcare. Yes.
Okay. And then what about Medicaid? Like what it does?
Okay. Yes. Medicaid is health insurance for those who are impoverished.
In poverty. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm not against or. I'm not really too focused on these policies. I'm more on the social with like.
But don't you see, Ricky, that it's kind of bad when you only care about a human being when it's in utero, but once it's out of utero, you don't really give a shit about it. Like that's my biggest critique of like the quote unquote pro life side, because you guys care so much about a fetus, but then the minute it's born, you don't give a shit about it.
Yeah, I can tell you why you might think that. It's because it's the only special situation where like murder's allowed. So I wouldn't say we don't care about it. We just don't want these beings to die.
Well, yeah, but you're okay with it not having food or shelter or health care, right?
I think
those
it's
are
a
okay
requirement
for you,
for the parent.
Wait, hold on. But you can't say that you care so much about this being that you want to mandate by law that the person has to care for it. But then the minute it's born, you just obfuscate all
No.
like needed responsibility.
No, food and shelter doesn't apply just to in utero.
So you want to give people food and shelter outside of utero?
Not given from a governmental stance, but yeah, parental stance, yes. Like
What?
that should be a requirement.
What is that? What?
Oh, dude,
Wait,
it's
how can
like,
you?
oh
I don't understand what that
God,
means.
it's like-
Parker, what did I say?
We're asking you from a governmental perspective. That's what we're asking you.
Okay.
Like, should that be provided from a governmental perspective?
I mean, I'm not. I'm kind of okay with the capitalistic, society.
You're okay with children starving to death?
No, there should be policies in place to help children, but people that can work, why not?
To clarify, there should be policies to provide for food for people if they can't get it themselves.
Children, yeah.
Only children?
Only children.
Would you be okay with adults starving to death?
What scenario is this that they can't find
I'm asking
food?
you, would you be okay with... you know that
Excuse me?
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you know that there are people in the world that starve to death?
Yeah, but in the USA, I just find it really hard to do that.
Okay, wait, because we have social systems. Are you saying?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
so
saying that people that can't find kids in
so
Africa.
do you think those social systems should exist?
Oh, you're saying they don't starve to death? Why are you making that face? You're saying they don't starve to death because of these social systems, and you're asking me if the social systems should stay how they are?
Should they exist?
Yeah, for some kids, but I don't see how adults who can work and not disabled.
Do you seriously think
Would you let them
that
starve to death?
adults in the United States don't go malnourished or like near like
It's
levels
crazy.
of starvation or so impoverished or live in food deserts or lack the funds to buy
Literally.
food? Like
America, food deserts?
Yes.
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 They're a huge problem.
Okay, what's the scenario if you're not disabled or a child and you can work that you're going into you need Medicaid?
Are you serious?
Like, what scenario is that present? Like, I
Ricky,
feel like it really comes
hold
down
on,
to a
hold
work
on.
ethic.
I gotta say this. Do you know why Medicaid was invented in the first place?
I do not know the origin.
Okay, do you know why Social Security was invented in the first place?
For old people?
But why?
Because they can't work.
Yes, because old people can't work because the level of price of security, over half of them were in poverty.
Yeah.
And same thing with
You not hear
Medicaid.
me?
Medicaid cut poverty by such an extent because we saw that when people who are impoverished don't get health care, they have worse
Technically-
outcomes for society.
Technically, under his view, he'd be like, you know what? After you're 65, they actually can work. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually possible physically for
because
them to
someone
do it.
at
So like,
age could work.
So, like, you know what I mean? Like, why should they even retire in the first place? It's not like we should have a baseline standard of quality of life for people. Like,
If it's hard for them to work, yeah, they should get Medicaid. Or
Okay.
whatever support they need, yeah.
Ricky,
But if you're
you're not understanding
I don't understand why
the
not.
societal factors that lead somebody to be impoverished and why they need Medicaid. There are places in this country where jobs are scarce, where they are in such poverty that they're unable to get out of it, and the government is there to make sure that they have a base level of needs. Now, again, none of us are opposed to certain types of basic requirements as long as the government is there to make sure that they get the help they need to find those jobs. That's not what's happening, because you cannot tell somebody to find a job where no job exists.
Where are these, like, what states is it hard to find a job right now?
Okay, sure. The states that have the highest level of Medicaid usage are places like West Virginia. Okay, there are entire communities in West Virginia that's where the like closest job is like 50 miles away.
wait, I'm sorry. I have a question. Ricky, how old are you?
22.
Do you have a job?
Yeah.
How would you know what it's like in the labor markets in other states in order to say that,
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm
oh, they
asking.
should be able to find a job?
Yeah, I was like curious, like what jobs is hard right now? I'm in Colorado.
No, but
What
like,
jobs are hard right now?
Yeah, like what? I mean, what? Where is it hard to find a job right now? It's not like I haven't noticed. Like I've heard like people talk about it's going to be impossible this summer, but
Have
I
you talked to anybody in like West Virginia? West Virginia is like one of the most impoverished states out there. Same thing with some of the ones in the South. Like they have a long history of like people not having access to jobs. That's one of the things that they're known for.
Okay. I mean, I could I guess I could concede to that. There's hard jobs, but like, so okay, yeah, we could say like like if you can't get a job and there's unemployment, isn't there already? Like qualify.
Unemployment is also contingent on looking for work.
Push
How
the
can you
galaxy,
look
thank
for
you.
work where no work is to be found?
There's no work to be found. I mean, I guess at that point, if it's that detrimental, you should move.
Or wait, how can you tell somebody that has no income to move? How can they move with no income?
Family, friends.
Have you ever thought about this before? Just move, bro. Just move.
So a person in poverty is
like
going to rely
just
on
move, bro.
family.
I mean,
Also has
you know, it might cost money to move. There might be like other complications, like your family, people around you. Plenty of things that's relevant to your life. But just move, bro.
Yeah.
Did you
I
say
agree
that?
completely. Just move.
Are you actually agreeing with that? He's being facetious. You know that, right?
I don't even know what that word means.
Oh my God. Oh God.
Dude. But
Ricky.
Honestly, okay, if you're a
His vote
starving
is equivalent to
civilian in
us.
West Virginia,
His vote
why
is
are you-
equivalent to ours.
If you're a starving person in West Virginia, why are you staying in like your little shack that you can't get a job
Ricky,
at? Why can't
it
you
takes
just move?
money to move to another
Okay,
state.
well, put your
If you
foot
have
a
no
step
money,
in.
how
If
do you
No,
move?
put yourself in their shoes right now. You can't eat right now. You should be walking to the nearest job site and making shelter right there. You should be posting up right now.
Yes,
Like, what are we
yes,
talking
okay.
Wait,
Yes,
wait,
you know
wait.
what?
Regardless
For
of whether or
people
not
in
you
West
think they
Virginia-
should do something different, we think there should be a baseline standard provided for everyone, fucking regardless. Fucking regardless.
Okay,
Well,
regardless of
apparently,
what though? Like,
Ricky's
who are we really
idea
advocating
of solving the poverty in West Virginia is for West Virginians who are in poverty to just start walking to the nearest state.
I mean, if you're starving, like you're trying to say that they are, why wouldn't they?
Maybe
Like-
because a human can't walk 200 miles and then live that distance. What?
Okay. You're telling me if your
They
life
don't.
was
They
on
don't
the
know
line,
where
you
they're
wouldn't get
going.
there?
They don't know specifically what to look for. Do you want
Okay, well,
federal
there's
assistance
maps
to help people
everywhere.
move? So are you saying
Every single person has a phone.
Are you saying everyone should move out of West Virginia who's poor?
Everyone that can't get a job should be moving somewhere where there's a closer job. I don't know if it should be outside of West Virginia.
So they're going to move to a place where they can't afford the housing and the education and the healthcare. So now they're going to be homeless.
Why would they choose that place if they can't
Wait,
afford it?
Wait, let's
If they
say.
can't afford West Virginia, how are they going to afford anywhere else?
Wait. Let's say
Get a
it's like.
job.
Let's say there's a recession.
Oh my God.
Let's say there's a recession coming.
Mm.
Are you saying that in the context of a recession, when people are having a hard time getting jobs because there's a recession, that people should just move and get a job, bro? There's a fucking recession. What do they do in that context? Should they lose their
Well,
Medicaid?
If it's like the Great Depression, yeah, Medicaid for everybody.
Oh, so okay, then you're like in support of why? Why are you okay with Medicaid for everyone then?
Because it's like hard for everyone, not hard for like a few people.
Wait, so why don't you think everyone should get healthcare in general?
Yeah, like why is your empathy contingent on like the
Like
economic
Great Depression,
circumstance?
yeah. Why is it contingent on Great Depression?
Well, the Great Depression, it's like like everyone's like eating porridge and everything. It's like crazy.
No,
It's like, you gotta like
you
lower your
what
like,
percentage
Bro does not
of
understand
of the population was unemployed during the Great Depression?
How many? What was the percentage?
35%.
And what is it now?
It's like 4%.
All right, sounds like a deal to me.
Wait, hold on. It's not even a like vast plurality. So like, why are you? See,
What is
I
a-
just don't understand this.
a vast
Why are you
plurality?
contingent on the economic circumstance? Why should we not just provide everybody health care?
Well, it costs money, don't it?
It's cheaper to do it that way, though.
Sure.
Did
It's
you know that
cheaper for
Medicare for all would save us money?
Oh.
It
How?
actually, Yeah, I can send you a study specifically that indicates that Medicare for all would net save us money, accounting for the overall cost that we currently spend on private healthcare in this country. Did you know that we actually have private healthcare costs, right, per capita that are almost twice of that of practically every other developed country in Europe that specifically has a universal healthcare system?
Universal healthcare. Oh yeah, I've heard like there's a lot of better systems in like Europe and stuff.
Yeah, I mean they might not be perfect, and we can expand upon the systems they have, but we don't even have a system anywhere near like theirs, right? We don't provide that as a baseline for everyone. We should, in the same way that we provide firefighters for everyone, cops for everyone, baselines and standards for everyone. This is one of those things, and it would be
Okay.
cheaper for us as a society to do this.
Yeah, then I could agree to that.
Okay, well that's a progressive Democrat policy, and that's actually something that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were trying to get done, but Republicans are too right wing on that they can't get enough support for on the left to be able to get these policies through.
Well, yeah, if it's cheaper, I feel like that would make more sense. Like, so you're saying it's cheaper compared to like private insurance, like what the government's spending on that right now?
The administration of it is much cheaper.
Administration, like to get
Yeah,
it in,
because it cuts out the middleman.
cuts out the middleman.
Because right now the private sector acts
Oh.
as like a middleman.
You talking about like whenever you apply for insurance to that company, like we basically be voting.
Everything goes to the insurance company, right? So they're the middleman. Even with the government, right now, everything goes to the private health insurance, and that adds substantial cost to everything. Not including just the fact that like we're getting gouged because they can raise the price on everything, right? And so what you do is you get rid of that. That cuts out all that bloat, and that like will lower the costs.
So it would basically take the private companies out and just make the government the insurance companies.
They pay for it, yes.
Oh, okay.
They don't administer it; they just pay for it.
Yeah, and you can have a system on top of that that's private, like if you want to on the side, but we want to ensure that this system exists for everyone.
Yeah, I could agree to that.
Yeah, that's
But
okay. That's
but
a
what if-
Democrat. That's incredibly democratic policy. Republicans are actually advocating to get rid of those. Donald Trump wanted to repeal and replace the ACA, but only gave concepts of a plan to do so.
Well, I mean, if I hear about it, I'm only hearing your guys' like a view on it because you are very democratic. I don't know like what Trump's reasons are because I'm not like I
They
wasn't.
don't have one.
He's
No,
dude,
and
he's,
by the way,
he's
Ricky,
been
I'm not
claiming
lying about
concepts of a plan for healthcare policy for 9 years.
Oh no, not even that. The whole Republican Party has been claiming for 15 years to have a healthcare policy, and it just like doesn't exist.
So like,
Like
how many
they don't have a
people-
policy.
How many people are dying right now because of like starvation in America?
Starvation? I mean, it's probably like thousands. Like it's not a lot, but I think one person dying of starvation is wrong enough. It's more so people dying of being malnourished, which is a chronic thing.
Is malnourished not starving?
No, malnourished is not starving. Starving
like-
is a state of like active like almost death because you don't have enough food to like sustain basic bodily resources. Whereas malnourished is that you're not getting enough over a long period of time.
Okay. Yeah. So you said like probably a few thousand. Yeah, that's not good. But
Well,
I guess-
well, yes, but a few thousand might die of starvation, but millions of people are actually malnourished.
Okay. So okay, yeah, I would advocate for like people getting food. It's just, yeah, but
Yeah, which is not happening under any Republican policy.
Yeah, they're
We
cutting.
Democrats
You're
provide
actually
food.
supporting a candidate that's currently cutting food stamps.
Mhm.
You know
Okay.
that, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the policy he's about to sign into law tomorrow to cut food stamps.
that they're going. Yeah. Well, food stamps. I mean, isn't that for like families, right? And like, I'm not too well versed, but like how like there's not like
It's for people
I mean,
who
I
need
think-
it.
yeah.
So like the fact
I mean,
that they
I
want to
know-
cut it, they want to make it harder for people who need it, specifically to get access to it, is the very problem in of itself.
Yeah, I just know that a lot of people are abusing it. I just wish there was like a better system.
If there's
where we could
abuse of
level-
it,
That's not true. By
if
the
there's
way.
abuse of it, then file charges against them.
But by
That's
the way,
not
we can actually measure both in Congress and out of Congress, the level of fraud and abuse, and it's
Mm.
always at a relative low level. Does it happen? Yes, but we could get rid of all the fraud and abuse, and it wouldn't like add up to maybe like a few $billions. Yes, that's good, but they're cutting tens and hundreds of billions of dollars that can only be done by making sure that other people can't get on it. Like the bill, I think calls for over $800 billion to be cut across these programs, and you can't get that type of cost cuts without making sure that people who actually need it don't get it.
So would you be an advocation for like keeping the no cutting it but making the restrictions higher? Because I know
No.
I've seen people in person abuse the system just by on a phone call and saying they have certain requirements and it's not being checked. Like I've seen that. I think it should be more restricted.
You can't. No, because there are ways to get get beyond those abuses without actually cutting any benefits, and also not making it hard to actually get those new things.
But would you agree or disagree that
like a
it
work
should-
requirement?
It should be more than a phone call to just apply, to apply for these things. All right, because like you could just say something on the phone and it's not always being checked on.
Well, okay, so what's the idea that like it's only a phone call?
Well, because I've seen people in person apply for it. They have to talk about if they're married or not, if they have kids, or what the age are, like things like this. And it's not necessarily
And
being
that has to be verifiable information, correct?
yeah, it needs to be. I don't think it is.
No, that is like already.
Well, yeah, there's some things that you could say on the phone to get you more or less.
Yeah, and if someone lies, it's still verified, right? That process already exists. So the idea that this process doesn't already exist. No, you're literally claiming here that like they're just like cutting only waste, fraud, and abuse specifically from the system in terms of the cuts, and that's not what's happening here. There's no good evidence to indicate that. If you'd like to provide any sources, any evidence that indicates that, but I'd love to see it.
No, I'm saying, would you be an advocation for that not to be able to happen? I'm not saying that's what is happening right now.
Any time specifically where people like obviously right would be trying to scam the system, I think that they in those circumstances should be held accountable for trying to scam the system, and that's why we should hold people like Donald Trump accountable.
Oh, and just by the way, to Brittany, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. And I'm gonna drop Prover because it's late and I gotta go to bed. So
for sure,
I thank you for having me on. Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Of course.
All right. Well,
Brittany, thank you for the $5. Happy birthday, Brittany. Happy birthday. Thank you so much.
Mr. Parker.
Go ahead.
I think this kind of strayed away from my original argument. I mean, I could agree to you that there should be better Medicaid benefits, and maybe the Republican Party should be changing their stance on that and make it more conservative, but make it more agreed upon on both sides. But more again with the social policies, I'm big on less abortion because there's over 900,000 happening since the last research.
Okay, per year.
Am I what?
Per year?
I'm sorry, I didn't. What are you saying?
Per year, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Okay, so then do you think over the past 20 years, abortion in the United States is worse than the Holocaust?
Worse than the Holocaust? 20 years? Well, I know there's been over 60 million abortions since Roe v. Wade. So if we want to talk counts,
or since Roe versus Wade, do you want to say since Roe versus Wade? Do you think that since Roe versus Wade, every abortion that happened was overall worse than the Holocaust?
If we're talking about body count, yeah, obviously.
Okay. Do you think that violence was justified to prevent the Holocaust from occurring?
Violence was justified against the Holocaust occurring. Yeah, because people are in danger.
Okay,
right?
so then do you think that violence would be justified to prevent abortions from occurring?
Prevent abortions? Like what? Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, do you think it'd be okay to murder abortionists specifically to prevent them from aborting?
Well, murder, schmurder them?
Yeah.
Do I need to censor my words or not?
Yeah, you don't need to. Do you think
Okay.
that they should be allowed to? Do you think people should murder them?
I mean, obviously, if it wasn't as it is now, and people are like consenting to it, but the baby can't consent. So if the baby could somehow defend itself and get its like abortionist off of him, yeah. But
What? I'm
like I would say
confused.
yes. And the other,
I'm saying, do you think it would be justified to kill abortionists to prevent them from aborting babies? Because you think
no.
that's like okay, do you think it was justified to murder Nazi officials to prevent them from killing Jewish people?
Well, okay, the difference is it's so accepted in society, but I would say yes.
Was it accepted in Nazi society?
I would say yes for
Especially
sure. But,
by Nazi
I just
officials?
Want the laws to be changed. I just want the laws to be changed.
Okay, but like you're not answering my questions.
I mean, I don't know who would be. It doesn't like the mother doesn't have the right to kill the abortionist because she's allowing this to happen, and the baby would be the only one. You know, I mean, I guess I would come in as okay. Never mind. I just caught what I'm doing because that'd be like the prisoners supposed to kill the Nazi guards, and that's not how that works. I caught what I said there before you respond.
So like the point
I
I'm
mean,
saying is that you don't actually view it that way. Otherwise, you would view that it's justified to literally murder abortionists to prevent them from aborting babies.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you that it's a different scenario. Obviously, they're taking a life, but it's such a small scale that people don't care, and it would be kind of like, I don't know, weird for me to say like you should be killing these abortionists, even though it is on the same scale. It's just like in society how it is right now, I would say no, because that's crazy. But honest opinion, yeah, they should be put to death for what they're doing.
So you think that people who get abortions should be put to death?
No, the abortionists and the mothers can be put in jail.
Okay. Well, wait. So then, do you think it'd be justified to murder abortionists?
Yeah. Are they not murdering? What? They're literally taking lives every day. They result in 900,000 every year. There's a Holocaust
Dude,
happening.
you just said it was justified to murder abortionists. You just like typical people.
Are they or are they not taking a life?
It's a cellular life. It's literally not sentient. You're saying you should be able to take out doctors, right? Murder them. You're saying it's justified for typical people just to go murder abortionists. You just called for violence on people. If there's any abortionists in the comment section, you just called for them to be murdered. Seriously, you just called for their death.
You just gave me a hypothetical and I answered.
No, you called for their death. When I give you a hypothetical, it doesn't force you to respond that way. You just called for their death.
You asked a question, and
you just called for them to be executed.
We have to agree to something that the life is valuable or not first before we.
Wait, I'm sorry. You can't sit there and act like you have some moral high ground that you're pro-life after just calling for the execution of abortionists. What are you talking about? Okay. You just literally argued it was justified to murder them to prevent them from giving people abortions that they want to have. Right, in scenarios in which it is the case that
there should be capital punishment. Like whenever someone's life, whenever they use it for wrong, they should no longer have that life. So I'm in agreement for capital punishment. I wouldn't myself ever put or tell anyone to go harm these abortionists, but yeah, there should be a law.
Wait, but no. But do you think it's justified to do that?
Do I think it's justified?
You think it's justified to murder abortionists
today?
Yes, to prevent them from giving abortions.
No, because it's legal.
No, okay. Well, then clearly you don't see it to be as bad as the Holocaust. Because clearly, if you saw it to be as bad as the Holocaust, well, then it would be the case that you would see violence to stop it to be justified. Like I think it's totally justified to murder Nazis that were murdering Jewish people, and to prevent them from murdering Jewish people. Like I think that would be totally justified, and I think you agree with that point.
I don't think murder would be the right choice whenever we're talking about abortionists. We just change the laws. That's not how you have to prevent abortion. You just have to not consent. So yeah, it wouldn't be justified.
Let me clarify. We're saying kill here, meaning we think it's justified in this context. I think it's justified to kill Nazi officials to prevent them from killing Jewish individuals. You agree with that's justified, but you don't agree in this particular scenario, indicating that you don't view this as the same as the Holocaust. Indicating probably you don't view them as people. You don't view non-sentient embryos as people. And if you don't view them as people, why do you want to restrict people's rights to get access to abortion, rights over their bodies for non-sentient embryos that if they were to be aborted would never exist in the context of sentience ever? Their sentience would not exist. There is no future sentience if they're aborted.
Pretty obvious observation.
The future sentience would never be actualized if it is the case that they were aborted.
Yeah, and I think that's wrong. Why can't we value a future?
Oh, future alone? I value a future insofar as that there's a past or a present subjective experience established.
I think future's all we care about. If you
We,
wouldn't wake
we
up
don't
tomorrow,
just care. We don't just care about the future alone to grant rights, like right to
I
life.
think it outweighs a lot of things. Like
What?
You're being like, I think future outweighs most things in life. Like whenever we're talking about like you're thinking
No,
like, that's
no,
what
but
we're
not future alone in terms of the right to life.
Yeah, I could argue for future alone in this right to life. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's ridiculous. Like, for example, right? I have a question. Do you think that if it were the case that there was a 100% probability that it was going to yield a pregnancy, that if I were engaging intercourse with my girlfriend, that it would be wrong for me to pull out?
It'd be wrong for you to pull out.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, if I pull out, there's no more future subjective experience, right? If I, do you think it'd be wrong for me to pull out?
If you knew there's a 100% chance, I would say no, because there's no unique life yet.
Okay, so the unique life is what matters, not just the future.
Oh,
I thought you said
yeah.
we just value the future alone. Breezy,
Well,
thank
if
you
you
for
wanna-
$10. Thank you.
Yeah, well, obviously, if it's a human and it's been like there's fertilization, yeah, the future.
Okay, wait. So I'm confused. You're saying
was
that
talking
you're
more-
saying that something has to exist right in the present in order for you to establish a value for it in the future. Oh, wait. Why do you specifically only establish that with cellular life rather than sentient life? Why do you care about the
Because-
future sentient life, but for some reason the standard it doesn't apply to past or present, and for some reason it's based in biological cellular life?
Yeah, okay, because everything before after conception is determined. Like like I'm sure you've heard this like from Charlie Kirk or something.
It's
like,
not determined. After conception,
Not
did you know
everything,
a bunch of zygotes after conception are flushed out of the system?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, they're just flushed out of the system. They die.
A bunch of zygotes flushed out of the
Yeah,
system.
naturally get flushed out of the system.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's a natural thing. We're talking about.
Wait, what do you
ancient-
mean? What? He said, "What's wrong?" I have a question. Would you care
If it's natural and you can't control it, how's
wait,
it wrong?
would you say that about miscarriages?
I believe it's devastating. I don't think it's a wrong thing to happen. You can't legalize
You
that.
wouldn't say that about miscarriages.
What are you talking
TJ,
about?
thank me the $2. I'm just showing you
What's
that you.
wrong? Obviously, there's something wrong there, but there's nothing like wrong that the woman can do, right? Like, I'm not saying it's not like devastating or a tragedy that someone has a miscarriage or that maybe these zygotes are being flushed out. I haven't heard of this, whatever you're talking about, what you're referring to.
Yeah,
but
it kills the zygote naturally. So you said it's like 100% that the zygote's going to lead to a subjective experience. No, that's not true.
I never said 100% subjective experience.
But I gave you a hypothetical where there's a 100% subjective experience, right? The 100% likelihood of there going to be a subjective experience in the future, right? If I do not pull out. If I do pull out, right, then there wouldn't be. Is it wrong for me to pull out?
No, because the sperm alone cannot be alive, just how like an egg alone cannot be alive. The two need to meet, and then it's a unique
Sperm is
human
living.
life. Yeah, it's living, but it's not going to be human, and like that
Well,
species.
wait, I have a question. Human sperm. Of what species is human sperm?
It is human, but it cannot grow on its own, right? It needs the egg.
Well, I'm sorry. Can zygotes grow on their own?
No, it needs the woman. It's naturally.
Okay, so then to clarify, whether or not they can grow on their own doesn't change anything. So what's the point of relevance to then provide a distinction?
Well, it's not that they can't grow on their own. They're missing a key part of themselves. That that they.
So is a zygote.
Are you talking about like in the case of a zygote and a woman?
Yeah, in terms of the development, in terms of a uterus.
The difference is that we're talking about like pulling out. That's like that's what
Yeah.
people do, like a normal thing. But we're talking about with
Yeah,
like
wait. Yeah, so but like you understand that there's future subjective experience here. I know for certain that if I pull out, it won't exist, and I know for certain that it is the case that if I do not pull out, that it will lead to a subjective experience. There's already cellular life in terms of the sperm. What specific condition are you saying needs to be present within the set of scenario that we're referencing in order for there to be considerably valuable human life?
Whenever it becomes a human, like the early stage conception, when conception occurs,
When it becomes a human, you agree that like sperm is of the human
sperm, yeah,
species.
I
You agree
understand
that
that,
like
but it's
human
not gonna
sperm is
be-
of the human species, right?
Yeah, but it's never going to be a person until it meets the egg.
What
which
is a
23
person?
A personhood. I mean,
Yeah, what
it's
is
never
that?
you know, you can like just you have subjective experiences. I'm guessing is what you're trying to get to.
So then a zygote's not a person. So then is it wrong to kill a zygote?
I just said it will become that thing. A sperm on its own will never become that thing.
Okay, so wait, to clarify, when you say a sperm on its own, are you judging that based on DNA for the zygote?
Based on DNA of the zygote.
Yeah. How are you referencing the same identity? You're saying the same identity in of itself will then yield this. Are you saying based upon DNA? I don't identify the differences in human identity and personhood specifically based upon that. I do it based upon the unique subjective experience that they have. I don't do it based on DNA because there are some circumstances where human beings have the same DNA, and I don't think in those certain circumstances that they would be the same person. Or if I could even I'm sorry, like do you think that like two people with the same DNA, the exact same DNA, identical DNA, do you think that they're the same person? Or do you think that they're two distinct people?
There's two distinct things happening, right? So what is
They're,
your
they're
point?
two distinct people, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so what's your point?
So obviously our idea of personhood and the identity of personhood is related to the unique subjective experience. So then if your idea of personhood is related to that, well then that doesn't exist for a zygote, it doesn't exist for an embryo, it doesn't exist until sentience accrues or until it gets sentient.
How does personhood occur for someone who's just like even in sentience level? I don't think personhood, if we're really talking about it, doesn't occur until we're like 3 years old. You know, but I wouldn't value a life based on
Oh my god, obviously.
Personhood?
Wait. Do you think a newborn is a person?
obviously, but personhood, like that's like
What the fuck is personhood?
I mean, I just feel like
Personhood is in reference to them being a person, correct?
I mean,
They
maybe
have
I'm just missing the
personhood
point.
if they are a person. Okay.
What your personhood is referring to is like just like feeling like, you know, like nerves around you at the
No,
low
it's
level.
it's your unique subjective experience.
Which is what at the sentient level.
What question are you asking?
What is your unique subjective experience at that level? What are they feeling?
I don't have to tell you what they're feeling. It's the fact that they have a unique subjective experience.
Okay, at like what do you think they're experiencing at that time though?
Does that matter?
No, it doesn't. I'm just curious. What do you think?
I don't know.
Right. Okay. So when we're talking
Do I know
about
what you're experiencing right now?
you know, I'm talking to you. I don't know.
That's
what
about
else.
it. Like I would know that they're in the womb.
Right. But I still don't see how you can say that they're not valuable before then. Like, why can't we value that? Because it puts a strain on the mother? Is that your reason?
I don't see a reason to value it until it has sentience, especially that over like the desires, aspirations, goals, and autonomy of a woman. Like what? Or anyone who's pregnant.
Goals, aspirations of a woman.
Yeah, or anyone who's pregnant. William, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. But you do agree. Like, no, it's not an agreement. But we're talking about if they're not choosing that act, that's the outcome of it. Right? Like, so aspirations and goals is not like reason enough, I would say.
Yeah, for a fucking like a zygote.
I mean, in any life, but yeah.
Why do you value a zygote?
Because they are a unique human life, and they will become whatever they want. Like whatever, like we're
What is
taking
what is
away
a
the
human life? Can you
That's
tell me what a human life is?
a species of a human that's alive.
Okay, so that also qualifies to sperm. They're of the human species and they're cellularly alive.
Mm.
Okay, so why don't you value the human life as sperm, in insofar as to say that like I shouldn't pull out, right? If I'm 100% certain that it will yield a subjective experience in the future,
that sperm-
if I do not pull out.
That sperm's gonna be the same everywhere, and like just sitting in your testicles, wherever you think, like whatever. It's gonna be the same every time, but it's only going to be different once it meets the other half, which is the egg. So it is a unique human life, and that's what I'm valuing here, because that is everything from the male pattern baldness,
Based upon your definition, sperm meet that criteria.
Okay, it's a unique human life with with 46 chromosomes. I'll say that.
Okay. Are you saying if you don't have 46 chromosomes that you
Oh.
aren't given the same considerable level of value?
More than 23. Okay, more than 23 chromosomes. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. Are you Christian?
Yep.
How many chromosomes did Jesus have?
Would it be 23? Because it's only, I don't know.
So you said more. I'm confused. Are you saying that Jesus wasn't granted rights?
Bro, Jesus is that is the most cherry pickiest thing you could have done right there. That's
I'm
the
just
only
saying
scenario
that's the
where that's ever
implication of
happened.
your worldview, it seems.
Okay. 22 or what? No, that doesn't even make sense now, because it's just sperm. What are we talking about? Okay, if a sperm and the egg meets, that is what I'm valuing. I don't have a definition.
Well,
that applies
are you saying the value of a human being is or in the identity of a human being is predicated off of how many chromosomes they have?
So you're saying you hate disabled people? Is that your next thing you're gonna say?
No, I'm just asking you. Are you saying the chromosomes are what determines the value, or what determines the
my
difference in
God.
identity? Because I don't think chromosomes
No,
determine the
if it's a
difference in
unique
identity.
human
I
life,
think that
if
I
it's
think
a
it's I think it's I think it's unique subjective experience. When we say unique human life, right? What you're
Okay.
what you're not acknowledging is that that's also applicable to a fucking sperm cell.
Okay. Well, I have a great analogy that you've heard already, so I'm wondering to hear your answer on this again. Say you have two newborns, okay, and then 10 alive adult pigs. What are you going to choose?
The two newborns.
Who's more valuable? Right. And would you agree that the pigs have more sentience or more of a level of sentience than the humans?
You understand that I have a second condition within the context of my view that says because they're a part of the human species alongside that they're sentient and they're granted more value. I'm
Yeah, your
confused to what your
conjunction.
point is. Yeah, I have another
Your conjunction.
conjunction that I believe in.
But it proves that sentience alone isn't a part of it, and that humanity.
Wait, I'm sorry.
is
You
the strong
believe in
crux of it.
you believe in life alone with subjective experience in the future. Isn't this also a critique of your worldview?
Life
Couldn't you say
alone
because
is-
they're also life? They're also life with
Hmm?
subjective experience in the future.
Are we talking about sperm still?
Is this also a critique of your worldview?
Are we talking about sperm still?
No, we're talking about the pigs. Is this a
Would it be
critique of
wrong
your
to-
is this a critique of your worldview?
No, humanity is at stake. I think the human species is
Are
more
you vegan?
valuable. No.
That's by the way, the argument you just provided is no different as applicable to your view comparative to my view. What the hell is wrong with you?
I said human. The differences are human.
Where's
I
the
value
boxing gloves?
humans. What are you talking about? I never said I valued.
By the way, also vegans can say the same thing. A vegan can still argue that you should
Okay.
save 2 newborns over the 10 adult pigs. I'm serious. A vegan can argue that. I don't know what even we're talking about here.
A vegan can argue that you save the pigs.
No, a vegan can argue you save the newborns. That's totally consistent with the vegan position.
That's not what I've heard, but I don't care about vegans.
Wait. What about the vegan position commits you to saying that 10 adult pigs are more valuable than 2 newborns?
Because they value all of your life equally.
No, they don't. That's not true.
I've talked to vegans.
That's
I've
actually
talked to-
totally not true. Vegans do not say that.
The one that I've talked to was like,
Okay. I just want to let you know.
they would
I'll let
value
you
a
know.
fly.
I'll let you know. Smart vegans do not say that. Okay. Smart
Okay,
vegans
I
will
don't
not
understand.
say all sentient life is of equal value. They will acknowledge the distinction of humans and other types of animals. If you don't do that, you get like absurd calculations, like the most
No,
ridiculously absurd calculations
I
ever.
haven't heard one vegan say that. They value every
Okay.
single
Well,
life.
obviously, yeah, that would be an absurd vegan position, like an incredibly
Right.
absurd vegan positions.
I mean, I talked to one the other day that was like a fly is just as tragic as a human dying. I mean, like that's crazy.
That is not even a vegan position. There's no way.
Okay.
If,
Well,
like I don't know any vegan that would say
I think
that.
her name's Veggies on TikTok. If you want to check up on that.
That person is delusional. Okay, a
that's pretty
fly dying is the same as a human dying is
Yes,
an
that.
objectively
That's it.
insane position. That is the
I
most
asked her-
diabolically insane position I have ever heard in my life.
I asked her if like she would like mourn like a mosquito, and she said I would think about it as much if I killed a person.
I was like, "Are you serious?" And I'm not even joking. This
They
isn't
were
like
trolling you, dude. They were trolling you.
I asked her like, "Okay, so what about like a mosquito? They have the same life and all this." Oh, whatever. We're getting kind of
Dude, yeah,
we're
I'm
kind of
serious. There's no way you had that conversation and that was a real,
Veggie's on
genuine
TikTok. She goes
conversation.
live like every day. Veggie's on TikTok. She goes live like every day. You can check up later. Veggies. I promise you. It has like a little like stick drawing as like the profile picture.
They were totally
Alright.
trolling you.
She is beyond serious if you watch her. But we're getting away from it. But vegans, about the pigs. I don't really. That
Elise,
wasn't really.
thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank
That's
you.
cool.
Josh, thank
I
you for the
think
$10. Lauren with the $10. Thank you. Becky, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. What the fuck? I'm so sorry to hear that, Becky. Brittany, thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate it. Stacy with the $11.11. Thank you so much.
All right. So yeah, abortion's wrong because we're taking away their subjective.
Wait,
We're taking away their future of subjective experience.
Okay, so
And then
we already talked about this.
Mhm.
I gave you a response.
Mhm.
Again, you're taking away a future subjective experience if you pull out in the scenario that I brought up, because it is the case that there's 100% chance that there's going to be a future subjective experience if you do not pull out. So is it
but I
wrong
could
to pull
argue-
out?
Yeah, I could argue taking away like hundreds of thousands of subjective experiences because you have that many sperms. That's not how we value life. We value it after they've been conceived.
Exactly. So again, you have no distinction for that at all that you can provide that is consistent.
I
No
mean,
distinction.
Do you want me to like look up one?
I'll ask you another question, right? Do you think it's murder, right, for someone to use an IUD?
When after post conception, if and it results in that, yeah, it's murder. I don't think it's murder for them to just have one.
So do you think? Wait,
But
okay,
I know cases.
Wait, so women who have IUDs that know that it leads to zygotes dying, should they be
Yeah.
sent to prison?
Yep.
Type a 3 in the comment section right now if you have an IUD, and you know specifically that it leads to the deaths of zygotes.
Why would you say that's okay?
Are you saying all of the women in the chat right now, and all of the people with uteruses in the chat right now that have typed 3 right now, you're saying they should be put in prison?
They took away a unique life.
Wait, do you think that it would be justified to unalive women with IUDs to prevent them from killing zygotes, given that they understand this?
Well, no, that's just another life.
Okay, so okay. I just genuinely want to. I genuinely wanted to see if you'd take it that far. But in terms of this, genuinely, you think they should be in prison?
How often is this that like isn't
You
IUDs
literally just saw all the women and the people with uteruses in the chat say
No.
specifically that they have an IUD, right, and that they are cognizant of the fact that that's true. And you're saying every single person should go to prison.
I'm
You would say
asking
that
you,
all
though.
of them should go to prison.
I'm asking you though, how often is it though that they are not preventative and post conception?
How often? It's incredibly unlikely because it is the case that it prevents fertilization. So we're talking, so we're talking in like
If it kills a zygote, yeah, they're a murderer. It's a human life.
we're talking in the multiple percentage points. Even in those cases where there's percentage points, like a percentage point chance of this happening, because it is the case that in most circumstances it prevents fertilization, right? Meaning it would never get to the point where it would prevent implantation. Right? In that circumstance, we would still say there's culpability if it is the case that you had a 1% likelihood of unaliving someone by engaging in a certain action. Like for example, if you are shooting a gun through a wall and you know that a 1% likelihood that it's going to lead to a child dying, and then a child does die, right? In that particular scenario, right? Should you be held accountable for that?
Of course.
Okay, so then, but you didn't know that they were there. Right? You didn't know
said
that
there's a-
when you
you said
shot
that
there,
you
that
knew
it was
there
going to
was a
happen.
1% chance?
You knew that there was a 1% chance, so the same thing's true.
I've heard this argument on Dean Withers and Togi, by the way, and I don't I don't know why you're playing this. But this is
Dean is my good friend, right?
Yeah, I know there's a chance there's a chance you're gonna murder somebody, why shouldn't you be held accountable?
Wait, it's not murder. You clearly don't believe
Okay,
that's murder.
killing.
There's no way. So again, you think that
Okay,
women who
yeah,
have
because you have the
IUDs,
fourth
you
fact.
think women who have IUDs should go to prison for the rest of their life?
I think they should be put to life in prison. No! What are you talking about, Parker? If I think they shouldn't be using IUDs in the first place if they know it can take a zygote. Like, it's
But
just
given that
that.
they do know that and they keep using it, should they go to prison?
Should they go to prison and they kill a zygote? In that rare case, you get what you get. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Yeah.
You're so crazy, bro.
You are.
Let's go on to the next person. I should have asked him what IUD stood for. Chat. I should have asked him that question. I'm sorry. I fucked up. It was just brutal conversation. Brutal conversation. All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me with your YouTube super chat. By the way, everyone, follow me here if you haven't already run the main account right now. I'd really recommend to follow me here. And like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes on the YouTube stream. I'd really, 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 really appreciate it. And by the way, everyone, I should be live later tomorrow, probably around like later in the day, probably like 4 or 5, something like that. I'll keep everyone posted on the Instagram. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Vote for Bob Dole, 1990.
Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 20 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
Immigration and tariffs, and then his agenda plan that he's passing.
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Sorry, I'm eating right now. Give me a second. A country, America, importing more products than exporting. Oh no, wait, what's a tariff or what's a trade deficit?
What's a tariff?
A corporation paying a tax on an import product from a foreign country.
What, an American corporation, right?
Yeah.
Which is passed down to the consumer because it's a cost push, right? Meaning it's a tax on the cost of production, right, and the cost of distribution, rather than a tax on the profits.
I know it's not a tax on the profits, but it's not passed down to the consumer. You can see this in multiple.
It is passed down to the consumer because it's cost push.
Hey bud. Let me finish my claim. It's
if
not passed down.
If you're accurate.
All right. Because look at data in the 2018 trade war. What was the consumer price index of Chinese products?
So you'd have to
They only
specifically.
went up 1%. They only went up 1%. And the reason why they went up 1% is because Chinese goods are leisurely goods. They're not necessities. A lot of times the corporation will eat the cost. They get a 25% tariff. They're not going to just slap the 25%.
What was the universal
tariff
tariff that Trump had specifically on China at that time?
It wasn't a universal tariff.
Exactly. So you have to understand that there's a distinction in the application of targeted tariffs versus universal.
Corporations are still going to eat the cost unless it's a necessity. Unless it's a good.
Wait, repeat that again?
Unless it's a necessity, if it's a leisurely good, the corporation will eat the cost. Because obviously there might be marginal price increases, but for the most part, the corporation's going to eat the cost. Because if you add a 25% increase on like a T-shirt or like a TV, no one's going to buy it.
So you say that they're going to eat the cost, right? That's specifically how. Only as much as they possibly can, right? Otherwise, it's going to be passed down to the consumer. So you still agree that there's going to be an increase in the cost of the good.
Yeah, but corporations have huge profit margins, and they just got a huge corporate tax.
Okay, so you're saying that it won't have a negative impact so long as that it specifically just relates to the greed of individuals. Okay, if you think corporations are so greedy, why do you want to give them such fucking massive tax breaks?
To deal with the tariffs. Also to invest in the country. Investment.
So, but I thought you said that they're just gonna keep the profits to themselves. So why are you reducing taxes on their profits while increasing taxes on their cost of production? Isn't that giving them more of an incentive to keep their profits for themselves right? And to pass less down to their employees?
Not all the time. I mean,
No, it does. It actually very much does, because you would know if you when you decrease your taxable income because you did a write-off by paying money to an employee, that you save as an employer, as someone who's being able to take out profits from that company, you save the top marginal tax rate. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying, but a lot of the tax cuts involve investments. Ability to transfer money. That's what a lot of tax cuts are. It's not just a straight up profit tax cut. A lot of them have incentives to invest in the country or make investments.
What incentives? You're saying that they pay less taxes in the United States?
Yeah, but they have less taxes like on investments.
Hey,
or,
is it
you know,
possible you
can
could stop
outrun them.
eating? Because people want me to kick you because you're eating.
Oh, I'll stop eating. This is my last bite. What's your question again?
I don't even remember.
Tell these people to shut up.
What'd you say?
Tell them to stop. I stopped eating. I'm locked in now. The corporate tax cut is not just based on profit. There's other incentives and other things in the corporate tax cut that promotes investment. It's not just a full-on tax on profits. And you saw in the 2017 trade cut, employers got more bonuses. Verizon gave out $1,000 to each employee.
You said the Trump tax cuts, 2017.
Yeah, the Trump tax cuts in 2017.
So that's just not true. Not true. So not specifically related to the tax cuts, because there's actually less of an incentive to give money to your employees because the top marginal tax rate for the company is lower. So there's less of an incentive to give that money to your employees and more incentive to keep that money yourself.
So why did Verizon in 2018 give $1,000 to each employer?
That would have been probably something scheduled prior.
I don't know about that. I think the tax cuts. Also, what about the amount of money transferred?
If you want to reference the tax cuts, okay, there's actually a study from an analysis from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform bill, and it indicates that there is around $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act per year for $190 billion of debt-related spending. So spending $190 billion of debt-related spending to only get $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth, $1 to $7 billion in revenue, tax revenue, is fucking preposterous. It's disgusting. It's diabolical, I tell you.
That's not true. Look, I don't know what source you're looking. Look at the Tax Policy Center. It says that the average American, middle-class American, got about $1,000 to $2,000 more in income. It says that what else? I'm trying to think on the top of my head.
The Tax Policy Center says that the rich will pay less and that the poor specifically will pay more after 2025. So right now, that's what's happening based upon the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
No, you're not. You're talking about the CBO. You're not talking about the Tax Policy Center. You're talking about the.
I am talking about the Tax Policy Center.
Okay, what article did the Tax Policy Center say on that? Give me the source.
Yeah,
because
that's through the same Brookings article. It's through a Brookings article. Look up Tax Cuts and Jobs Act Brookings. It's on the Brookings article.
On the Brookings article.
Brookings.edu. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. Because I don't have a computer with me.
Okay.
But look, a lot of these estimates are wrong. The CBO, when Trump got rid of Obama, he didn't get rid of Obamacare, but he got rid of some of the mandates in Obamacare in 2018. He weakened the thing. The CBO claimed that 24 million people would be uninsured. Do you know what the actual
chat for the people who think this is Kai clips? This is absolutely not Kai. I promise you. Go ahead, continue.
Do you know what the amount of people uninsured and actually was after Trump got rid of some of the Obamacare mandates? It was only 3 to 5. A lot of these estimates are wrong. And if you look at the Tax Cut and Job Act, it was heavily popular. I mean, in 2018,
you said a lot of these. You just said the analysis is wrong. I gave you one from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. What's the dispute on that? You can't dispute that in terms of bias.
I showed you the history of the CBO being wrong. That's the biggest.
By the way, the CBO is a nonpartisan government.
Government source. That doesn't mean that it's not wrong. That doesn't mean that it hasn't overestimated.
What was the wait? Repeat the situation when it was wrong.
The CBO, when the Obama Repeal Act, they claimed that 24 million people would be uninsured. The actual amount of people uninsured was 3 to 5 million.
Can you give me the claim and then give me the fact check?
I just gave you the claim. I don't have the computer
What's
with
the
me.
source?
You can go search up the estimate in the Obama Repeal Act estimate. You can go search it up on your computer. You're gonna add me to that book, but you can go search it up yourself right now. I don't have a computer with me.
Okay. Oh, what do you want me to type in?
Estimates for the 2017 Obama Repeal Act. CBO.
Wait, you mean the one that happened under Trump?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that the CBO got it wrong?
Yeah, they got it wrong. They estimated 24 million. It was actually 3 to 5 million.
Okay, let me go to find my. Where did you see that it was 3.5?
Just search up the amount of people search up the amount of people, that lost insurance after the Obama Repeal Act.
24 billion. Where did you see 24 billion for estimated budget? This is just for 2018.
This is the Obama Repeal Act?
Yeah, it's the one you're referencing. The Obama. Here, I'll go to the top 1 second. The
See how many people-
Obamacare repeal. This didn't even get passed.
It didn't.
Repeal
It was
Reconciliation Act.
I told you that there was mandates that got passed.
Wait. How are you referencing? This didn't even get passed.
But the mandates did get passed. That's the main thing that would have got rid of insurance. The mandates.
The mandates were related to the Supreme Court. That's nothing to do with this act. So again, you said that they were wrong with their estimate. How do you know?
Because they estimated that 24 million people would be uninsured. And first of all, it was legislation.
Actually, by the way, it says 17 million. 27 million in 2020.
27 million. Yeah. What is it now? 3 to 5.
It said compared to current law.
Yeah. So it overestimated that. It overestimated.
Where did you see that where'd you get that source from? What are you citing?
Bro, I told you the source. Go Google it. Search up the CBO. Just Google it,
Wait,
bro.
I'm on the CBO. What's the source that the CBO is wrong?
Search up the amount of people uninsured. Search up how many people.
On what source?
Just Google it.
No,
just search up.
Why don't you go do that? Why don't you go look it up on your on your own time right now, and I'll talk to someone while you do that.
Oh my god, bro. Okay.
All right, let's go into the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Julian, thank you so much for pushing the subscription. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Orange, thank you for the $11. Thank you. Hello?
Hey, Parker. How you doing, sir?
Do you support Donald Trump?
What's that?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
I think that's a very vague question. I support some of his policies. A lot of his rhetoric, I don't always support. So I think if you could specify exactly what portions we're referring to, because I don't want to overarch broad brush that I support Donald Trump, because when he says things like a woman is a pig or anything unflattering to anyone.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
President Donald Trump.
Okay, so why?
Are you aware of how many times as a congresswoman Kamala Harris voted?
Kamala?
Yep, 55% of the time. You don't need to look it up. She voted for one National Defense Act out of the 4 she could have. She voted nay for one of them and opted not to vote for the other 2. After Supreme Court Amy Coney Barrett was announced as a Supreme Court justice, she tweeted out that they must vote for the Affordable Care Act. It must be a fight. They must win. She was the only congressman or woman not to vote. Out of all congressmen, she didn't vote for the Affordable Care Act. It passed, but she was the only one that didn't vote.
So,
So everything
can you provide a source for that?
Yeah, you can look up her voting record on just about any government website you would like. Would you like me to give you
would
one?
you like to provide it, and then I can, and then while I talk to someone, and then we'll come back to that.
Yep.
Go ahead.
You want me to just put it down in the comments?
No, just tell me once you get the information.
Okay, it's pretty lengthy, but okay.
Okay. I mean, you can tell me the title once you have the ability to. We'll get up another person in the meantime. Only send a guest request if you do support all Trump.
Justfacts.votesmart.org.
No, what's the title?
Justfacts.votesmart.org.
Do you know what a title is?
Do you want the website?
What's the title?
Of her voting record? As a congresswoman?
No, what's the title of the page that you're looking at?
Maybe I'm missing something. www.justfacts.votesmart.org.
That's a website. I'm asking you for the title of the page you're looking at. Do you know what a title is? I think you know what a title is.
You don't need to be condescending. If you
I'm seriously not being condescending. I'm just asking.
If you go to that website, it'll be the 6th one down. So if you just go to the website I just asked you to for Kamala Harris.
Kamala, can you just tell me what the title is? It's not a complex question. I'm not asking you, to do rocket science right now. I'm asking you what's the title of the page you're currently looking at.
Oh boy. I'll just type it up for you so you get it.
Just tell me.
I got the source, by the way, for my thing.
Okay, well, Justin figures it out.
I'm not figuring it out. If you just go to that and do /candidate
go to that. Just tell me.
Kamala Harris.
Dude, just tell me, Kamala. Tell me what the title is. How do you not know what a title is?
Kamala Harris's voting record, and then find Just Facts.
No, what's the title?
Smart.
Are you okay, bro? Oh my gosh, dude.
All right, can I give you my source, my guy?
Go ahead.
Okay, Forbes. This is a Forbes article, so this is not no far right source you can't trust. CBO budget projections after 2 years, no better than throwing darts. Yikes.
Wait, you said what?
The title is CBO budget projections after 2 years, no better than throwing darts, and it talks about repealing some of the Obamacare mandates and replacing it with the ACA, and it says that the estimates were so wrong.
Okay, this is from Forbes. Let's check. So by the way, I think Forbes is disputing the CBO. Okay, let's check. Let's take a look at this.
The article was posted in 2017. CBO budget projections after 2 years, no better than throwing darts. Forbes, and everyone's saying that the Forbes is actually.
So right now so you agree that their budget deficit estimates were 97% accurate?
For small bills, yeah. But for
in reference to what we were talking about, you're saying that after multiple years, that without information, that they're claiming that it decreases over time. This is what they claim. Let's look at this. They claim, and this is from 2017, the latest Senate Republican healthcare reform plan, like its House predecessor, appears now to have failed. It did so for many reasons, some good and some not so good. Among the not so good reasons the proposed failed were the projections of the Congressional Budget Office. As I show here, the CBO projections more than 2 years into the domain, perhaps studies not the most. More than 2 years into the future in the domain, it perhaps studies most federal deficits are a little bit better than random guesses. Look at the chart below. It shows a deterioration of CBO predictive accuracy when it comes to the federal budget deficit. The circular markers show how accurate these predictions have been since 2009 in forecasting how large the federal budget deficit would be. As one can see, although the CBO estimates are very good for the same year in which they are made, accuracy deteriorates rapidly. By year 3, CBO projections actually are no better than luck. That's what they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And then
I'm confused. Then they're making totally legitimate determinations about what's going to happen in the short term.
yeah, but these agenda bills are not short-term bills. These bills are 10-year-long bills.
Okay, well, what particular determinations did they claim about the long run that you were disputing?
They got almost every agenda bill wrong. They got the Affordable Care Act.
Wait, because
They-
actually, I just want to clarify the particular number that you were talking about originally in terms of what they were bringing up was only like a few years out. Yeah, it was only a few years out. It was 2018. So that you agree the 17 million number, the one that you said was bullshit, right? That one for 2018 is totally accurate because it was from 1 year later.
But that 17 million thing was not just a 1 year estimate. That was a multiple
No,
year
it
estimate.
said the number of people who are uninsured would increase by 17 million in 2018 compared with the number under current law.
Was it 27 million or 17 million that they said by 2020?
It says 27 million by 2020.
Okay,
So-
now search up how many people were uninsured.
Wait. You understand that it wasn't put in place, right? Wow. This guy, dude.
Yeah, but the mandates were
This
passed.
guy. He actually was like, dude, look at the rates. The bill wasn't even passed. Didn't we just talk about that?
A lot of the provisions and mandates were passed, though.
What?
And
No, they weren't.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
Which
The
were.
mandates are you
mandate that you're
talking about
referencing
there,
is just from the Supreme
Ben?
Court. They got rid of the mandate, particularly on the ACA, which does not relate to this bill.
It does, bro.
It does not.
Well, the individual
You
mandate
don't know what you're
repeal
talking about.
did.
There was cuts in Obamacare and the ACAC, bro.
Okay. All right. So now for this guy, when do you think that she did this particular claim for the other person?
For the other person.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm asking you, Justin.
B as in Justin?
Yeah.
Okay. What other thing are we talking about?
What was the date?
For which one?
For
I can
the-
start from the top
For
if you
her,
like.
for her did not vote.
For the Affordable Care Act?
Yeah.
That would have been on, let's see, Affordable Care Act. She did not vote for the continuation for the Affordable Care Act on 10/1/2020.
In 2020, let's go back. Let's see. In 10/1/2020. Oh, geez. 10/1/2020. A bill to protect healthcare for hundreds of millions of Americans. Let's see.
Did not vote.
Okay. I got you. A bill to protect healthcare for hundreds of millions of Americans in the preventive. Let me see which one it is. That's just the name. It's SB 4. Oh my God, why does it keep asking me to do this? Hold up, let me look. And I'll see what she voted on a different website. A bill to protect the healthcare of hundreds of millions of Americans.
It's the only time that she was
and
actually
the
able to
courts
vote for the
strike down
ACA
the
while she
Patient
was a
Protection
congresswoman.
Affordable Care Act. Roll call.
It was the
vote.
only bill that
It was just
contained the
introduced.
ACA.
It was just introduced. It was never passed.
Yes, it was.
Wait.
It passed 51-43.
The one that you're referencing, the one that it says that she voted on, because I went to the one particular source you're referencing, S 4653. 4653 was just introduced. It was never passed through law.
Negative. It was because that's how the mandate went away, and it passed 51-43.
Again, I understand your point there, but if you look up S 4653, it was just introduced. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Are you referring to the S, which is now known as the United States Jordan Defense Cooperation Act of 2024? Because
No.
they often redo that.
I'm referencing S.4653. What it says the bill was named in the fucking Vote Smart thing that you're referencing. It says bill number.
Right. So if anyone goes to congress.gov and they type in S.4563, it's the United States Jordan
45.
Defense
It's
Cooperation
no,
Act
not
of 2024.
4653, dude.
4563. That's what I'm saying.
46. 6. Hello? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you want 6? 6. 46.
Yeah, I'm still seeing 2019 to 2020.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referencing. It says just introduced, right? If you look at
Well,
tracker.
it's 2019, 2020, so no.
Oh, yeah, that's the Congress. You said it was in 2020, right? This is wait, if you go back to the Vote Smart thing, it says the bill number was 4653. You look up 4653, it's just been introduced. This bill never was passed.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Action number 5. Signed into law, and then it says the date.
Okay, wait. Actually, I didn't see this. I apologize. The tracker just says introduced, but it says latest action was on October 1st, and that the cloture on the motion to proceed to the measure was not invoked by the Senate. So I do see the record, and then there's people not voting. So actually, I do apologize. It literally, when it says it must not have became law or something, because typically on the site on congress.gov where it says introduced, right after that it will say like became law, like passed and then became law, and it didn't say that here. So I apologize, but I'm confused why it does that for this one. I'm confused why it did that. I've never seen that on a congress.gov site ever. Like here, let me actually show, because I'm genuinely
Well, I believe you.
confused. Like look at this.
I've never actually seen you lie before, so I don't know about that.
Let's take a look at this. Do you see this? Do you see how it just says introduced? So it says it right here on latest action. It gives the description and then the record and stuff, so we can look at that. But if you look at this, it just says introduced. And typically how it says on the tracker, it says after that, become law. Oh, sorry, chat. I need to show TikTok. Can you see now, TikTok? You see how it just says introduced? It just says introduced. It doesn't say became law and the ones after that. Like, for example, look, I'll show you a different one. Let's look up Inflation Reduction Act. Here, actually, let me keep that there. Inflation Reduction Act. Look at this, chat. Do you see this? Introduced, passed House, passed Senate, resolving differences to the President, became law. So that tells me it never became law or something? So by the way, are you saying that someone who wants to go against the ACA is doing something that's bad?
Oh no, I have plenty more.
What's up?
I have plenty more I could go through.
No, I'm just asking, do you consider that bad?
Someone that's voting, I consider it bad.
Okay,
as
so
a congressman or woman, if I could, when they say that we must vote for this is a fight that we cannot lose, and then they do not vote at all. I think that is disingenuous.
I don't even think she made a claim specifically about
He
that
tweeted
policy.
that. She did. She tweeted it.
Okay, can you give me the tweet?
Yep.
Okay. And then, okay, also to clarify, if I can give you an example of Donald Trump doing something like this, would you give that as reason to not support Donald Trump?
No, because you're focusing on one thing, and I have about 27 reasons why I would support. You asked me if I could go back in time, if I would vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
I apologize, Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Kamala. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Would you say it's concerning when a future VP, at that time she was a congresswoman, only votes for 1 out of 4 National Defense Authorization Acts or military budget?
No.
You would not consider that
Nope.
at all alarming?
Nope.
Okay. Would you find it alarming that the one that individual happened to vote nay against would have required within 3 years of it being signed, all Confederate signs, symbols, statutes, and names were removed from all DoD assets? And they voted nay?
Repeat that again.
Would you find it unusual, or would you be concerned if the person voted nay on a National Defense Authorization Act that within 3 years of it being signed by the president into law would require all Confederate names, statutes, and symbols be removed from all Department of Defense assets?
Is that the only aspect of the bill?
Well, I'm sure you're very familiar with National Defense Authorization Act.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can start from the top. $1 billion to the Department of Homeland Security for operations and support for management directory.
So to clarify, was the reason why she didn't vote for it related to any other aspect of the bill? Because I'm guessing that she does support that, like obviously disagree against. Like obviously, I'm confused. What position do you think she holds on that you would disagree with?
Would you like me to read the entire bill?
Yeah. Do you think that she opposes the idea that we should get rid of like Confederate names off of things or Confederate statues and stuff? Do you think she disagrees with that?
If I may, I'll read you the entire bill and then you can decide.
If I don't get an answer to questions, I'm just going to kick you and go to the next person because it seems like you're not willing to engage in a dialogue with me. So I'll ask the question one more time. Do I have to, or do you understand the question so that I don't have to ask it again?
I do understand the question, and no, that is not the only reason that I would not vote for her or find that troublesome. There's many other parts of it.
Can you repeat my question?
You were breaking up, so I cannot repeat verbatim what your question was. If you would repeat it, I can certainly answer it.
Why didn't you say that prior?
Parker, if we're going to go circular, if you just repeat the question, I can answer it.
I just asked why didn't you say that prior?
That I didn't hear you?
Damn, y'all got issues, bro. Y'all got beef, bro. Damn, that's crazy.
I'm asking for an answer to the question, and I can't get an answer to the question ever.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Take that, Justin.
I have to repeat another question. Dude, holy shit. Holy shit. What is going on? I'm not going to repeat every question I ask you. Are you rage baiting me?
Justin, you gonna take that, bro?
No, I'm not. I mean, I don't talk to people like that. I just didn't hear the question genuinely.
The multiple questions I asked you.
The one in particular regarding the removal of the Confederate name, symbol, statutes. I think you had a follow up to that question. I did not.
I asked you. Do you think she disputes that? Do you think that she doesn't hold a position that she's against that?
I could not even imagine what she's thinking. Okay. So I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay, well then you must think that Donald Trump is fucked up for saying that there are very fine people that were specifically supporting keeping up a statue, right, of a Confederate.
Are you able to pull up that entire clip, please? Because you'll actually hear him say that there were good people and bad people. However, he did condemn the KKK and the white supremacists that were there.
I just want to clarify. He said there were very fine people on both sides, and one of the sides was arguing for the Confederate statue to stay up. That was one of the sides. The entirety of the side.
Okay, but you did, when you just referenced that, did not include the fact that he did point out that the KKK and the white supremacists should always be condemned. He made that very clear.
What fine people are arguing for Confederate statues to stay up? And now you're arguing exactly for the thing that you were just saying is bad with Kamala Harris.
No, I'm arguing how you're paraphrasing the statements that you're making. You're making them so that they benefit your argument, not being honest.
Parker, he said that.
I'm just saying that you're not responding to anything that I'm actually saying. Like, what do you mean I'm providing it in a way that's beneficial to my argument that looks bad for other people? Like, what? Can you respond to any of the content of what I said?
You're paraphrasing.
Can you
You're
respond to
taking-
any of the content of what I said?
Is he repeating his questions now?
Babe, relax. Do not talk to people like that.
Sorry.
Nobody doesn't get on. I'm not supporting or against. I do see a point in keeping statues up because it's part of our history. It's an ugly part of our history that we cannot deny. So to remove an
statues commemorate. Statues commemorate. Statues aren't specifically just for history. They're not in museums, right? In that context, these are statues of commemoration, and we want to take down statues of commemoration. You can still learn about history in history books. You can learn about history in museums, but you should not learn about history in terms of a commemoration of people who were Confederates that were advocating and fighting for owning slaves.
I'll concede that. I agree.
Parker,
What's good?
how are you tonight?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing well. Thanks for letting me up.
Of
Hey,
course.
I was listening and I was trying to make sure of something. I
Apparently
wanted
you're
to see
listening,
was
not
this
talking.
guy. I'm sorry, Dim Slayer, I was talking, dude. I was trying to make sure, like, was this guy talking about Kamala Harris missing Senate roll calls in 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Not
Right.
just 2020, back to 2000 when our president Trump first took over as president.
Okay, because I think that's crazy because like even JD Vance, including like when he was running for VP, like dude, prior to from February 2023 up until January 2025, that dude missed 150 of 681 roll calls. That's 22%.
Yeah,
That's way above.
I
So
would,
no,
I
no,
would say that was definitely a failure
no,
on his part because he was
so
not
what? But
representing.
why are you? Hold on, Justin. So the question is, why are you trying to hold Kamala Harris to this standard? All right, that you're not willing to hold JD Vance to.
Was that the question that was phrased to me, ma'am?
That's what I'm asking you. That's the question I'm phrasing to you.
I'm asking,
Why
was
are you
that the,
holding this standard? Because this is the part of the conversation that I caught. So that's what I'm asking you. Why are
was
you holding her to that standard?
was that the question that Parker asked me?
Duh. I don't know what question Parker asked you.
Okay,
I'm asking you a question.
Parker asked me why I would vote if I could go back in time. Why I would vote for President Trump over Vice President Harris. That was the question that I was referring to.
And you're using her Senate roll call record
Oh no, not
as
her roll call record.
reason.
If I wanted to do that, I would just say that she only voted 55% of the time. I'm specifically talking about what votes, what national key votes she selected to vote on, and which ones she didn't that are alarming to me. One is a member of a special operations force for a decade. I take issue with the fact that she voted one time to support our budget. She didn't vote for the Affordable Care Act after tweeting that she would. That I take issue with. She didn't vote for billions of dollars that was going to be sent to the border to include portions that would have required 13-year-olds that didn't speak English or Spanish as their preferred language to not be allowed to go
Did
to
any
online.
of these measures not pass by one vote?
Every single one that I will mention was signed into law.
Everyone that you did mention was signed into law?
Yes.
Oh, so then what is your issue here? Because senators sit out on
Well,
votes
when
all the
she
time.
doesn't,
And then the one that you were speaking about the Confederate statues, sir, she was campaigning at that time, just like JD Vance when he was campaigning when we had to take a look and vote on extending the child tax credit.
so you would
So
say,
there's that.
by your rationale, you would say that campaigning is more important than voting on our national defense budget.
I would say that she was selected to be the vice president, and yes, it is. I'm gonna say it. I said it. I said it.
Okay.
Because guess what you just said, Justin? You just said that they all passed. They all passed. So what difference did it make?
I think if you're going to run for president, which, if I correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that year she got 0 votes, that she probably could spend her time better voting in Congress.
No, she was running for vice president.
We're talking about 2020, dear. That's the one that you were talking about in 2020. She was for vice president. You got anything else up your sleeve?
In 20,
Another
so in 2020 she was running. You said for vice president.
vice president, yeah, darling. She wasn't running
Do you
for
run for
president
vice
until
president, or does the
2024.
president elect his
She
partner?
was campaign. You want to use a more succinct word? We could say she was campaigning
For what? Vice president or president? Because you don't campaign for
for.
vice president, right?
You do go on the campaign trail, dear.
You
You
go on a
do.
campaign trail to try to become president, but aren't you
Not you trying
elected?
to play a game of semantics. This is
It's
Well,
not
fun.
when was
semantics.
the vote?
Do you
When
want
was
to?
the
Do you want to? Do you want to try something else?
Wait, Justin? When was the vote? Was it before the Iowa caucus or after the Iowa caucus that you're talking about?
I got a lot of scrolling to do. One sec, brother.
All right. I know. I just want to get it clear because if it's before the Iowa caucus, then she was campaigning for president. But if it was after, she was probably campaigning for vice president. So that could clear it up. I don't know though. Also, I want
Parker,
to.
Parker, why are you up so late?
Yeah, I just got on late today because I didn't have any account until 7:15 tonight. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's why.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, otherwise I typically wouldn't be up this late. But I am about to get off here in I think 10 minutes or so.
Can I make
Makes
one
sense to
statement
me.
about the claim I made earlier?
Sure.
So I was wrong about the 24 million number. That was the estimate of the Obama Repeal Act, that which didn't go through. But I was still right about the amount that they overestimated percent-wise, because the individual health insurance mandate still passed under the Jobs and Tax Act, and they did overestimate by 1.2 million. They said it would increase 4 million people uninsured when it was actually 2.8, which is a pretty grave overestimate.
If
I
you're
can give you the two
referencing half of the policy, that would make sense. But again, you just gave me completely different numbers from what you were originally saying.
No,
So
no,
I now have to verify those numbers, which I don't have a lot of trust for because you just originally just gave me numbers that were not verified. Right? The CBO numbers you just gave me weren't even one based upon something that was passed. Right? So you weren't even qualifying. Two, the study that you gave or the source that you gave to then say that the CBO reports were not verifiable after multiple years indicated that the year within the first year within its estimates, it was incredibly accurate. So it was very
Right, that
clearly
was
accurate with the
the Affordable
17 million
Care Act.
number.
That was the Affordable Care Act. But I can give you the two sources right now: repealing the individual health insurance mandate, an updated estimate, and then the second source is the CDC source a few years after that explains the
Wait,
overfunding.
tell me the title again.
Repealing the individual health insurance mandate, an updated estimate by the CBO.
Oh, hold up.
That's the-
Go again. Repealing what?
Repealing the individual health insurance mandate, which was the mandate that still passed of the Tax and Jobs Act.
Oh, that's literally. Oh my god, dude! I already told you this multiple times. That was done by the Supreme Court.
That wasn't done by SCOTUS. I mean, it was done by SCOTUS.
Yeah.
Oh wait, but isn't that partly Trump's fault too? Because he implemented the court judges to do that.
No, this is the Supreme Court.
Okay, but who elected the conservative judges?
It's not because of Trump even. It was just the Supreme Court.
In general, it was a
Yeah.
bipartisan vote.
Yeah.
Right, but that still proves that the CBO does overestimate, and you shouldn't be putting all your faith in the CBO. They overestimated by 1.2 million, which was pretty crazy.
Again, I don't even trust your source. I don't even know what you're referencing. Because you just gave me false information on the same claim. I don't trust what you're saying. What'd you get that from?
The CDC. Let me look up.
The CDC did not say that the CBO got it off by 1.2 million.
The Commonwealth Fund Org, the effect of eliminating the individual mandate penalty and the role of behavioral factors. It claims
Sorry, what's the title again?
The effect of eliminating the individual mandate penalty and the role of behavioral factors. It says
skedaddled.
He keeps saying this. He keeps saying the same thing. I'm gonna go crazy. Hey, dude. Who did that? Who got rid of the individual mandate?
The Supreme Court.
No.
So then what? I'm confused. What's your point?
My claim is that the CBO has been shown to overestimate claims. So the fact that you're using it against a big beautiful bill,
Wait,
and
again. The CBO made a report about a policy that Congress was overlooking, not what the Supreme Court did.
so why do they have estimates on this then?
They have
Why do
estimates.
they
They make
number here and
estimates.
there?
They make estimates for legislative policy
So why would they? So why would they make an estimate for this legislative policy unless they're two different policies?
because
Congress asked them to.
that's their goal. That's
So
the whole reason why they exist.
so they still overestimated it though.
No, because you're not referencing the same thing. You're referencing something SCOTUS did, not something done by the legislative branch. They're evaluating what the legislative branch did. And also, I just want to let you know, just because there would be one estimate that's off doesn't mean that they're giving you invalid information. There are invalid things that come in the context of estimates all the time, but they're most likely to be accurate. That's like saying because there's revisions on the estimates, particularly relating to jobs reports, that jobs reports aren't verified information, are good, have most reason to believe them to be true. They revise them all the time because it is the case that new data will come in and they will revise it based upon new data.
There are differing variables.
But the CBO has been shown to overestimate. So I don't know why you're putting all your faith into it when
You
it comes
keep
to the
saying
bill.
that, but then you couldn't even justify that. It's kind of funny.
Do you have any sources that show when the CBO has overestimated? And then are you able to actually show what other variables played a part in it?
I just gave you a source, but he said it's SCOTUS, so it doesn't count. Even though they did
No, it doesn't.
even though they did the estimate on it, they got the estimate wrong, but apparently it was passed by SCOTUS, so it wasn't passed by Congress, so it doesn't count, even though they did the estimate for it.
Oh,
So
Parker, I hope you get some rest, love.
Yeah.
I did just I did just want to say that with your boy JD Vance, he actually has the second highest absentee rate of any senator in history of the United States Senate. So there's that. He also did miss prior to becoming the VP pick, he did miss votes specifically on veterans care. So I wonder how Justin would feel about that. But Justin ran, he skedaddled, so there was that. I'm gonna do the same though. It's time to go to sleep. I gotta watch Dateline.
I feel you. Have a good night.
All right, you too, Parker. Thank you. Bye, guys. Have a great night.
Have a good night.
okay, I'm
Blake,
just gonna
thank you
say
for the
this.
$10. Thank you, Blake. Soul, thank you for the Soul. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Absolutely, thank you so much.
I just gotta say this. I'm grateful that the big beautiful bill passed. The tax cuts have been
You're a lunatic.
greatly beneficial to the American people, and,
No,
and
they
you're gonna
haven't.
see it. You're gonna see it. You're complaining about health.
No, you're not. You're gonna realize that in the future that
No,
you got fucking
no.
conned. I promise you.
No, I'm happy with my vote. I'm happy, and it's so sad that you want to see the country fail. You hate good policy.
You think
so
I
much.
want to see our country fail? Really? What's up? Why
Yeah,
so?
you do. Because you have to admit this bill's fantastic. It's
What's?
fantastic.
Can you tell me two provisions in the bill that are good?
Tax and Cuts Job Act being permanent, fantastic.
I already gave you the
the
critique
tax
to that.
cut
You
getting
didn't
doubled,
respond to
fantastic.
that.
What would you say?
Again, I showed you there was a liberal and conservative economist that indicated specifically that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only added $8 to $16 billion to the GDP, $1 to $7 billion in revenue, literally for $190 billion of debt-related spending every single year.
My guy, it's still income went up by 1.2% for middle class families.
No, that's not related to the Taxes and Jobs Act. That's a correlation
That is
causation
related to
fallacy.
the Taxes Act.
Can you
No,
provide
well-
me? Can you provide me any good evidence that specifically the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to an increase, right, in wages?
Why was wages increasing then? Give me another correlate or causation that would have caused.
Wages were already increasing. They were on a trend increasing.
But why did they increase to 1,000 to 2,000?
They were already increasing.
So, but do wages increase on an average about 1,000 to 2,000 per year?
Dude, I want you. Do you want me to show you wages, real wages?
Yeah, show me real wages from 2017 and 2018. Show me the growth of real wages. Let's see a line, and we'll see a huge spike after 2017, and then maybe a decline after 2019.
After 2019, when Trump was still president?
The pandemic, my guy. We're gonna blame the
Actually,
pandemic.
if you know anything about the pandemic, there will actually be an increase during the pandemic time because we artificially increased wages because of unemployment, so that people would
Okay,
go to work.
can you show me?
Yes, I'm doing that right now.
Can you show me the line graph? Okay. And let's see if there's a spike after 2017.
It's the same trend that was already going up. You'll see.
Pull it up. I don't. It doesn't show. It shows 19.
I understand.
All right, keep going. Keep going.
Do you see?
No, you need to scoot over a bit. My box is blocking it.
That's, yeah. Okay. So I got you.
Do
you see?
I see a major increase after 2017. Okay. Well, we don't see the full thing. We don't see the full thing.
So do you see this? Do you see this increase? Do you see this trend?
Yeah, and then it goes down.
Actually, Donald Trump becomes president, and then it goes down.
And then the annual bill is passed,
and then it starts going up for a bit. This is this is pandemic.
Look, it was stagnant before. It skyrocketed after the annual bill. Look at it.
You see,
it skyrocketed.
Wait to clarify. You think this is stagnant?
Marginal growth.
What? This is the same fucking line.
No, look at. There's a higher slope. Look at the slope. Look
the
at
slope is only higher once you talk about COVID here.
No, it's higher from 2017 to 2019. Look at that's a higher slope than the first slope.
Did you see this one as well? You see, actually, let's look at this one. Why did they decrease since Trump got in office? Sorry, it's not even showing you.
It's not showing me.
Well, I just want to let you know it does decrease. I for some reason it's not showing. Wait, actually, that's because of this. Hold up, that's actually my fault. Hold up. You see a decrease there when Trump gets in office?
Yeah, because of the tariffs, but then there's going to be an increase after the Jobs Act. Ooh.
But like, dude, look at this. Dude, this is all growth. Look at that.
That's 2022.
Same trend. Dude, do you realize? I just want to let you know. If you're smart enough, you can realize the same trend under all of these presidencies started happening in 2014 quarter 2.
Look at Biden, bro. Oh my God, bro.
Just be quiet. Just be quiet. If you're smart enough, you can realize the same trend started happening around right here. You see, it's essentially the same line.
No, okay. Everyone can see that the slope from 2017 to 2019 is a higher slope than the one from 2015 to 2016.
What?
It is a higher slope. After the dip,
right. The only reason right here is because of COVID. This is COVID.
No, COVID didn't start till 2020.
Do you want to look at real GDP as well?
We can look at real GDP. Also, do you support the?
Hold up.
Wait, can I just ask you another question?
No. You see, same trend. Wanna know why? Because the what they pass isn't as much of an impact as what you think.
Okay, after 2010 it goes down.
But there is another decrease right here because of Trump.
All right, but that's the first quarter.
Because of Trump.
His annual bill hasn't passed yet. And look at real GDP. What's the number? What's the exact numbers? What was Trump's highest GDP growth versus Obama's highest GDP growth?
It's essentially the same trend. Look, just literally look at it. It's the same trend.
But this is under every president, though.
What? This is just the same trend. Look. You see this? This is all 2020. All before.
Look at percent-wise.
This is Donald Trump's. This is Donald Trump beginning of his administration.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the end of his administration. This is the beginning of Biden. This is the end of Biden.
I think
practically the same amount of growth.
We can say that Trump has the highest slope marginally. I think that's a fair statement if you want to talk about marginally. But
no, dude, you're so disingenuous. It's unbelievable.
Show me the percentage. How much percentage did it go up by?
Jesus Christ, dude. How about you go do some fucking research for yourself? Go to St. Louis Federal Reserve. I just showed you the graph. It's the same fucking trend.
You know, everyone can see there's a higher slope under Trump.
Dude,
whether it's marginal
where was it? I literally was looking at it. There's no higher trend.
You know, I'm gonna bring back math, and I'm gonna
You're gonna bring back math. I have a question. What is 6 squared?
What is 6 squared? 2? Or 3? What is 6 squared? I don't know.
36, man.
I guess, yeah.
It's 36, dude.
For some reason, I wasn't thinking 6 times 6.
I know.
I was thinking.
I understand.
I was thinking.
I get it. I totally understand.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. But I'm gonna go look at the x slope. I'll go look at the y slope, and then I'll give you back a number of how much the slope's increasing by and how much the slope is decreasing by. And then we can talk about how Trump's jobs and tax cut. Also,
I just want to let you know there's something that I call MAGA math.
Yeah.
It's very much applicable to you.
Okay, I got one question wrong when it comes to x 6 squared.
6 squared? 6 squared, dude.
Oh, ask me another math question.
I think we should just leave it at that, man. That was too much. That 6 squared already, dude. That's
I'm not good
brutal.
when it
I
comes
might
to
need
square.
I might need to pull out the crayons.
I thought 6 squared was which two numbers equal 6. So I thought it would be 3 times 2, but I guess I was wrong. I didn't realize it's an exponent. Fuck. Too high. Alright, ask me another math question. Alright, I need to lock in, bro. I'm locked in now.
I'll ask you a separate question. If
All
you're
right.
in a race and you pass the person in second place, what place are you now in?
Second place. You're in second place.
Okay, just making sure. That would have been brutal. How many branches of
Four
government are there?
squared is 16. I'll start asking the questions.
Hey, how many
4 squared is 16.
how many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Judicial, executive, and then not congressional. Is it congressional? It's congressional, yes. Executive, judicial, congressional.
It's legislative, my guy.
Legislative. Fuck. Well, that's like Congress, though. Congress does legislative. But those are the 3 branches, yes.
How many corners are in a triangle?
3.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same point of reality.
Okay. How many tax cuts did Obamacare's Affordable Care Act do? 736 million.
Here's a real question. A real
All right.
question for you. Real genuine question. If you're the average person, whose policies would you think are more beneficial to you? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Trump.
And what makes you think that?
Phone's about to die. Shit. I think it's Trump because multi-international corporations have benefited us from free trade. They've used free trade to pay foreign workers, and then Harris opens up the border for corporations to get cheap.
Harris opened up the border. What? How did Harris open up the border?
You got rid of Trump. Biden got rid of executive orders on the border. He got rid of
What
Title
executive orders?
Title 42.
Title 42, that's COVID emergency policy. So prior to Title 42 existing, under Donald Trump's presidency, are you saying the border was open?
No, the border wasn't open. I didn't mean figurative. I didn't mean.
How did the Biden-Harris administration open the border?
They just were relaxed on the border.
Like, what did they do?
They allowed 50% of encounters to go stay in the country. Like,
What was the rate for
yes.
Donald Trump?
I don't know, bro. Were you gonna talk about the first Trump,
Wouldn't
or
you
were we gonna
wouldn't
talk
you
about?
wouldn't shouldn't you be able to make a comparison if you're saying that that's bad?
Bro, like Trump has tougher rhetoric, so less people
He
encounter
just
the
said
border.
it's not a policy distinction. It's that Trump has harsher rhetoric towards immigrants.
Okay, who
So
just
you
passed
you think that that's
150?
good?
Okay, who passed $150 billion
Wait. So to clarify, you
Congress?
agree with the rhetoric of alligator Alcatraz, right?
Yeah, that's fire, bro.
Really? Okay. So, do you think non-violent undocumented immigrants should go there?
I think if they cross the border, that's a crime.
Yeah. And I asked you the question: do you
Also,
think they
like,
should go there?
yes, because it's not a bad facility, bro.
Oh, okay.
They
I
have
have a question.
ACs, they have ground
Do
level.
you think children should go there?
If the conditions are right, yes, bro. If
What
it's
do you
good,
mean if the conditions are right? What do you mean?
like if they have food, if they have showers, if they have beds, like if there's good conditions there, like
Okay,
it's
so
a
if a kid was specifically was trying to was going to what's it called, leave and try would or sorry, I can't speak right now. If a kid was trying to like leave and escape and got eaten by an alligator, would you feel bad?
yes, that would be a shitty thing.
Okay. You would feel like that's bad. I'm sorry.
Yes, I would feel
Do you
like
think
to
that's a
get eaten
little
by
bit inhumane to put undocumented immigrants who are non-violent and children at a place where they are putting alligators around it to then try and scare people off because of the bad conditions?
bro. Okay, let's
Actually, here's a real question. Do you support bringing back Alcatraz?
as a prison.
Yeah.
Again, it depends on conditions, bro. Like, what are the conditions of the people living there? What's the cellmates? Like,
Well,
what's their
they have
condition?
everything that you mentioned. Like,
I don't. Maybe not. Maybe the prison itself. Maybe not because of its history.
why not?
But because it has a bad history, bro.
What history?
Of mistreating prisoners. Like, that's the history. Also, it has the biggest criminals. I don't know, bro. Like, this is a more like. Honestly,
Are
if
you
the-
saying maybe it's a little bit inhumane treatment to like try to make it so scary like that and try to make it so horrible and that so that people can die?
Look, people aren't dying though. They can in reality, like they're setting up ACs, they have bed units, they have showers.
Then
Like,
what's
look,
the
maybe the rhetoric's a little tough, but overall, it's good. It's like good detainment facilities, bro. They're high quality detainment facilities. They have a lot better detainment
detainment?
facilities. Than a lot
Bro,
of
I think I think it's disgusting that you think it's okay to like literally try and do like fucking crazy ass sort of things, like justify literally alligators being used as a threat to undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
I think it's disgusting.
I think they should be given
No,
a
no, no,
pathway
no.
to citizenship.
I think you're disgusting that you put immigrants over native-born Americans.
How so?
That you'd rather have Americans lose their job or
They don't lose
their
their jobs.
or
You're
lose a-
lying. You're lying to them.
No. Let me finish. Or lose a spot at a university because of international students. That's disgusting.
That's legal.
Disgusting. Yeah, that's still disgusting though. The fact that Harvard has 30%
Wait, I'm
international.
sorry.
students-
Do you think? Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think that it's wrong that universities are able to,
Yes.
allow people to buy from other places around the world?
Yes.
Okay, I'll ask you this question: do you think that all businesses should not be able to sell to countries to people from countries around the world?
Whoa, hold up. Why are you changing the convo like that?
Do you
Holy
think?
pivot.
Do you think all businesses should not be allowed to sell to anyone from any other country around the world?
No, like I think that Nike should be allowed to sell T-shirts in Europe.
Okay, wait.
If that's
So
what
then,
you're asking.
okay, so then what's the distinction? That's relevant.
Foreign students, which are normally wealthy, they're taking spots from native-born Americans.
If they pay for it, what's the and the university is okay with that? What's wrong with that? Like, do you have issues with
Because why-
Americans going to Oxford?
What's the international student level in Oxford? England actually has precautions that aren't as high as 34%. And also, I'm against Oxford.
Richard, thank you
taking
so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But I'm just asking, do you have like an issue with it?
I have an issue with this. Can I explain what my issue is? And
Yeah.
you're gonna let me talk for more than 20 seconds? Okay.
No.
Okay, I'll talk for less than 20 seconds. I'll wrap it up. Look, I have an issue. Bro, I went on a whole ass talk. Like, I'm on LSD right now. You gotta, like, let me lock in.
You can't say that on the live one. 2, Jesus Christ, bro. Diabolical. Diabolical. I'm gonna get off, everyone. He's even more elevated than I am. What can I say? I'm gonna get off, everyone. I love everyone so much. I'm so tired. It's about 1 a.m. Tomorrow I'll probably be on later in the day. I would recommend following me here if you're on TikTok, if you haven't already. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, so those are the description, or as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'd really recommend to go over to my YouTube, everyone. Check out all the videos that I posted. Check out all the videos that I posted. I would really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate that. I love everyone so much. Have a great night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Peace out, everyone.